Unable to extricate herself from the heroine's tragic fate, it set her on the path of counterattack. Her name is Feng. The majestic leader of the medical sect died accidentally. Perhaps it was heaven's favor that allowed her to be reborn into a body with a destroyed face. Feng slowly woke up in a brothel. What came into view was a wretched-looking man. He touched Feng Zhou's delicate hand, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth with greed. Feng Zhou's gaze instantly sharpened. She shouted loudly, "You are courting death." Instantly, a flying kick hit his face. With a scream, the man flew out. Thinking she was still the previous woman, he rushed up again with a ferocious look. Feng Zhou grabbed the man's fist with one hand and choked his neck with the other. The big man instantly foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Feng Zhou walked to the mirror. Looking at the scarred cheeks, she tapped them gently. "Who are you?" A wronged soul drilled out of the mirror. With eyes full of tears, she recounted, "I am Feng Qingge." "Who are you?" Feng Zhou looked bitter. "I am Feng Zhou from another world. Your body is already dead. Why hasn't your soul dissipated?" The wronged soul in the mirror instantly shed 2 lines of bloody tears. I hate so much. It was Su Ruiyun who harmed me." It turned out Su Ruiyun was Qingge's good sister. She never expected that to impersonate Qingge, and seize the Feng family identity, she would destroy her face, steal her fiancé, and send her to a brothel for men to play with. She was unwilling, but Feng Qingge's time in the mortal world was up. She could only entrust Feng Zhou, asking her not to let her family know the news of her death. Then Qingge's face became ferocious. "I want Su Ruiyun to suffer a fate worse than death. Even killing her with one slash won't quell the hatred in my heart. I will leave all my memories to you. You must help me." A blue light rushed into Feng Zhou's body. With Qingge's memories, Feng Zhou revealed an eerie smile. How will she begin her path of counterattack? To hide from the Feng family's pursuit, Feng Zhou dressed up as a little beggar. Just then, a piece of silver was thrown into her bowl. Her eyes instantly lit up. She saw a tall and elegant back. She chuckled, "You're the one." Instantly possessed by a drama queen spirit, she reached out to grab the man. "Brother-in-law, I finally found you." Unexpectedly, the man dodged, causing her to fall flat on her face. I grab again. I still grab. Finally, she sat on the ground and started crying loudly. "Brother-in-law, don't abandon me." She hugged the man's thigh and looked up. It instantly left her speechless. Rolling her eyes, she thought secretly, from the back, he looked like a handsome guy. How come it's an uncle in his 30s? The man scolded with a serious face, "You have the wrong person. Let go." Feng Zhou immediately cried pitifully. Eventually, he couldn't withstand her pestering. Just like that, the two walked out of the city gate one after the other. The man already knew her little scheme was to get out. "Don't follow me anymore." Without waiting for Feng Zhou to ask him to stay, he flashed away. Looking at the man's receding back, Feng Zhou thought secretly, forget him. First, find some herbs. If I don't strengthen it, this weak body won't be able to hold on. Can she cure the scars on her face and avenge Feng Qingge? A woman reborn into a body with a destroyed face. The weak body forced her to quickly find spirit medicines. Otherwise, this body probably wouldn't last much longer. To avoid the Feng family's pursuit, she dressed as a little beggar. She hugged a random person's thigh by the roadside, wanting them to take her out of the city. Afterwards, the man left her. The heroine, Feng Zhou, finally arrived at Jiu Fuling alone. She casually picked a spirit herb and put in her bundle, then picked up a stone and pounded it into powder. Unbeknownst to her, a man not far away was silently observing her actions. Feng Zhou took out the crushed spirit herb from her robe. She pinched a small piece and put it in her mouth. With a puff, she spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. She fell straight down. It turned out the man was the uncle who took her out of the city. He was about to reach out to check her condition. Unexpectedly, before he could pull his arm back, Feng Zhou cheered and pounced on the uncle. The man panicked and pushed against Feng Zhou's chest. Both of them instantly froze on the spot. The uncle quickly pulled his arm back. Even more unexpectedly, without the arm support, Feng Zhou fell straight down. Just like that, her first kiss in this world was gone. The uncle was directly stunned into fainting by this sudden turn of events. Feng Zhou quickly stood up, wiping her lips which still had residual warmth. "Peh. I haven't even complained about an old cow eating tender grass, and you have the nerve to faint?" She squatted down looking at the uncle's excellent figure, wanted to touch his abs. Her extended arm hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes when a large hand stopped her. The uncle had already woken up from his coma. "What are you doing?" Feng Jiu looked embarrassed, scratching her head and laughing it off. Seeing the uncle about to leave alone again, Feng Jiu quickly went up to tell him, "Uncle, I heard there are many fierce beasts here." But the man looked cold. "Since you know, why don't you leave quickly?" Feng Jiu hurriedly piled on a fawning smile. "I'll just pick herbs by your side. I won't cause trouble." It is a woman's nature to love beauty. If she didn't cure this face, it would really disgrace her past life's title of Medicine King. Just then, Feng Jiu's gaze sharpened. She discovered a top-quality spirit herb. With a face full of joy, she was about to go pick it. Unexpectedly, an arrow shot over rapidly. Luckily, she noticed in time and dodged it by a hair's breadth. A group of people riding tall horses came over. An arrogant and despotic woman shouted angrily, "Hand over the three-leaf red." Feng Jiu, however, put the spirit herb away nonchalantly. The woman shouted sternly, "You beggar! Instead of begging for food, you ran here to seek death." Feng Jiu looked provocative. "You aren't staying at the Yihang courtyard? Coming here to show your flesh. Who are you trying to seduce?" The woman's face changed drastically. Furiously, she pulled her bow into a full moon. An arrow fast as a shooting star was shot towards Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu did a flip, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. The surrounding people were also stunned on the spot by this scene. The woman also opened her mouth wide in surprise. She wanted to shoot another arrow. With a whoosh, Feng Jiu threw a stone, directly hitting the woman's abdomen. She collapsed to the ground with a painful look. She pulled out the dagger from her waist. Roaring in anger, she stabbed towards Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu turned sideways, grabbed the woman's arm, easily snatched the weapon, and pressed the dagger against the woman's neck. The leading master cupped his hands. "Little brother, my niece is used to being spoiled. Please forgive her rudeness." Feng Jiu instantly looked serious. Used to being spoiled allows her to take lives? If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have died early. As soon as she finished speaking, the dagger was stained with bright red blood. How will Feng Jiu deal with this arrogant and despotic woman? A generation's medicine king transmigrated into an ugly monster's body. Learning of the original owner's tragic encounter, the heroine Feng Jiu decided to help her take revenge. But this weak shell forced her to go find spirit medicines. With no other choice, she could only follow a stranger into Jiufu Ling unexpectedly, just as she was about to take a 1,000-year spirit herb that she was shot at by a woman. Feng Jiu, possessing memories of her past life, was agile. She quickly subdued the woman. She also held her hostage. Under Feng Jiu's coercion, the other party handed over a bag of mental damage fees. The group left indignantly. The leading master warned his disciple that the cultivation of the man with Feng Jiu was something even he couldn't see through. That person was definitely not simple. The disciple looked serious. Could these two also be here for the divine beast? Hearing the disciple's words, the master instantly became tense. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu and the uncle walked one after the other towards the deepest part of the forest. Unexpectedly, a pack of hungry wolves walked towards them. Feng Jiu grabbed the uncle's arm with a worried look. "Do these things eat people?" With a beast's roar, the entire wolf pack charged at the two. The uncle calmly spat out 2 words from his mouth. "Climb tree." Before Feng Jiu could react, the lead wolf pounced. With screaming and crying, Feng Jiu ran back desperately. The group from earlier also noticed the anomaly. Seeing Feng Jiu fleeing desperately, a disciple looked gloating. He drew his bow to shoot Feng Jiu. Unexpectedly, she performed the lingbo footwork. This nimble movement made it hard for the disciple to aim. The mustached leader immediately ordered everyone to dismount and prepare for battle. The disciple finally shot an arrow. Seeing the rapidly approaching arrow, the corner of Feng Jiu's mouth curled into a scornful smile. She instantly leaped high, jumping over this disciple's head. The wolf pack behind her also followed closely, pouncing on the group. In a flash, a man's double fist glowed with blazing golden light. With a bang, a fist swung out. A hungry wolf was hammered until it spat blood. After losing a few disciples, they finally defeated the wolf pack. Only then did the female disciple realize Feng Jiu was missing. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Jiu was standing opposite the leading master. A fierce battle was about to break out. Feng Jiu rushed up holding a dagger. With a clang, she slashed at the master's sword blade. She followed up with an upside-down hook kick. While she hadn't landed yet, the master Swung his precious sword and stabbed at her, seeing that this girl was about to die. The uncle who had been hiding behind a tree finally acted. He casually flicked a pebble. It hit Feng Jio's waist, causing her to dodge by a hair's breadth. The master instantly revealed an opening and had his arm cut by the knife. The disciples also appeared at this time. Feng Jio actually made him lose face in front of all his disciples. He instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "Kill her for me." The senior brother waved his hand, stopping the disciples who were about to advance. "A smelly beggar, let me handle it." He assumed a stance, his whole body emitting brilliant golden light. With a loud shout, the surrounding golden light gathered on his left fist. An extremely fast punch smashed towards Feng Jio. Can she dodge this ultimate move? A generation's medicine king soul transmigrated. Unexpectedly, she transmigrated into an ugly monster's body. She casually hugged a man's thigh on the road. Unexpectedly, he was a peerless expert. The two were about to leave the city and head to Jiu Fu Ling one after the other. The heroine Feng Jio wanted to find a 1,000-year spirit herb to restore her destroyed face. But unexpectedly, she had a dispute with a group of people on the road. The leading disciple shouted and blasted a punch at Feng Jio. A golden giant fist came rapidly. Feng Jio assumed a Tai Chi stance, using the property of softness overcoming hardness to receive this punch. She pulled the man's arm, directly forcing him into a rock spreading wings pose. The man looked shocked. How is this possible? With a roar that pierced the sky, but the man's arm was instantly twisted and broken. The accompanying people were instantly shocked. Feng Jio's hands slowly touched his head. The man instantly revealed a terrified expression. With a crack, his neck was instantly broken. Seeing her brother killed, the female disciple at the side instantly collapsed mentally and fell to the ground. She pulled the leading master's arm, still unable to believe it. "Master, this isn't true, right?" This also aroused the indignation of the junior disciples. Holding big chopping knives, they shouted and pounced on Feng Jio. Feng Jio weaved through the crowd, killing in all directions. Seeing this scene, the master helped up the female disciple who was still slumped on the ground. "Get up, let's leave quickly." Then he led the disciples and fled in panic. Feng Jio looked coldly at the receding group and did not pursue. She groped around the corpses on the ground. She discovered a chinquan bag, but her body had no spiritual energy, so she could only carry it on her person for now. Just then, she looked around and realized the uncle was missing. She called out loudly towards the depths of the forest, "Uncle, uncle." But when he saw the wolf corpses on the ground, drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He shouldered a wolf leg and left in a hurry. Feng Jio lay calmly on the grass looking at the sky. The previous owner's mess is really troublesome. I need to strengthen my power quickly. With the previous owner's memory, Feng Jio prepared to draw qi into her body. She sat cross-legged, and wisps of energy appeared around her body. When she opened her eyes, a dazzling light shot out. Drawing qi into the body was successful. She took out the chinquan bag from her chest. Finding various spirit herbs and money inside, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. Sitting by the lake, she crushed a spirit herb into powder. She applied a mask, wanting to restore her destroyed face. Just then, Feng Jio noticed bright red blood floating down from upstream. Following the blood, she searched and found a seriously injured man by the lake. Using all her strength, she dragged him out of the water. Tearing open the clothes on his chest, she found the location of the wound. She carefully applied some wound medicine and did a simple bandage. "You really have a big life. Luckily you met me." She sat in front of the fire and began closed-eye cultivation. A wolf howl startled her awake from cultivation. Hundreds of hungry wolves appeared in the jungle. She looked back at the injured man. "Looks like I can't leave this time." Really meddling in other people's business. The wolf let out a howl. Immediately after, the wolf pack ferociously pounced on Feng Jio. Feng Jio's face was full of killing intent. With one slash, 2 wolf cubs were killed instantly. But just then, 2 hungry wolves slowly walked towards the injured man. Feng Jio instantly turned back, sensing something was wrong. She kicked the bonfire. Hungry wolves are naturally afraid of fire and dodged in panic. Feng Jio picked up a torch and began a standoff with the wolf pack. Finally, the man woke up. Feng Jio looked back and saw the man had woken. Just as she wanted to say something, a hungry wolf took the chance to pounce. She did a roll and dodged it. She casually struck a sharp blow with her knife, killing it instantly. She said indifferently to the alpha wolf, "If you don't leave, I'll make you all stay." Finally, she scared off the remaining wolf pack. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the fruit knife. Turning back to the man, she said, "If you don't walk, I'm leaving." But unexpectedly, the man had amnesia. The woman saved a seriously injured man by the river. She was also attacked by hundreds of hungry wolves. In the end, the heroine Feng Jiao scared off the wolf pack. The man also woke up from his coma. Unexpectedly, the man had amnesia. He didn't even know who he was. Feng Jiao looked concerned. "Was your brain damaged by the collision?" She touched the back of the man's head. She quickly withdrew her small hand. "There really is a big bump. You must have hit a rock when you fell. It's probably just temporary amnesia." Then Feng Jiao clapped her hands and was about to leave. The man quickly stood up. This 1.9-meter tall stature made Feng Jiao roll her eyes heavily. The man touched his injured head. "I don't remember anything. I only know you. Can you let me follow you?" He patted his chest solemnly. "I definitely won't cause you trouble." Feng Jiao revealed a hopeless expression. "You are trouble yourself." The man was determined to rely on her. Feng Jiao waved her small hands in frustration. "Is this karma? I relied on someone else, and now someone relies on me." She turned back and called the man, intending to take him away. Just then, the man's gaze sharpened. He discovered the remaining wolf pack was still following closely behind. He quickly told Feng Jiao beside him, but she didn't care. "It's fine. They dare not come over. They are just looking for an opportunity." Just then, the man smelled a meat scent. He told Feng Jiao beside him, "I smell the scent of Orlin's roast meat. There must be people nearby." Feng Jiao sniffed hard but smelled nothing. She thought, "Is this man part dog?" The man revealed a confident smile. He took Feng Jiao and ran towards the place with people. In the forest, a group of people was maintaining alertness. A guard also discovered the presence of the wolf pack. He quickly reported to the leading old man. The old man's face was serious. He grunted angrily at the two running towards them. "Stop. Who are you?" Feng Jiao responded, "Big brother and I were picking herbs in the mountains and were chased by a wolf pack. We had no choice but to come seek help." At this moment, seeing so much food, the wolf pack pounced crazily. The two quietly sneaked behind the guards. The woman protected in the center pointed at Feng Jiao. "Stop. You're dirty all over. Stay away from me." The woman's gentle brother stopped his sister. He smiled and extended an invitation to the two. "I see your cultivation isn't high. You'd better come inside the protective circle. My uncles are very strong. These will pose no threat to us." Sounds of stabbing were heard. The remaining hungry wolves were wiped out by more than half. The scarred big man laughed arrogantly. "These dog things were scared witless by me, right?" The remaining few hungry wolves tucked their tails and fled into the jungle. It was finally safe for the time being. Feng Jiao let the man sit by a tree and change his dressing with some new herbs. The two left in a hurry. The man asked Feng Jiao with a puzzled face, "Can't we follow them? They can help us if we encounter danger." Feng Jiao pointed a twig at him. "Wrong. People must rely on themselves. Thinking of relying on others will get you killed." The man laughed awkwardly and touched his injured forehead. "Although you are younger than me, you are much smarter than me." Feng Jiao held a green grass in her mouth and said disdainfully, "That's because you think I'm you?" Being stabbed in the back. The man looked confused. "What stab in the back?" Feng Jiao rolled her eyes and said indifferently, "Your wound was a close-range stab from behind. Obviously, it was done by someone you knew." Just like that, the two walked leisurely in the jungle. Just then, Feng Jiao discovered a 1,000-year spirit herb on a distant cliff. Excited, her eyes twinkled like little stars. Finally found a scar-removing spirit herb. Can she restore her original appearance? A generation's medicine king from the modern world soul transmigrated to another world. She found herself reborn into an ugly monster's body and inherited all the memories of the previous owner. After learning of her tragic encounter, she decided to help her take revenge. While she was looking for spirit herbs, thinking of curing the scars on her face, thought she had a conflict with a group of people. She also saved an amnesiac man. Then they were attacked by a wolf pack. Eventually, they were saved by a family force. She and a man searched for various spirit herbs in the jungle. Just then, the heroine Feng Jiao discovered a scar-removing 1,000-year spirit herb on a distant cliff. She took out a piece of roast meat from the storage bag and gave it to the man. "I'm going to pick herbs. You take this roast meat and eat it first. Climb up the tree and wait for me." After settling the man, she decided to go to the cliff to pick herbs alone. Soon Feng Jiao climbed to the mountainside with her bare hands. Seeing she was about to reach the herb's location, Unexpectedly, a green snake was guarding the spirit herb, hissing and flicking its tongue. Feng was also dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the green snake opened its bloody mouth and pounced. Feng quickly drew the dagger from her waist. An extremely fast slash cut the green snake. Finally, she got this scar-removing spirit herb as she wished. Just as she wanted to lean on the cliff to rest for a moment, she suddenly discovered another spirit herb not far away. Feng was greatly surprised. She actually found two here. Just then, Feng gaze sharpened as if she discovered something. It turned out a large group of people was found deep in the jungle. The person coming was exactly the previous owner's enemy, Surin. Feng sneered. What a coincidence. What is in the depths of Jiufu Ling that makes so many people head straight for the depths? A beast's roar interrupted her thoughts. A huge black bear stood up like a human. It roared twice at Feng and pounced, scaring her into running down the mountain in a flash. Why is there another one? Feng eyes instantly filled with tears. Just now she felt her luck was exploding. Why did the retribution come so fast? Two black bears chased Feng relentlessly. Finally, she came under a big tree. She stomped the ground fiercely and jumped up the big tree in a few moves. Taking out the spirit herb she just picked, she muttered, "What kind of spirit herb is this? Is it worth you chasing me relentlessly?" The black bears rammed the big tree crazily. Feng was instantly furious. "Want to take back the spirit herb from me? No way." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came. An anomaly appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down like a spider web. The two black bears under the tree laid down trembling. A huge fire phoenix appeared in the sky. With a loud boom, a fiery light crashed to the ground. Various forces stepped on magic treasures and rushed towards the crash site. Feng woke up from a coma. She discovered a fiery red bird egg beside her. She carefully picked up the bird egg. This was exactly the phoenix egg that caused the anomaly in the sky just now. Adopting the attitude of waste not, want not, Feng hugged the egg into her arms and slipped away quietly. Not long after, various forces arrived there. Among them was Su Ruyun's figure. Just as the various forces were wondering who took the divine beast, a man flying on a 7-star sword arrived. Who obtained the divine beast? The people on the ground were forced to kneel by this powerful pressure. The man accompanying Su Ruyun cupped his hands. "Senior, could you retract your pressure first and allow this junior to explain?" Murong Yishuan, who arrived subsequently, also learned the news that the divine beast was missing. The peerless expert waved his sleeve, relieving the pressure on the newly arrived crowd. The white-clothed man said respectfully, "Junior Murong Yishuan, when we arrived, the divine beast was already nowhere to be seen. We didn't see who obtained it either." The magically powerful man turned back to everyone and said, "The divine beast just appeared. It must still be in Jiufu Ling. Let's each rely on our ability to see who finds it first, and whether Feng can smoothly obtain the divine beast." A patterned atomic bomb fell from the sky, triggering a celestial phenomenon. It smashed a huge crater into the ground. Such a massive disturbance attracted a large number of peerless experts. The heroine, Feng woke up from her coma. She found a giant fiery red egg beside her. It was the very ancient bird egg that had caused the celestial phenomenon. Feng picked up the bird egg and looked around. Finders keepers. Since I picked it up, it's mine. She hurriedly left this place of trouble. In the sky, strong cultivators flying on swords streaked across the horizon. Feng knew this bird egg was big trouble. With a flash of inspiration, she thought of a good idea. She bit her finger. She dripped fresh red blood onto the eggshell. After rubbing it for a long time, the bird egg showed no reaction at all. Feng face instantly turned dark. Don't novels say that dripping blood is enough to form a contract? Just as she wanted to stand up and leave, another figure streaked across the sky. Scared, she retreated to the edge of a rock again. Unexpectedly, the ground beneath her feet was soft. A huge pit appeared, and Feng instantly fell in. She looked around, thinking with a bewildered face, "Where on earth have I arrived?" The distant corners were crawling with rats. Feng was startled. She pulled out her dagger with a guarded expression. Unsurprisingly, she was surrounded by a swarm of rats. The small rats leapt high one by one, pouncing at her. Feng held the egg in one hand and wielded the dagger with the other, killing a large number of rats. Seeing the death of their companions, the rat swarm began to riot. A massive number of rats ferociously pounced on her. Feng Jiu unleashed a magnificent cross, slashed directly. Large numbers of rats kept falling, but she couldn't withstand their sheer numbers. A rat bit her on the arm. The pain made the little girl grit her teeth, and she ruthlessly smacked it away. Just as she was in a standoff with the rat swarm, a bright blue light appeared in front of her. Feng Jiu looked closely. It turned out to be a clear, deep pool. She quickly took off her blood-stained outer garment and walked into the pool with a look of enjoyment. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Looking at the white mist staining her hands, she realized it was actually spiritual energy. The phoenix egg on the shore began to shake violently. With a splash, it fell into the spirit pool. Feng Jiu dove to the bottom and swam towards the bird egg. Just as she grabbed the bird egg, a stone gate appeared in front of her. With a whoosh, blinding white light burst from the stone gate. A powerful force sucked Feng Jiu in. The long dive left her extremely short of oxygen. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, it was absorbed by the bird egg. Feng Jiu instantly fell into a coma. After absorbing her blood, the bird egg slowly grew larger. The wound just bitten by the rat also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A golden mark appeared on Feng Jiu's forehead. With a thud, she fell to the ground. When she woke up from her coma, cracks began to appear on the bird egg. Following the cracking sound, the bird egg shot out blinding rays of light. Unsurprisingly, a divine beast was about to be born. This egg was actually glowing. The shell was covered in cracks. With a pop, a chubby little boy jumped out, and his bizarre appearance was actually transformed based on the host's imagination. The little brat looked furious. You actually imagine this deity as a human. The heroine Feng Jiu had stars in her eyes. This is too cute. With a love-struck face, she hugged him tightly in her arms. But the little brat looked unwilling and pushed Feng Jiu away. He stomped his feet vigorously. You woman, have you no shame? At this moment, Feng Jiu discovered that the wounds on her body had completely healed. Feng Jiu put clothes on both of them and flicked the little brat's forehead. I thought a little phoenix would appear after the egg cracked. I didn't expect a little brat. The chubby boy pointed his small finger indignantly. This deity is an ancient divine beast. To be born in human form is all your fault. Feng Jiu immediately laughed and rubbed his little head. You belong to me now. Just follow my lead from now on. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. I have waited for 1,000 years. Finally, a person has come. Heaven has not abandoned me. Between two stone pillars, a massive amount of blue light suddenly erupted. A powerful and mysterious force sucked Feng Jiu in. Seeing Feng Jiu suddenly disappear, the little brat called out with a worried face. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu arrived in front of a dried corpse. Unexpectedly, this dried corpse actually spoke. Mystic spirit body. It's actually a mystic spirit body. Right then, the soul of a peerless expert appeared above the corpse. The powerful pressure forced Feng Jiu to kneel on the ground. Feng Jiu looked puzzled. Is a mystic spirit body very rare? A mystic spirit body can cultivate not only mystic energy, but also spiritual energy. And your cultivation speed will be 10 times that of an ordinary person. You can be called a cultivation genius. The man looked hopeful. I hope you could take me as your master. I will help you open your mystic spirit veins to aid your cultivation. I hope that after you become my disciple, you will do 3 things for me. Then the senior recounted his tragic experience. Originally, he was Chu Batian of the Tianyuan Palace. Back then, no one dared to be his enemy. He traveled the world with his sword, living freely. It was also because of his willfulness that he ended up in such a state. The first thing is to reorganize Tianyuan Palace. The second thing is to enter the 10,000 sword tomb and retrieve the clear wind sword. The third thing is to find my family and see if they are living well. Feng Jiu was not one to suffer a loss. Since I am taking a master, surely Senior won't only help me open my meridians? Hearing Feng Jiu's shameless words, the man laughed heartily. Of course, there's more. Feng Jiu kneeled with a thud. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. The man let out a gratified laugh. Chu Batian finally have a successor. Then he told Feng Jio to find the treasure left for her on his skeletal remains. Feng Jio pulled the dagger from her waist. She cut down towards the skeleton. A box carved with dragon patterns appeared in her hand. Feng Jio hurriedly opened the box. Inside was a ring set with a red gemstone. What secret was hidden in such an ordinary ring? This ring contained another small world inside. Even living things can be put inside. The heroine Feng Jio had stars in her eyes. Such a magical treasure. Master, how did you get it? A phantom image said to Feng Jio, you just need to drip blood to claim ownership. It contains the techniques and treasures I collected throughout my life. Consider it a gift from your master. Then Master Chu Batian sat cross-legged. He wanted to use his last trace of essence blood to open her meridians. A red sphere flew out from the dried corpse's mouth. With a whoosh, it shot into Feng Jio's forehead. Chu Batian made hand seals, intending to transfer his life's cultivation to Feng Jio. At this moment, her face was full of pain, and light shone brightly around her body. The intense pain made Feng Jio involuntarily let out a loud roar. Finally, she collapsed weakly to the ground. She propped up her exhausted body and stood up. She looked at the dried corpse with worry. Master, how are you? I died long ago. This last trace of essence blood guarded my spiritual thought, waiting for you. Now I can die without regrets. Before you have grown strong, do not reveal that you have the mystic spirit body and possess a treasure. Otherwise, it will bring about a fatal disaster. Even at the moment of his final departure, Chu Batian did not forget to warn Feng Jio. The world of cultivation is cruel. Even if you're naturally gifted, you must first grow up. The shriveled corpse took out a scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll floated in the air. It was actually a landscape painting. It surrounded Feng Jio and the little brat in the middle. A strong light shot out. When she opened her eyes again, she had actually arrived at the 10,000 sword tomb. This shocking scene made Feng Jio open her mouth wide in astonishment. She quickly took out the ring and bit her finger. She dripped a trace of fresh blood onto the spatial ring. The ring successfully recognized its master. But with so many swords in the sword tomb, finding Master's clear wind sword won't be easy. The little brat was speechless at Feng Jio's intelligence. Even if you can't find the clear wind sword, you can find others. There are quite a few good swords here. The big one and the small one began searching in the sword tomb. But finding one specific sword among so many was easier said than done. The little brat looked helpless. Didn't your master leave you a trace of essence blood? Close your eyes and feel it. Is there an aura of the clear wind sword nearby? Feng Jio closed her eyes and sensed the location of the clear wind sword. Finally, she found it. She looked up and saw the sword surrounded by lightning. The rusty sword shook violently. Suddenly, the sword body released a strong light. With a whoosh, it shot rapidly towards Feng Jio. It grazed her body and pinned itself straight into the rock behind her. Feng Jio pulled out the clear wind sword. The rust instantly fell off, and a peerless sword appeared once again. Feng Jio picked up the sword and danced with it. She slashed across a rock, and it was directly chopped into pieces. She stroked the blade, murmuring, Master definitely didn't expect that the clear wind sword would recognize a master on its own. Then she turned back and said to the little brat, since we can't get out anyway, I'll go see what secret manuals there are. The little brat didn't care. Suit yourself. Feng Jio closed her eyes and communicated with the ring using her mind. A powerful suction force came, and she was transported directly into the world inside the ring. She rummaged through the various peerless secret manuals on the bookshelf. After carefully selecting one, she returned to the 10,000 sword tomb, planning to cultivate properly. At this moment, the little brat stared closely at Feng Jio. Why are there so many scars on your face? Feng Jio revealed a chilling smile. This was done by a bad woman, carved onto my face cut by cut. After experiencing encounter after encounter, could her path to revenge be far off? This was a tomb burying generations of divine weapons and swords. And Master Chu Batian's clear wind sword was also buried here. After the heroine Feng Jio received Chu Batian's inheritance, she was also transported by him to the 10,000 sword tomb. In the end, through the master's trace of essence blood, she obtained the clear wind sword's recognition. Just as she wanted to investigate the secrets of the 10,000 sword tomb, she was sucked in by a powerful force. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a dense forest. Feng Jio slowly sat up, looking around blankly at where she was. Standing up to check the surroundings, could it be that I've arrived at Jiufuling? I wonder if silly big brother is still waiting for me? Just then, the sound of intense fighting came from the jungle. She hid behind a tree and looked closely. It was actually the uncle. He was wielding a sword, and no one was his match. The uncle's eyes were imposing. With a sharp swing of his sword, several minions were killed instantly. Feng Jiao poked her head out from behind the tree. So uncle is also a cultivator. Suddenly, the uncle clutched his chest and fell to his knees with a thud, his body emitting biting cold air. Not long after, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Feng Jiao hurriedly ran over. She reached out to check the uncle's injuries, but the cold air radiating from him made Feng Jiao shrink back the hand she had just extended. Looking at the uncle whose hair was frosting over, Feng Jiao looked incredulous. This is millennium cold poison. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the woods. Feng Jiao immediately became alert. She pulled the uncle and entered the spatial ring. Sure enough, a group of masked men appeared. There was an aura here just now. He definitely hasn't gone far. Find him for me. Meanwhile, Feng Jiao was already treating the uncle's injuries in the wooden hut inside the spatial ring. The little brat advised her with concern from the side that his cold poison. Your bit of mystic energy can't protect his heart meridians at all. But Feng Jiao couldn't bear it. He helped me. I can't just watch him die. She turned to look at the little brat and revealed an evil smile. The little brat suddenly felt something was wrong. Feng Jiao took off the uncle's outer garment, revealing his sturdy 8-pack abs. She pressed her hands on 2 acupoints to prevent the cold air from attacking his heart. She called the little brat over. With a swish, a cold light flashed. Seeing blood oozing from his finger, the little brat started crying loudly. He pointed at Feng Jiao with a face full of anger. What exactly does this woman want to do? Feng Jiao smiled and pulled over his injured finger. She dripped a few drops of blood into the uncle's mouth. The cold air on the uncle's body immediately dissipated. The little brat looked puzzled. You are an ancient fire phoenix. Your blood is the most scorching hot. Of course, it can suppress the cold poison. Seeing that the uncle was about to wake up, in order to keep the secret of the spatial ring, she placed him back in Jiao Fu Ling. When the uncle's eyes were hazy, Feng Jiao said to him, Uncle, I can be considered to have saved your life. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Not long after, Feng Jiao returned again. Seeing that the uncle had already left, her suspended heart finally relaxed. Just then, the roar of a wild beast came from the distance. Feng Jiao suddenly turned back to look. The big guy was fighting with a giant speckled tiger. He died, then he lived again. He passed his life's cultivation to Feng Jiao. He also gave her all his belongings. Feng Jiao also obtained the clear wind sword in the 10,000 sword tomb. Finally, she was transported back to Jiao Fu Ling by a mysterious force. She wandered alone in the jungle. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast broke the silence. Feng Jiao suddenly turned back to look closely. She saw silly Big Brother confronting a speckled tiger. The tiger pounced towards Big Brother. He fiercely swung a fist, hitting the tiger on the neck. It was directly knocked flying 10 meters away. At this moment, Feng Jiao stepped on a tree branch, making a noise. The silly big guy turned his head with a face full of killing intent. Who? Seeing the person was Feng Jiao, he rushed over with joy. I thought something happened to you. Just then, silly Big Brother's eyes widened. The tiger pounced ferociously again. The big guy pushed Feng Jiao away, but he couldn't dodge in time himself. He was bitten on the shoulder by the tiger. Feng Jiao was also shocked. Guan Yulin was knocked to the ground by the tiger. Guan Yulin struggled and shouted loudly, "Little brother, run!" Seeing the big guy disregard his own safety to protect her, Feng Jiao pulled out the clear wind sword from her waist. With a loud shout, "Go to hell!" The sword fiercely pierced through the tiger's body, finally ending its life. Feng Jiao helped up the dying big guy on the ground. His arm was already ruined, but he still looked concerned. "Little brother, are you hurt?" Feng Jiao tore open his clothes. She took out a bottle of Millennium Spirit medicine from the spatial ring and carefully applied it to his injured shoulder. After simply bandaging his wound, Feng Jiao began to cry with heartache. "You really are a fool." When he woke up from his coma again, Feng Jiao leaned in close. "You don't even know my name? Why did you risk your life to save me?" "My name is Feng Jiao, and I am a woman." Guan Yulin opened his mouth wide in shock. Woman? In the end, Feng Jiao gained a brother in this world. Her herb-gathering trip this time was also a fruitful return. The two returned to the small town together. Seeing a shop selling clothes, Feng Jiao pulled the big guy to go buy clothes. Guan Yulin leaned into Feng Jio's ear with worry. "Little Jio, we have no money. How can we buy clothes?" Feng Jio patted the money pouch at her waist. "Don't mention buying one set. Even 10 sets is no problem." Arriving inside the clothing store, Feng Jio picked out a few men's outfits. But the big guy disagreed. "Little Jio, we're back in town. Stop wearing men's clothes. Girls should wear skirts to look pretty." Guan Yulin pointed to a red dress on the wall and ordered the shopkeeper to wrap it up. Finding it in, Feng Jio happily took a hot bath and changed. She put on the red dress. Guan Yulin, waiting at the door, waited anxiously for Feng Jio to change into women's clothing. Just then, the door creaked open. A peerless beauty in a red dress slowly walked out of the room. The woman unexpectedly obtained a spatial ring and acquired a massive amount of martial arts manuals and wealth. Returning to town, she changed her beggar appearance and put on a red dress. This stunning beauty made even her big brother's face blush. The sudden wealth made her reveal the ugly face of a tycoon. She ran to the inn and ordered a feast. Unexpectedly, a handsome man was drinking alone in melancholy. Looking at this familiar figure, his face was full of bewilderment. Why was the woman's back so familiar? But he thought for a moment. His fiancée, Feng Qinga, was a gentle woman. But this one had a flamboyant personality. It definitely couldn't be Qinga. Just then, the heroine Feng Jio walked down the inn stairs. The man stood up, looking at the familiar figure. Feng Jio was instantly puzzled. Why is this guy here? Why isn't he by that fake Qinga's side? But the man still couldn't believe this wasn't Qinga. The eyes were very similar, but such a flamboyant gaze was definitely not Qinga. At this time, silly big brother looked down at the man. "Kid, what are you doing?" The man changed his seriousness from before. "I just found this young lady somewhat familiar. I wanted to say hello. Miss, peach blossoms bloom in March at the Peach Blossom Nunnery." Hearing the man's words, Feng Jio was startled. Her small hand unconsciously tightened on Big Brother's sleeve. Possessing Feng Qinga's complete memories, Feng Jio inevitably felt nervous inside. Fortunately, Big Brother scolded sternly, "If peach blossoms bloom in March, I will naturally take my sister to see them." Feng Jio also felt relieved. Murong Yishuan is Qinga's lover. To me, Feng Jio, he is just a stranger. Back at the inn, Feng Jio discarded distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged, practicing the peerless technique left by her master. Unexpectedly, she was naturally gifted and successfully broke through to the next realm. Just then, the little brat's voice came from the spatial ring. She traveled directly into the ring's space. Looking around, earth-shaking changes had taken place here. Rich spiritual energy filled the world. Cultivating here for one day was equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Feng Jio happily patted the little brat's forehead. "From now on, whenever I have time, I'll cultivate here," returning to the outside world again. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw Guan Yulin, whose arm had been ruined, diligently practicing swordsmanship. Feng Jio had cultivated for 3 days. Guan Yulin warned her with concern, "In cultivation, haste makes waste. You must proceed step by step." Feng Jio told him she wanted to buy a set of silver needles. The big guy wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two arrived at the treasure pavilion together. The shopkeeper brought out 3 sets of silver needles. Feng Jio immediately chose the most expensive set. At this time, she saw an exquisite scabbard on the wall. Thinking that the clear wind sword didn't have a suitable scabbard yet, she wanted to buy it. Just as she took out the Cosmos bag to pay, the shopkeeper was startled. It seems this girl's background is not ordinary. Little did she know, in a corner nearby, a dark figure was secretly watching all of this. The woman just took out her wallet, and she was targeted by a stranger. It turned out this group was the Yixing Garden people whom Feng Jio had killed in Jiufuling. A spy was reporting their whereabouts to an old man. Today at the treasure pavilion, the bag that red-clothed woman took out was exactly the young master's Cosmos bag. The old man's eyes instantly revealed a fierce light, asking about the physical characteristics of the two. The spy hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully described their appearances. An assassination attempt was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Feng Jio was lying on the roof, looking at the Cosmos bag in her hand. So there was a soul imprint inside this. No wonder I was targeted even after changing from a beggar to women's clothes. Looking at the moon overhead, she secretly thought a dark and windy night is a night for killing. With a swish, 4 men in black leaped over the high wall. They looked at each other. They drew the long blades at their waists, which glinted with cold light. Just then, Feng Jiu on the roof laughed coldly. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while." The assassins who rushed and immediately faced a formidable enemy. Seeing Feng Jiu's beautiful figure, several of them laughed lecherously. It's truly a pity to just kill such a beautiful woman. But the leading man dared not be careless. "This woman is somewhat strange. Don't let your guard down. Just kill her directly." With a whoosh, Feng Jiu disappeared from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of them. She unleashed a fierce strike towards the leading assassin. With a boom, the assassin was blasted directly into the wall. The violent impact made smoke rise from his 7 orifices. The remaining 3 drew their blades and charged. Feng Jiu stood in place and casually dodged a strike. She grabbed an assassin's arm and twisted it lightly, directly disabling one arm. Another sword light attacked. Feng Jiu flipped over, narrowly dodging the blow. She followed up with a 180-degree spinning kick. An assassin's arm was twisted like a fried dough twist. She grabbed the assassin's head and twisted it lightly. With a thud, he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. 3 assassins were either dead or maimed. Feng Jiu said calmly to the final leader, "Is this all the strength you have?" The man immediately channeled his full body's mystic energy and charged with extreme speed. Feng Jiu pulled out the dagger at her waist and blocked this crazy strike. Just as a leaf fell, Feng Jiu raised her hand and the blade fell. The man froze in place. With a thud, he fell down, his throat slit by a single stroke. The 2 assassins who recovered their senses saw their boss killed in one move and began to tremble all over. They quickly turned to flee in panic. Feng Jiu looked calm. "Since you've come, don't think about going back." She searched the assassins' bodies for a while and found a black market token. Feng Jiu fished something out from her chest. "I must go to the black market." She poured a bottle of unidentified liquid over the assassins. A sizzling sound rang out. The corpses vanished instantly. This was a divine medicine that could make one sore upon drinking it. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. Yet the owner of the elixir sipped her tea leisurely. The black market medicine merchants before her were ignorant and didn't know how to test the heroine's wares. Feng Jiu immediately came up with a plan. In the black market arena, a frail woman was competing against a bald, burly man. There was a huge disparity in strength between the two. Just as the woman was about to be defeated, Feng Jiu instructed the medicine merchants, "Have her drink this bottle of divine medicine. The test results will naturally reveal themselves." At this moment, the burly man looked arrogant. "Little lady, even if you cultivate for another 10 years, you won't be my match." The woman's body was already teetering on collapse, but she still refused to yield. The medicine merchant took Feng Jiu's elixir and handed it to the woman. She drank it all without hesitation. Her depleted mystic energy circulated heavily 10 times. A powerful force filled her body. The burly man stared wide-eyed in shock at the woman who had suddenly gone berserk. How is this possible? The woman gathered all her mystic energy, clenched her fist, and with a bang, smashed it onto the man's arm. A powerful shockwave blasted the wall into rubble. The medicine merchant was also stunned by this powerful effect. He hurriedly bowed to Feng Jiu. "How does your honor wish to trade with us?" Feng Jiu said indifferently, "Auction 1 bottle. The other bottle can be exchanged for these medicinal herbs." She took the black market's black token from the merchant, becoming a VIP of the black market. Feng Jiu arrived at the black market's bounty board. Her portrait was impressively listed there. 2 passers-by in front were chatting about it. "No one dares to take this hunting mission now." Every mercenary who took the mission, not a single one came back alive. Hearing their conversation, Feng Jiu sneered and turned to leave. At this moment, a man was walking in an alley. He suddenly realized he was being followed. He turned abruptly and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." The masked Feng Jiu walked out calmly. "Long time no see." The man was greatly shocked. He held his sword hilt, trembling. Feng Jiu looked disdainful. "You're this afraid of me, yet you still placed a hunting mission to assassinate me?" Hearing a click, Feng Jiu quickly turned her head. 2 people had appeared behind her, surrounding her. The man who was just full of fear suddenly became arrogant. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the skill. He continued to the two behind her, first elder, fourth elder. This is the woman who killed Pao Mei. These two elders were actually martial masters at the Great Circle stage. Their strength could not be underestimated. The older first elder looked calm. Why does your excellency wish to be an enemy of my Su family? Feng Jiu showed no emotion. Your family's second master put a bounty on my head. Otherwise, why would I come looking for him? The first elder looked serious. My Su family is a century-old clan. How can a mere woman like you provoke us? You'd best surrender, otherwise. A cold smile curled on Feng Jiu's lips. Otherwise, kill me? Before her voice faded, she rushed toward the first elder with lightning speed. The first elder released his mystic energy. A giant python, glowing with green light, coiled around his chest. Truly overestimating yourself. The old man used a summoning technique to summon a green snake and ordered it to bite. The heroine Feng Jiu was fearless in the face of danger, rushing directly at the giant snake. Facing the green snake's bloody maw, she dodged it perilously. She extended her arm and aimed a black tiger steel's heart strike at the old man. The smelly old man wasn't a pushover either. He hurriedly retreated a few steps. His face was calm, but he spoke arrogant words. You indeed have some skills. Today, I will let you die here. Feng Jiu didn't care and started messing with his mind. The old man immediately couldn't tolerate it. He drew his personal sword and shouted angrily, "Arrogant child, this old man will take your head." Feng Jiu watched the extremely fast sword strike. With a clang, she blocked it with the clear wind sword. The old man opened his mouth wide in shock. Clear wind sword. Feng Jiu gave him no chance to react, slashing her sword fiercely. She directly shattered the old man's sword into pieces. The fourth elder saw the scene before him and faced a formidable enemy. He hurriedly supported the first elder, who was still in shock. How is it possible? How could it be the clear wind sword? Feng Jiu wiped the blade expressionlessly. Everyone who has seen this sword must die. She launched a fierce attack. The second master was directly killed with a slash to the throat. To the side, the first elder and fourth elder's hearts pounded wildly. This woman was truly a bit weird. And the two attacked Feng Jiu one after another. Unexpectedly, the first elder's newly replaced sword was chopped in half again. Feng Jiu stabbed directly into his heart. Seeing the two elders die miserably one after another, the fourth elder found it hard to accept. A voice inside him seemed to call out for him to run quickly. Feng Jiu walked over slowly like the Grim Reaper. The fourth elder stood up, gnashing his teeth, wanting to make a final struggle. I don't believe I will lose to a bratty girl. His whole body's mystic energy exploded instantly. His figure dived down like a rock bird. Feng Jiu held the clear wind sword. It should end now. With a casual slash, she sliced the fourth elder in two. She put away the clear wind sword. With a whoosh, she leaped over the wall and left. Feng Jiu returned to the black market, wanting to collect the money from the elixir auction. Unexpectedly, the woman from the arena was kneeling at the entrance. She took the gold card from the medicine merchant and asked about the woman at the door. The medicine merchant also looked helpless. Her brother has fallen into a coma. She's been kneeling at the door for days just to see your honor. Feng Jiu went out and looked at the woman, but ignored her. She turned to leave, but the woman followed closely behind her. With a thud, she knelt down. I beg you, save my brother. Feng Jiu responded coldly. I won't save him. The woman hurriedly blocked her path. Feng Jiu looked amused. Then tell me, why should I save your brother? The woman immediately stated she would give her life to her. But Feng Jiu wasn't interested at all. The woman trembled and clenched her fists. I can warm your bed. This jaw-dropping statement caught Feng Jiu off guard. Immediately, Feng Jiu laughed loudly. I do prefer beauties, but forget about a little black face like you warming my bed. The woman raised her hand and wiped her dirty cheeks. She was actually a bewitchingly beautiful woman. In the end, Feng Jiu followed the woman to her home to treat her brother. Could Feng Jiu cure her brother? To cure her brother, the woman actually offered to warm Feng Jiu's bed. This unexpected move aroused Feng Jiu's curiosity. Following her back to her home, the woman looked at her unconscious brother with heartache. Feng Jiu extended her slender hand and checked the brother's pulse. She ordered the sister to unbutton his shirt. She took out silver needles and began acupuncture on his frail body. Afterwards, she had the sister carry him and leave with her. Waking up in the morning, Guan Yulin pushed open the door and saw Feng Jiu already practicing fist techniques. He walked up wanting to give some guidance. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiao directly pulled out a Heaven Rank Heart Sutra. Guan Yulin's mouth dropped open in shock. Did I see that right? He took the technique Feng Jiao handed over. Little stars appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly went back to his room to cultivate. Late at night, Feng Jiao lit the soul-soothing lamp and secretly treated him with acupuncture. With the protection of the Heaven Rank technique and Feng Jiao's careful healing, Guan Yulin finally recovered his memory. In the morning, he went to the market to buy snacks. He inadvertently heard news that the miss of the Ku family in Yunyue City was getting married. The groom was actually his cousin. On the way home, he looked heavy-hearted and didn't notice Feng Jiao behind him. With a bang, he walked into a pillar. Feng Jiao hurriedly went up and asked him, "What's wrong with you?" It turned out the cousin he always respected and treated as a brother had unexpectedly attacked him from behind with lethal intent. If Feng Jiao hadn't appeared in time, he would have died long ago. And the reason for the fratricide was precisely the marriage contract his father had set for him. Feng Jiao encouraged Guan Yulin firmly. "When the wedding happens, I'll go with you." Later, the big guy prepared carriage. They were about to set off for Yunyue City. But seeing the brother and sister from a black market, Guan Yulin asked Feng Jiao worriedly, "That kid's body is too weak. Will anything happen on the way? I am a dignified medicine king. How could I not even have this much assurance?" Then the group went to Yunyue City. Meanwhile, in Yunyue City, a man looked violent. "What did you say?" "Say it again." A servant was reporting intelligence, trembling. "Patriarch, 3 corpses of martial masters were found. They seem to be from our Su family." The Su family patriarch gritted his teeth in hatred. With the 1st and 4th elders' power, how could anyone kill them? He immediately ordered, "Investigate for me. Investigate thoroughly." After the group settled down, Feng Jiao asked the woman, "Lung Shuang, my brother hasn't returned yet?" Lung Shuang looked respectful. "Master, the young master hasn't returned. He wanted to go back ahead of time. He didn't want Master to follow." Feng Jiao looked relieved. "That's good too. Big brother needs to handle it to know that people are nothing in the face of profit." Guan Yulin had already arrived at the Ku residence, questioning his former fiancée. "You really want to marry my cousin? I just want to know the answer. Is it voluntary or forced?" At this time, Madame Ku appeared, looking arrogant and domineering. "The engagement between you and my Xiao Ye has already been annulled. Who Xiao Ye marries is none of your business." On the way home, Guan Yulin was depressed, the scene just now replaying in his mind. He learned from the Ku parents that his cousin's marriage was also decided by the Guan family elders. In 3 months, the Guan family's competition for the young master position would take place. His cousin would definitely win and become the young master. Seeing Guan Yulin's desolate look, Feng Jiao unconsciously became concerned. Could she help her big brother turn the tide? The man was actually ambushed by his own cousin, almost losing his life. He even wanted to steal his fiancée. Because his parents died early and his family status was low, his future in-laws chose to break the engagement. In 3 months, the Guan family disciples would fight for the position of young master. His cousin was bound to become the young master. The heroine Feng Jiao asked with concern about his visit to the Ku family. Guan Yulin looked desolate. "In 3 months, I'll go to the Guan family. For these 3 months, I want to enter secluded cultivation." This left Feng Jiao confused. "What kind of shock did you get from going out?" Guan Yulin clenched his fists. "In 3 months, I will beat Guan Yuan down. Since Xiaoyu is doing this because he will be the young master, I will let him know I am not easily bullied either." Seeing his fighting spirit erupt, Feng Jiao was also very gratified. She would cure his hand within 3 months. Having experienced such a huge setback, Guan Yulin decided to cultivate in seclusion. Until 2 months later, the silly big brother wanted to take Feng Jiao to the Peach Blossom Nunnery to see the peach blossoms. But Feng Jiao wanted to go with Lung Shuang and let him continue cultivating. She said to him with a smile, "The scenery at Peach Blossom Nunnery is nice. I plan to stay there for a few days before coming back." Guan Yulin was shocked. Peach Blossom Nunnery never allows people to stay overnight. Feng Jiao took out a land deed. It was the land deed for Peach Blossom Nunnery. Guan Yulin was full of doubt. Feng Jiao hurriedly explained to him, "Last month, someone in the black market begged for revenge. The payment was Peach Blossom Nunnery, so I accepted it." Feng Jiao arrived at Peach Blossom Nunnery. She ordered Lung Shuang to seal the mountain for 3 days. At this time, Murong Yishuan and the fake Chinga disguised as Su Ryun arrived at the foot of Peach Blossom Nunnery's mountain. Seeing the news that the mountain was closed for 3 days, Murong Yishuan prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the fake Chinga grabbed his arm. I want to walk around the perimeter. The two walked deep into the peach blossom forest one after another. The fake Chinga stopped, her face darkening. Brother Morong, do you not like me anymore? Morong Ishwan said indifferently. How could that be? I just have things on my mind. At this time, Feng Jiao was looking at the peach blossoms filling the sky, immersed in the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, the sound of a zither interrupted Feng Jiao's thoughts. Stomping on the ground, she leaped onto a tree. She saw Su Riyun playing the zither and Murong Yishuan in the distance. A cold sneer curled on Feng Jiao's lips. Good, Su Ruoyan. I didn't go find you to settle the score, yet you run in front of me repeatedly seeking death. She took out a bottle of medicinal powder and poured it into her palm. She blew it gently in Su Riyun's direction. At this moment, Su Riyun was still immersed in her own zither music. Just then, Murong Yishuan discovered Feng Jiao. It's him. Suddenly, Su Riyun's eyes changed. She said loudly to Murong, Brother Murong, do you smell something? Murong Yishuan sniffed hard. The air is full of the scent of peach blossoms. Unbeknownst to them, a large swarm of bees was rushing towards Su Riyun. Su Riyun's eyes widened in fright. Bees filling the sky swarmed over. Murong Yishuan grabbed her hand, tried to escape, but the bee swarm ignored him. They rushed towards Su Riyun. Instantly, she was stung into a hornet's nest. She ran toward the river with a large swarm of bees. With a splash, she jumped into the river. Finally, the bee swarm dispersed. Su Riyun, face full of pustules, shivered from the cold. Someone is targeting me. Who is that fragrance from? The woman came to the peach blossom forest to admire the scenery, but unexpectedly, a hostile family force went to her home for revenge. Big brother Guan Yulin hurriedly told the little brother behind him to run and report to his sister Feng Jiao. The Su family patriarch laughed arrogantly. My son, my second brother, and even my Su family's two elders were all buried by that wretched girl's hands. Today, she will pay with blood. Guan Yulin was greatly shocked. At this time, an old man behind the patriarch stroked his beard. Patriarch Su, this girl's array formations are exquisite. If you catch her, don't kill her yet. Ask where she learned these arrays first. The Su family patriarch agreed immediately. He then shouted loudly, capture them for me. Guan Yulin stood alone blocking the front of the little brother. Go quickly. At this time, the big guy cultivated the heaven rank technique, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. He instantly killed a group of subordinates, but he still couldn't withstand the advantage of numbers. He was already panting from exhaustion. Seeing this scene, the Su family patriarch felt angry. A bunch of trash. He channeled powerful mystic energy and rushed toward Guan Yulin like a sharp sword. With a bang, their palms collided fiercely. Guan Yulin was sent flying by this strike, slamming solidly into the wall. Eventually, he was captured. Meanwhile, the little brother was crying and running toward Peach Blossom Nunnery. In the blink of an eye, he was intercepted by several assassins. An assassin grabbed the child who had no cultivation. You can't escape. Obediently surrender. Unexpectedly, the little brother performed an over-the-shoulder throw, tossing him away. The assassin was furious. You're asking for death. He unleashed a blow full of anger. A blue sword energy shot toward the little brother. A 1-meter-long gash was ripped open on his back. Just as the assassin wanted to strike again, the little brother kicked his ankle. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed down. At this time, Guan Yulin was being stepped on fiercely. Say it. Where is that wretched girl hiding? A subordinate came to report. 2 of our brothers were killed. That youth escaped. The old man to the side smiled sinisterly. He clearly has no cultivation, but can kill cultivators. It seems this girl has many secrets. The Su family patriarch also made his own calculations. Let that youth go report. I don't believe that girl won't come. The little brother dragged his heavily injured body and struggled to Peach Blossom Nunnery. The 2 guards at the gate also discovered him. Who is it? The little brother was already weak and lying on the ground. He struggled to force a few words from his mouth. Take me to see Lung Shuang. She is my sister. The guards hurriedly reported to Lung Shuang. Hearing the news that her brother was injured, she was shocked. She rushed out the gate. Seeing her heavily injured brother, she held him in her arms. Using his last bit of strength, the little brother conveyed the news that big brother had been captured. He fainted directly in his sister's arms. Feng Jiao was just about to undress and sleep. A banging sound came from the door. Lung Shuang shouted anxiously outside, Master, something happened to little brother. He's covered in blood and fainted. Something might have happened to the young master. Feng Jiu pulled the door open. What did you say? The little brother was lying on the bed, a meter-long wound revealed on his back. Feng Jiu hurriedly instructed Lung Shuang. The injury on his back is the most severe. Apply medicine properly. He'll be fine in 2 days. Feng Jiu left in a hurry. How would she rescue Guan Yulin from the Su family? The man was captured by a family force and was enduring cruel whipping torture. They wanted to learn his sister's whereabouts from him. But Guan Yulin was at the end of his rope. He soon fainted. The Su family patriarch's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He ordered his subordinates to wake him up with a red-hot branding iron. Looking at the scalding iron, he revealed a treacherous smile. I like to see how hard your bones are. Just as the patriarch was about to act on Guan Yulin, a voice stopped him. Stop. A gloomy old man appeared. Patriarch Su, if you kill him and that girl doesn't come, who will this old man look for? The Su family patriarch revealed a terrifying expression. Even if I have to turn Yinua's city upside down, I will drag her out. In the Su family garden, Lung Shuang was alone, trying to rescue Guan Yulin. Just then, a dark hand rested on her shoulder. The arrival was Feng Jiu. She signaled her not to make sound. Feng Jiu asked in a whisper, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take good care of little brother?" Lung Shuang had followed because she was worried about her master. Feng Jiu shook her head helplessly. Since you're not afraid of death, follow me. With a whoosh, the two crossed the courtyard wall. Little Jiu turned back and instructed, "You must follow me closely. There are rays inside." At this time, the Su family patriarch and the old man were drinking tea in the pavilion, waiting for Feng Jiu to walk into the trap. The old man stroked his beard confidently. No one has been able to break my formation yet. As long as she dares to come, she will definitely be trapped in the array. Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang dodged a wave of patrolling guards. She grabbed the last person and held him hostage. Lung Shuang pointed a sword at his neck. "Where is the young man you captured?" The guard pointed tremblingly at the rockery not far away. With a crack, blood splattered on the spot. The two arrived in front of the rockery. Feng Jiu leaped up to the top of the rockery. She took out a bottle of spiritual medicine from her spatial ring. She threw it toward every corner of the Su family compound. The patrolling guards instantly swayed and fainted. Feng Jiu pushed open a stone door. She had Lung Shuang guard outside. She entered the dungeon alone to rescue Guan Yulin. Seeing the injured big guy, she shouted nervously, "Brother!" Guan Yulin was tied tightly to the torture rack, still in a coma. A sword light flashed, and the ropes shattered instantly. Feng Jiu picked up her big brother and fed him a healing pill. She carried him out of the dungeon and handed Guan Yulin to Lung Shuang, telling them to leave first. Feng Jiu looked up at the moon overhead. "I will let you know what kind of person you cannot provoke." Just as the Su patriarch and the old man were chatting enthusiastically, shouts of fire came. The two stood up abruptly, faces full of shock. They heard servants pointing at the mountaintop and shouting, "There's someone there!" The Su family patriarch ran over in a panic. He saw a woman in red on the mountaintop. His expression changed instantly. "Dechira Mask, you are the ghost doctor. This is a black market force. Since it has come to this, even if she is the ghost doctor, she absolutely cannot be spared." He immediately pointed his big hand. "Kill her for me. She must not leave alive." The man suffered cruel whipping torture, which angered the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu. A great fire destroyed the century-old foundation of this family. The Su family patriarch pointed his hand. "Kill her for me." But unexpectedly, she had placed disorienting powder in the fire. The Su patriarch's face turned black. He gnashed his teeth. "Kill her." But the old man beside him stroked his beard calmly. "No, this old man wants her alive." The Su patriarch's veins popped out, his face full of madness. "Didn't you say she couldn't walk out of your array? I won't rest until I'm done." Before his voice faded, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. With a bang, he flew out. The old man had launched a sneak attack from behind. "What are you? You dare question this old man?" The Su patriarch died miserably on the spot. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiu looked grave. This old man killed him with one palm strike. He's probably a tough nut to crack. The old man ordered the subordinates, "Capture her for this old man. I want her alive." A group of guards rushed toward Feng Jiu with large machetes. The fire instantly pounced down, stopping their attack. The only remaining chief elder was full of anger. "I swear, even if I die, I'll drag you down as a cushion." He swung his sword and rushed at Feng Jiu. In an instant, sword light and blade shadows cut through the sky. With a bang, the chief elder fell from high altitude like a meteor. He stood up again and shouted loudly. "I said, even if I die, I'll drag you down as a cushion." Suddenly, his eyes lost their black pupils. His skin became wrinkled. Like a mad demon, he lowered his head and rushed at Feng again. The old man to the side was shocked. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. He rushed over with extreme speed. Extending his long legs, he kicked him high into the sky. The chief elder was full of unwillingness, actually dying at the hands of his own people. With a loud boom, he exploded directly in the high sky. The last old man still didn't take Feng seriously. This old man will make you a cauldron slave. You will become my stepping stone. Feng shot out a precious sword. Cauldron slave? Let's see if you have the skill. The old man caught the flying sword with just 2 fingers. His figure moved so fast, it left an afterimage. He lunged at Feng. He leaped high and delivered a flying kick. With a loud bang, fist and foot collided violently. The old man looked at the weak Feng and revealed a grim smile. Feng took off her mask and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. She smeared the blood on the mark on her forehead. With my blood, I break your seal. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rolled in the sky. A giant bird appeared. An incomparably huge fire phoenix drilled out of the clouds. It lunged down at the old man. Until his death, he couldn't believe it. How could Feng possess an ancient divine beast? How could the dignified ghost doctor have an undeserved reputation? Looking down at the dying old man, she said, "Dying under the fire phoenix, you can consider yourself lucky." With a miserable scream that pierced the clouds, a huge mushroom cloud exploded outwards. The Su family's century-old business was destroyed in an instant. The old man said just one sentence that made the woman furious. He actually wanted to take Feng as a cauldron slave. Feng immediately got goosebumps all over. A man with 1 foot in the grave was actually this shameless. She directly summoned the ancient fire phoenix. One strike blasted him into slag. Because the energy released this time was too great, the little fire phoenix fell into a deep sleep. Feng's face was full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I'll let you get hurt." Finally, the day arrived for Guan Yulin to compete for the position of family head. The group sat in a carriage, preparing to return to the Guan family for the martial contest. At this moment, Feng drooled with a look of enjoyment. "Brother, do you smell something?" Guan Yulin knocked on her little head dotingly. "You glutton. You can smell scallion pancakes, even through the curtain." Guan Yulin got off the carriage and bought a few scallion pancakes for his sister. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes behind him spotted him. The person who came was none other than Murong Yishuan. He said to Su Ryun, who was pretending to be Feng Chinga beside him, "I saw a friend. I'll go say hello. Wait for me here." He came up behind Guan Yulin and bowed politely. "This gentleman, I didn't expect to meet again in Yinhua City." Guan Yulin was full of doubt. "You are?" Murong Yishuan introduced himself with a beaming face. Guan Yulin asked in surprise, "Murong Yishuan, that third prince? The martial arts cultivation genius?" He hurriedly cupped his fists. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly fate." But unexpectedly, Murong Yishuan had designs on Feng Guan Yulin's face immediately turned dark. "You don't know her. Why do you ask about her?" Murong hurried to explain, "I offended your sister last time. I've been wanting to apologize to her." The big man waved his hand, indicating Feng wouldn't mind. He returned to the carriage and handed the scallion pancakes to the 2 inside. Feng took the delicious oily pancake and was about to bite into it, when unexpectedly Murong Yishuan's voice came through. "Miss Guan, I am Murong Yishuan." Feng head was instantly full of questions. "Miss Guan? Who is he calling?" Guan Yulin hurriedly got off the carriage. "Why did you follow me?" Murong craned his neck to look inside the carriage. Guan Yulin immediately got upset. "What are you looking at?" Just then, Su Ryun walked over. "Who is the lady in the young master's carriage? Why not come out and get acquainted?" Feng hid in the carriage, looking disdainful. "Do I know you? Why should I see you?" This familiar voice instantly shocked Su Ryun into freezing on the spot. Immediately, she tried to forcibly pull open the curtain, but was blocked by Guan Yulin. She even shouted arrogantly, "Let go of me." Guan Yulin didn't indulge her at all. He fiercely threw off her arm. "If your cheap hand hadn't pulled my curtain, do you think I want to grab your hand?" With a slap, Guan Yulin was fiercely smacked across the face. Hearing the sound of her brother being hit, Feng hurriedly stepped out of the carriage. She slapped Su Ryun right across the face. Su Ryun touched her injured cheek. "You dare hit me?" Smack! Another slap flew over. Her small face was beaten directly into a bright red shade. Feng calmly blew on her small hand. "Brother, if someone slaps you once, we have to return 2 slaps. Reciprocity, right?" Saying that, she waved her hand and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Ryun chased after her again, trying to tear off the veil on Feng Jio's face. She dodged sideways, hiding behind Guan Yulin. With tears in her eyes, she put on a pitiful look. "Brother, she's bullying me." How could Guan Yulin watch his sister suffer? With hands on his hips, he looked down at Su Ryun. "Which family's young miss are you? So rude." Then he cupped his fist to the surrounding crowd and said, "We don't know this lady at all. Not only did she slap me, but she also wants to tear off my sister's veil." The surrounding onlookers whispered amongst themselves. When had Su Ryun ever suffered such a grievance? Her small face was already stained with tears like pear blossoms in rain. She ran home to find her mother. Feng Jio looked at Murong Yishuan expressionlessly. "Your beauty ran away. Aren't you going to chase her?" Murong remained looking dashing and elegant. After a simple farewell, he left. Guan Yulin was about to face the family selection test. Could he win? This man, he returned. He returned with an air of arrogance. He wanted to prove himself in this family martial arts competition, and his cousin was the #1 candidate for family head. His heroic temperament made stars appear in the eyes of his fiancée in the audience. Sure enough, not choosing Guan Yulin was the right decision. At this time, the Guan family patriarch heard the report from his subordinates and learned the news of Guan Yulin's return. He greeted the surrounding guests and hurriedly walked toward the main gate. He happened to meet Guan Yulin walking toward the arena. The Guan patriarch was instantly shocked. "Yulin, is it really you?" A cold sneer curled up on Guan Yulin's mouth. He symbolically called out, "Grandfather." The old man was so angry his hand holding the cane trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "It's good that you're back. Go rest first. Come to the study later for a good talk." Guan Yulin looked furious, clenching his fists tightly. "Shouldn't you explain to me how my fiancée became my cousin's wife?" With a thud, the cane struck the ground hard. The old man scolded him for not knowing the rules. Guan Yulin and Feng Jio didn't waste any more words and wanted to go to the martial arts arena to compete. Unexpectedly, the old man was burning with rage. He pointed at his grandson and cursed. "You are not Guan Yuan's opponent. Give up the competition. Don't embarrass me, damn it." Hearing such words, Guan Yulin laughed up at the sky. Hidden in this laughter was a trace of desolation and sorrow. "I just want to ask cousin for some guidance." Then, without looking back, he walked toward the martial arts arena. The old man looked at his arrogant grandson in a daze. Is he still the Guan Yulin from before? His cousin Guan Yuan had already won 4 consecutive rounds, but he never expected Guan Yulin to appear. "How are you alive?" The fiancée who originally belonged to him also stood up abruptly. It was him. Guan Yulin took firm steps, walking toward the martial arts arena step by step. He cupped his fists and bowed to his cousin, but he didn't forget to mock him with words. The cousin piled up a face of fake smiles. "Yulin, my marriage to Xinya was decided by the elders of both sides. Don't blame me for marrying her, okay?" At this moment, Yulin's former fiancée also shouted out, "It was arranged by elders on both sides. I only wanted to marry Yuan after withdrawing the engagement with you." I hope, before she could finish speaking, Guan Yulin interrupted her indifferently. "You really think too highly of yourself. A fickle, vain woman. You aren't worthy." Then, ignoring the discussion of the people below the stage, he cupped his fists at Guan Yuan again. "Please guide me, cousin." With a bang, their 2 fists collided. A strong fist wind swept toward the stands. Seeing Guan Yuan falling into a disadvantage, he raised a fist glowing with golden light and smashed it over. Yulin seemed to go berserk, his eyes also flashing with golden light. His fists hit his cousin's body like raindrops. Guan Yuan was already on the verge of defeat, only able to grit his teeth and persist. Suddenly, he drew his personal sword and shouted loudly, "Guan Yulin, die!" But at this moment, the big man was expressionless, thick, profound energy filling every part of his body. He stomped fiercely on the ground. His figure, fast enough to leave afterimages, leaped high. A clanging sound rang out. The precious sword was knocked directly away, sticking half a meter deep into the ground. The Guan patriarch below the stage saw his grandson use the family heirloom technique, shifting shadow, and immediately laughed up at the sky. "My Guan family has a successor." And at this time on the stage, the winner was decided. Guan Yulin still looked relaxed. "You lost." Guan Yuan was unwilling to accept it, his eyes revealing thick, murderous intent. He pulled a dagger from his boot. With a delicate shout of stop, the dagger was knocked flying. The cousin's father hurriedly stepped forward and hugged his son. Unexpectedly, he still wouldn't give up. His father stopped him. His former fiancée also couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. Her eyes closed, and she fainted. Feng Jiu saw the chaotic crowd below the stage. She hurriedly called to Guan Yulin. Brother, done talking? Let's go. It's too chaotic here. Just then, a group from the Guan family surrounded them. Miss, are you a Guan family member? How come I don't recall the Guan family having such a person? Feng Jiu leaped high, about to jump off the stands. Stop putting gold on your faces. When did I say I was from your family? The messy old man was angered enough. Impudent. At this moment, Guan Yulin blocked in front of Feng Jiu. No bullying my sister. The man had seized the position of family heir with thunderous momentum, defeating the cousin who almost killed him. He took off the title of family waste. Unexpectedly, the family members still wanted to bully his sister Feng Jiu. Guan Yulin protected Feng Jiu. No bullying my sister. The Guan family old man burned with rage. Rebelling? You're rebelling, aren't you? Guan Yulin took a deep breath, then announced loudly, Guan Yulin voluntarily leaves the clan. From today on, the Guan family's affairs have nothing to do with me. The old man's face instantly turned dark. Did the Guan family mistreat you? You actually want to voluntarily leave the clan? Guan Yulin laughed up at the sky. He tore open his upper garment. He revealed the scars on his abdomen. I'm telling you, this was left by my dear cousin stabbing me through from behind. And you still want my fiancé to marry him. Whether you mistreated me or not, don't you have a clue in your hearts? The old man was so angry smoke came out of his 7 orifices. His legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. From this moment on, family rules are useless on me. You'd better keep them to teach your own descendants. He called to Feng Jiu and turned to leave. On the way back, Feng Jiu asked if Big Brother would regret it. But Guan Yulin had long made plans, preparing to establish his own household. Feng Jiu clapped her small hands, wanting to buy a big mansion immediately. Guan Yulin sighed lightly, preparing to use his own strength to accomplish it. Just then, Feng Jiu saw a figure outside the carriage. She got off the carriage alone. She saw an old man with gray hair pouring the wine from his gourd onto the ground. Still unsatisfied, he said to the waiter beside him, "This wine is as bland as plain water. You can drink it, but I can't." The waiter immediately got angry. "You old man, you're really unreasonable. If you don't leave, I won't be polite." Then a gourd smacked onto his forehead. "No respect for elders. Did your parents teach you to point fingers at your elders like this?" The waiter was confused by this move. He wanted him to hurry home. But the old man didn't remember where his home was. The waiter hugged the old man's thigh and cried bitterly. Hearing the old man wanted another pot of wine, the waiter revealed a pitiful expression. "Grandpa, you already owe a lot of money." Just then, Feng Jiu appeared. "I'll pay for his wine." Seeing Feng Jiu, the old man revealed a kindly smile. "Little Feng, how did you find Grandpa again?" Feng Jiu was moved to tears. Little Jiu grabbed her grandfather's hand, leading him to go home. Unexpectedly, Grandpa still wanted to buy her favorite candy. It instantly plunged her into memories of Feng Chinga's childhood. Grandpa spoiled her the most. Finally, she sent Grandpa to the Feng family gate. But the time for her to return hadn't come yet. She could only bid farewell to Grandpa. Unexpectedly, the old man took her small hand. "Grandpa will accompany you. I can protect you too." At this time, a Feng family servant came to report. The old patriarch had left seclusion and disappeared. The Feng family patriarch was instantly startled. "All useless buckets," Murong Yishuan beside him said. "He must have slipped out to drink." Immediately, the Feng family patriarch cupped his hands, said a greeting, and went to search. Unbeknownst to him, the old patriarch followed Feng Jiu back to the courtyard where she was temporarily staying. The old man's eyes sharpened. He tore off the veil on her face. His eyes instantly widened round. A powerful strength filled Grandpa's body. "Tell me, who hurt your face like this?" The peerless woman wearing a veil was recognized by Grandpa at a glance. But the old man was wise with age. He felt something was wrong. Swish! He tore off Feng Jiu's veil. Seeing the crisscrossing scars on his granddaughter's face, the old man's eyes widened. "Tell Grandpa, who hurt your face like this?" Feng Jiu touched her cheek. Inside, she was still a little timid. "Do you still recognize that I am your granddaughter?" The old man hugged Feng Jiu in heartache. No matter what little Feng turns into, Grandpa recognizes her. The two sat before the stone table. The old patriarch asked what happened. Feng Jiu looked desolate. "The Feng family currently has another Feng Chinga." Grandpa was instantly furious. "What? There's a fake at home? Your father can't recognize his own daughter?" He immediately wanted to drag Feng Jiu home, but was refused by her. You don't plan to go back with Grandpa? Feng Jiu also hoped she could go back. If you return to the Feng family, see Feng Qingge, and still feel that I am your granddaughter, I will go back with you. The old patriarch solemnly promised her, Feng girl, Grandpa will definitely come to pick you up. Then the old patriarch prepared to go home. Feng Jiu's father finally found him. The old patriarch wasn't grateful. Tighten your skin for me. I'll deal with you later. Back at home, the old man was full of anger. Go call Qingge here for me. The father was also full of confusion. With a bang, the old man slapped the table hard. I said it. Go get the person for me. Soon, the servant called Qingge over. Seeing the person before him looked exactly like Feng Jiu, the old man's eyes instantly darkened. The fake Qingge looked solemn. Did the old man discover something? She hurriedly leaned close to Grandpa, expressing her longing for him during his months of seclusion. The old man narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I remember you have a phoenix birthmark on your forearm. Show me. The fake Qingge cried with pear blossom tears. Are you suspecting I'm not your biological granddaughter? The old man ignored her acting. Reveal the birthmark and let me see. The father hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Dad, with a bang, the old man slammed the table and rose. Shut up. In the end, the fake Qingge still revealed the birthmark. The old man wasn't so easily fooled. He dipped his hand in tea water and rubbed the birthmark. But the phoenix birthmark on the arm didn't change at all. The father immediately stood out to defend her. Dad, are you suspecting your own granddaughter? The old man looked heavy-hearted. That's right. People's eyes can be deceived. You must use your heart to feel. This old man has lived this long. Even if she wears the face of the phone girl, she might not be the phone girl. She's not my phone girl. I want to arrest her and take off her mask. At this time, the fake Qingge looked at herself in the mirror. She smashed a table full of ornaments onto the floor. Her eyes burst with thick, murderous intent. This dead old man. With a loud bang, the main door swung open. The old patriarch, like a demon from hell, walked in holding a sharp sword. With a loud shout of die, he swung a fierce sword strike. The father hurriedly blocked in front of the fake Qingge. At this moment, the old man's eyes glowed red, having lost his reason. Get out of the way. Seeing the old man's state was wrong, the father chopped the back of his neck with a hand knife. He immediately yelled for servants to get a doctor. After the doctor checked his pulse, he felt the old man definitely had a cultivation error. The old man, over half a century old, wanted to kill his own granddaughter, but was knocked out by his son with one palm strike. He even locked the old man up. The heroine Feng Jiu found that the old man was late in picking her up, so she asked Lung Shuang to go to the Feng family to inquire about the situation. Unexpectedly, Lung Shuang soon brought back news. The Feng old patriarch had gone mad and would attack people randomly, so he was locked up. Hearing the news that Grandpa was also framed, Feng Jiu clenched her fists. Guan Yulin looked puzzled. Little Jiu, why are you asking about Feng family matters? She thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. I have another identity. I'm the Feng family Miss Feng Qingge. The two instantly opened their mouths wide in shock. The Feng Qingge encountered a few days ago is called Su Run. I picked her up and brought her home when she was a few years old. To replace my identity, she ruined my face and poisoned me. She sold me to a brothel. She calculated everything, but didn't expect me to still be alive. Guan Yulin clenched his fists. You didn't go home. Was it because you were afraid your family wouldn't recognize you in your current state? Feng Jiu looked relieved. Yes, but I met Grandpa on the street a few days ago. He recognized me at a glance. But now he's locked up. Grandpa can't just suddenly go crazy. It must be Su Ruiyun's doing. She decided to go to the Feng family at night to investigate. At night, Feng Jiu, dressed in night clothes, appeared on the Feng family roof. From the room guarded by 2 guards came the old man's roars. Su Ruiyun was even hypocritically instructing subordinates to take care of the old patriarch carefully. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu saw all this. She took out a small white medicine bottle and sprinkled it from the roof. The few guards instantly fainted. Feng Jiu hurriedly rushed in. She saw the old patriarch's 4 limbs tightly chained to the bed. He constantly roared, "Kill you. I want to kill you." Feng Jiu was full of concern, but the old patriarch couldn't recognize her anymore. She directly used a silver needle she carried to prick the old man's neck. The old man finally stopped struggling and fell into a deep sleep. Feng Jiu used her space ring to store the old man inside. Just then, a servant delivering medicine barged in. Who is it? Seeing she was discovered, Feng Jiu quickly rushed out the door. She jumped onto the roof to escape. Unexpectedly, her father heard the commotion here and quickly chased after her. "Little thief, where are you running?" Then he smashed a fist toward Feng-Jio. She dodged sideways, barely avoiding the blow. She flipped and jumped off the roof. She thought secretly, now is not the time to fight with Dad. Leaving is the most important thing. With a swish, she leaped onto the roof again to escape. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. Murong Yishuan blocked her path. The two soon exchanged blows. Feng-Jio's father looked at this familiar figure, his heart full of myriad doubts. Why is this figure so familiar? At this time, Feng-Jio delivered a flying kick, almost kicking Murong Yishuan off the roof. With a flash, she hurriedly escaped. Back at home, Feng-Jio pushed open the door. "Brother, help quickly." Guan Yulin took the unconscious old patriarch. "How was it? Did it go smoothly?" Feng-Jio hurriedly ordered Lung Shuang to guard outside the room. She performed detoxification on Grandpa. She carefully pulled out the silver needle from the old man's neck. She pricked the old man's finger, and a stream of fresh blood dripped into the water basin. Looking at the color of the blood in the basin, Guan Yulin also discovered something strange. "That woman actually poisoned your grandpa?" Feng-Jio looked solemn. She is also a poison expert. Otherwise, so many doctors wouldn't have failed to find it. After working for more than an hour, most of the poison was cleared. Feng-Jio waved a large brush and wrote a prescription. She gave it to Guan Yulin to buy medicine. At this time, Su Riyun was asking a man to investigate Feng-Jio's identity. She asked him to transfer a few killers from the poison sect to kill Feng-Jio. Could they handle the upcoming crisis? The old man was tied to the bed with iron chains by his own son. Finally, he was saved by Feng-Jio. It turned out he was poisoned by the fake Xinga, causing him to lose his reason and kill anyone he saw. After Feng-Jio's careful treatment, the old patriarch finally woke up. Grandpa looked at Feng-Jio's current appearance and instantly cried out in heartache. "Grandpa has failed you." Feng-Jio hurriedly comforted the old patriarch. "I'm fine like this. What exactly happened when you went back?" "I found that you inhaled drugs with excitatory effects and were also deeply poisoned." The old patriarch wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "It was that woman. At that time, I wanted to capture her and expose her identity, but she threw some powder at me." Feng-Jio had already guessed the subsequent events. "That woman mentioned my ruined face to provoke you, right?" The old patriarch responded angrily. "At that time, I was very angry. I felt a ball of fire rush to my forehead, and my reason became uncontrollable." Afterward, Feng-Jio told Grandpa to rest peacefully and walked out of the room. Guan Yulin happened to return from buying medicine. He told Feng-Jio with a worried face, "When I bought medicine today, the Feng family was looking for people everywhere. Will they find us here?" Feng-Jio comforted him nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. It's fine if they find us. Don't worry." Then she pulled Guan Yulin to introduce him to Grandpa. Seeing his granddaughter pulling a stranger, the old man revealed a kindly smile. Feng-Jio briefly introduced Guan Yulin and Lung Shuang's identities. The old man was also shocked inside. These two are not old, but their cultivation aura is very steady. Feng-Jio covered the old patriarch with a quilt and walked out of the room. Guan Yulin reminded Feng-Jio again, "We are being watched." Feng-Jio already had a way to deal with it. She let Lung Shuang go out as usual and ordered the servants in the mansion not to go out no matter what happened. The sky gradually turned dark. Feng-Jio was playing Go with Guan Yulin. A group of people dressed in night clothes completely surrounded them. Feng-Jio hurriedly hid behind Guan Yulin. The leading man in black gave an order: "Kill the male, capture the female back." Guan Yulin threw a fierce punch, sending the man in black flying. Bang! After the dust settled, several men in black flew out. The leader saw Guan Yulin was hard to deal with. "Catch the woman behind him." Feng-Jio pretended to be weak. "Brother, save me." Guan Yulin's iron fist struck with the sound of wind, but he couldn't handle the sheer number of men in black, leaving him unable to break away to save Feng-Jio. A cold sneer curled up the corner of Guan Yulin's mouth. "You think you can stop me?" He threw another incredibly fierce punch, killing another man in black on the spot. Then he took out a white handkerchief, wiped his blood-stained hands. He left the remaining few fish that slipped through the net to Lung Shuang and chased after them. Meanwhile, Feng-Jio had been taken to a residence. She put on a pitiful look. "Who are you people? Why did you catch me?" The man beside her revealed a lecherous smile. "I wonder how good-looking this woman is." He reached out his dirty hand to pull off her veil. Just then, a tall man appeared. Feng Jiu looked at the newcomer and laughed contemptuously. An old acquaintance. If not for your help back then, how could I have been ruined by Su Rian? The man ordered his subordinates, take off her veil. Watching the large hand about to pull off her veil, Feng Jiu showed a terrified expression. A woman kidnapped by a group of men in black. But inside, she didn't feel a shred of timidity. Just as the man was about to pull off her veil, the heroine, Feng Jiu, suddenly smiled. She casually swung her dagger, sealing his throat with one cut. Then she said to the leading man, I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance. What a surprise. The man felt that since they were old acquaintances, why was she still wearing a veil? Feng Jiu chuckled lightly. It's not that this old lady doesn't dare to see people, but that you aren't qualified. Feng Jiu looked at the surrounding men in black without a trace of fear. I'm very curious how much power Su Ryun still has. The leading man was startled. It's you? You're not dead? Feng Jiu picked at her fingernails with a knife, unconcerned. If I died, how could I seek revenge on you all? The man seemed to hear a huge joke. Just you? Aren't you too naive? Just as he was about to draw his sword. Bang! The main gate shattered into pieces. Guan Yulin had arrived. Feng Jiu smiled. Brother, leave a few alive later. Then, several men in black rushed at Guan Yulin. Feng Jiu also leaped high, stabbing her dagger at the leading man. Ding! The man blocked it with his sword in front of him. You want to fight me? You're too tender. He immediately swung a fierce slash. Feng Jiu retreated rapidly, narrowly dodging the blow. Before Feng Jiu could react, he quickly swung another slash. A lock of Feng Jiu's hair was cut off. The man also realized Feng Jiu was difficult to deal with. Every attack was dodged by her. Finally, Feng Jiu landed a roundhouse kick, sending the man kneeling on the ground, spitting blood. Thud! He knelt on the ground, revealing an expression of disbelief. You really are Feng Chinga? Feng Jiu said, still indifferent. You'll know soon enough. Her figure became extremely fast as she rushed at the man with her dagger. The man touched the wound on his neck, looking at Feng Jiu, unable to believe it even at death's door. How? How is this possible? Guan Yulin also spoke easily at this moment. Little Jiu, I've knocked all these people out. Feng Jiu took out a pill and stuffed it into the man's mouth. He was still defiant. You think you can get information this way? Feng Jiu looked disdainful. Trust me, you will beg to tell me. She immediately asked Guan Yulin to check if there was a dungeon. The crippled men in black were locked into iron cages. Feng Jiu asked mischievously, Brother, do you want to watch too? She quickly pushed the bewildered Guan Yulin out. Go guard the door quickly. Don't let their people in. After sending Guan Yulin away, she issued a final ultimatum to the man. It's not too late to speak now. Before he could answer, the man noticed something wrong. His subordinates' bodies were burning up and blushes appeared on their faces. The subordinates lost their reason and stared at the man with lecherous faces. Scared, his eyes widened, crying and shouting for mercy. Feng Jiu bent down. Tell me what I want to know, or be ravaged by them. The man didn't hesitate at all, agreeing to tell everything he knew. Feng Jiu looked like her scheme had succeeded. What kind of force does Su Ruiyun have under her? The man could only lower his head in resignation. It's the poison sect. Then, the group of people began tearing at his clothes. He still hoped little Jiu would let him out. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu opened the door directly. I won't be soft-hearted towards enemies. Closing the door, Guan Yulin asked why those people were making strange noises. Feng Jiu's face had awkward written on it. Don't worry about it. They won't live much longer. The man was about to suffer inhumane torture. Extreme fear made him reveal the power behind Su Ryun directly. The heroine, Feng Jiu, and Guan Yulin planned to destroy this force. The two shuttled rapidly through the jungle. They soon reached the poison sect's lair. Feng Jiu took out 2 antidote pills and handed one to Guan Yulin. Guan Yulin looked serious. I heard the poison sect is powerful. Can just the two of us do it? Feng Jiu was the dignified ghost doctor. She decided to fight poison with poison, requiring no direct action from them. At this time, Su Ruiyun came to find her subordinates, seeing the miserable state of bodies lying all over the iron cage. She was shocked. What happened? She couldn't believe it. How could the Guan Yulin siblings have such strength? Suppressing the urge to vomit, she threw a torch and burned down the residence. On her way home, she heard passers-by chatting about the poison sect being wiped out. She instantly lost her calm, grabbing a passerby in disbelief to ask. The man endured the pain and said again, the news that the poison sect was wiped out overnight. Su Ruiyun's mouth gaped in shock. Her face turned dark instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She hurried to the poisoned sex mountain gate and saw the scattered sex stone tablets. Suroy and Konanchet had feasts. It must be that pair of siblings. She looked frantic, thinking secretly, now, only by becoming the Phoenix Master and taking over the Phoenix Guards can even the Imperial family not touch me. Thinking of this, Su Ryun immediately became confident. I will definitely obtain this force and become the Phoenix Master. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu was taking a walk with her grandfather in the Peach Blossom Ridge. The grandfather and granddaughter were discussing when to return to the Feng family. Suddenly, Guan Yulin appeared, interrupting their conversation. Little Jiu, you must return to the Feng family quickly. Your father has fallen ill due to grandfather's disappearance. It seems he wants to hand over the Phoenix Master position to Su Ryun. Grandfather? Bang! He slammed the table fiercely. It must be Su Ryun poisoning people again. After discussing, they immediately set off to return to the Feng family. Meanwhile, the strongest among the Feng family's elites, the Phoenix Guards, were discussing the matter of acknowledging a master. The leader of the Phoenix Guards asked the other brothers, "You've all seen the family head's daughter today. What do you think?" They joked with each other. Strength is indeed not great, but looks are okay, just as they were joking around. Su Ryun walked over with two maids. She looked at this group of free-spirited yet polite men. She thought to herself, so these are the legendary Phoenix Guards who have reached the peak of martial warrior. One of the Phoenix Guards said indifferently, "Eldest Miss, although we are Phoenix Guards, we haven't acknowledged a master yet. Whether we do depends on your ability. So Royun look confident. You will submit to me." Such a big matter as taking over the Phoenix Guards even alerted the ruler to come. Just as Su Ryun was greeting the ruler, a subordinate rushed over to report, "The old patriarch is back." Even the ruler quickly stood up. "The old patriarch is back? Where is he?" Just then, Feng Jiu's father was helped in. Seeing the scene was like a bolt from the blue for the ruler. How has Feng Xiao become so weak? Su Ryun's face was ferocious. These people actually don't put me in their eyes, bringing Feng Xiao in without permission. Just then, Feng Jiu's group returned. A woman whose face was ruined by her best friend, who then replaced her identity in the Feng family. After experiencing thousands of hardships, she finally returned. Su Ryun was instantly terrified. "How can it be you? Men, take her down for me." Unexpectedly, the old patriarch shouted angrily, "We're the Phoenix Guards." All the Phoenix Guards clasped their fists, faces full of respect. Subordinates greet the old patriarch. The old patriarch waved his hand. "Take her down for me." Feng Jiu's father looked at her familiar figure, looking confused. "Who are you? Why are you so familiar? You've already guessed it, haven't you?" Father was speechless, his hands trembling as he pulled Feng Jiu over. "I'm sorry." Father didn't know the person beside him was a fake. Murong Yishuan on the side was also shocked. "Uncle, who did you say she is? How could the weak Feng Xiao withstand such a blow?" He fainted directly. After arranging servants to send him back to his room, the old patriarch stood out again, announcing to everyone in the Feng family, "This woman is simply not Feng Chinga. She is a palace may my granddaughter picked up on the street. Su Ryun, this woman has a heart like a snake and scorpion. She plotted against my granddaughter to replace her identity. After I discovered it, she even wanted to poison this old man." Su Ryun's identity was exposed. She let out a hysterical laugh. "So it was you. The destruction of the poison sect was also your doing, right?" Su Ryun prepared to smash the jar, since it was already cracked, her face ferocious. "Then take off your veil. Let everyone see if the face under your veil is truly Feng Chinga." Feng Jiu turned around and asked to be taken outside the Feng Manor's main gate. The surroundings were instantly crowded with onlookers. Su Ryun shouted for them to let her go. Feng Jiu didn't care. "Let her go. She can't run." Then, Su Ryun tore off the face mask, revealing her original appearance. A mocking smile curled up Feng Jiu's lips. "How do you think I should pay you back?" Su Ryun still looked like a dead pig, unafraid of boiling water. "Your meridians were destroyed by my poison, and the flesh on your face turned inside out, scarier than a yiksha. And back then, I had you sold to a brothel." Unknown to her, Feng Jiu pulled out a sword from a guard behind her. With a fierce scream, Su Ryun's mouth flowed with fresh blood. Her tongue was cut off. Since no ivory comes out of a dog's mouth, there's no need for the tongue. Su Ruiyun lunged at her with a ferocious face. Feng Jiu swung the sword again. The dress on her body instantly burst apart. Under the public gaze, Feng Jiu continued to tease, "Didn't you say you don't need face? I think it might be better if you don't wear anything." A Phoenix guard laughed with a beaming face. "Eldest miss, this move is good. So white and tender. It's a pity to kill her." At this time, Murong Yishuan stood out. "Chinga, that's enough." Feng Jiu ignored him, swinging the sword again. Swish! Su Ruiyun instantly let out a scream that pierced the sky. Murong Yishuan tried to stop her again, but was met with Feng Jiu's angry rebuke. "Shut up. This is my Feng family's business. I hope the third prince won't interfere." Feng Jiu continued to cut her body, knife by knife. "These are all things I'm returning to you." Unexpectedly, Murong Yishuan suddenly struck a palm. Su Ruiyun, seeing the person she loved most being so cruel to her, she shed tears of regret. Channeling all the mystic energy in her body, she slapped her own forehead. In the end, she died miserably by her own hand. A woman was enjoying a hot spring bath with a look of enjoyment. A noise startled her. She sat up abruptly and shouted, "Who is it?" In the thick mist, a tall human figure appeared. The man also discovered her bathing. He quickly clasped his fists to apologize. Feng Jiu, hearing this familiar voice, also had a face full of doubt. The person who came was the uncle who had once helped her. She immediately teased him with a relaxed look. "I thought the black market sent a beauty to this young master. How come a man came in?" The uncle stared intently at Feng Jiu in the hot spring. Feng Jiu realized the uncle didn't respond and continued to tease him. "Sir, staring at me like this, do you have some bad habit?" The uncle quickly explained, "Young master, you worry too much. I was just trapped in the formation." Saying that, he stepped forward towards Feng Jiu. Scared, she quickly shouted angrily, "Stand still." The uncle was also a thick-skinned person. He knew the exit of the formation was right behind Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu bit her lip, thinking to herself, "Nonsense. Of course I know." She raised her palm, gathering a trace of mystic energy. She slapped it towards a water surface, while the uncle was dodging. Red clothes were already draped over her body. The uncle ignored her, brushing past her shoulder to leave. Feng Jiu quickly stopped him. "Stop!" Unexpectedly, her foot slipped. Seeing she was about to fall, she grabbed the uncle's pants in passing. She pulled him straight down. This eye-stinging scene immediately made Feng Jiu sweat profusely. The uncle, covered in killing intent, turned back to look at her. Feng Jiu gritted her teeth, apologizing to him submissively. Bang! The uncle kicked her, flying directly. She fell into the hot spring. Feng Jiu instantly got angry. "You actually dare to kick me. Just you wait." It turned out that after Su Ruiyun died, Feng Jiu resumed her identity as the eldest miss of the Feng family. She changed into gorgeous clothes, preparing to leave Yingyue City. Feng Jiu, who had the title of Ghost Doctor, was invited by the black market to participate in a spirit medicine competition. They would also escort her all the way to the headquarters. Perhaps it was a fate destined by heaven. It let her encounter the scene from before with the uncle in the black market headquarters. Feng Jiu dressed well, put on her mask, opened the door, and scolded angrily, "What's the noise?" Learning from Lung Shuang that someone stole a few spirit medicines, fled into the hot spring, and was about to barge in, Feng Jiu was furious. Her figure moved so fast it left an afterimage. She slapped the leading man's face, releasing a powerful pressure from her whole body. "Who gave you the guts to behave atrociously in front of me?" This operation awed the group of guards. Under the public gaze, she took Lung Shuang and turned to leave. Thinking of being kicked by the uncle, she returned to her room, huffing with anger. Because of Lung Shuang's dereliction of duty, she quickly requested Feng Jiu's punishment. Feng Jiu drank a mouthful of cold tea. "That person, even I'm not his match, let alone you." Then she waved her hand in relief. "It's fine. I didn't lose out either. I pulled his pants down." This confused Lung Shuang too. As for the upcoming spirit medicine competition, can Feng Jiu successfully win the championship? She is the eldest miss of the General's Manor, but she has another unknown identity behind her. She is the ghost doctor, Feng Jiu. Even the black market, which is all over the continent, has to ask her for help, wanting to invite Feng Jiu to participate in a spirit medicine competition for them. Guards surrounded Feng Jiu as she arrived at the meeting hall. The various elders of the black market had been waiting for a long time. The president was full of dignity. "Sir, please sit." Feng Jiu walked unhurriedly to the chair and was about to sit down. Unexpectedly, the chair flew backward quickly. An elder had a wicked smile on his face. Feng Jiu wasn't a pushover either. A cold sneer curled up her mouth. She secretly gathered mystic energy in her hand. Whoosh! The chair returned to its original position. Feng Jiu sat down steadily. But the man who just played the trick screamed and fell to the ground. He immediately pointed at Feng Jiu with a face full of anger. "Such bold guts. You actually dare to tease me." Feng Jiu looked unconcerned. "Is this how your black market treats guests?" Even the president stood out to speak for Feng Jiu. When spirit medicine masters enter, treating guests rudely is not allowed. The other elders also began to make difficulties. "This competition is very important. Our black market's reputation cannot be staked on someone whose face we don't even know." The president also felt it made sense and wanted Feng Jiu to take off her mask. But she remained looking like it was none of her business. "You invited me here. Why make it seem like I insist on helping you?" She immediately stood up to leave. "I'm really not interested in this matter." Unexpectedly, the guards at the door blocked her way. Feng Jiu waved her hand casually. Bang! 2 guards retreated a few steps. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Feng Jiu released a powerful pressure from her whole body. Just then, the president shouted angrily, "Everyone stop." He immediately clasped his fists, looking respectful. "Ghost Doctor, I didn't mean that." Feng Jiu wasn't one to suffer a loss. She immediately wanted to talk to him about remuneration. Finally, she agreed. The spirit medicine competition was about to begin. Feng Jiu arrived at the venue under the escort of the black market group. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She discovered the uncle's figure in the stands. She turned back to ask the president beside her, "Who is that bearded uncle?" The president also looked respectful. This person's identity is not simple. His name is Lin Mohan. He reached the golden core rank at 25. Feng Jiu was full of surprise. 25 years old and growing such a big beard for what? The two then thought to pay a visit to the uncle together. At this time, the uncle's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the mask on Feng Jiu's face, he thought of the clothes he saw in the hot spring that day. The president briefly introduced Feng Jiu's background. Feng Jiu said mischievously to him, "Uncle, if Ghost Doctor is hard to say, calling me Gue is also fine." Lin Mohan stroked his beard. "That unruly girl from Jiufu Lin also called me that. Do I really look that old?" Seeing Feng Jiu's calm appearance, the uncle also knew that the matter of intruding into the hot spring was discovered by her. Subsequently, the two walked alone into a dense forest. The uncle asked Feng Jiu, "Have we met before?" Feng Jiu was still as cynical as ever. "Uncle, are you still wearing red underpants now?" These words made the uncle shut down directly. "Does this kid have some bad habit?" Feng Jiu suddenly moved close to the uncle. Scared, he quickly retreated 2 steps. "What are you doing?" Lin Mohan looked disgusted. "A man should look like a man." Then he turned and left huffily. This gorgeously dressed, weak woman actually had a title that didn't match her temperament, known in the Jianghu as Ghost Doctor. It was also because her medicine refining level increased that she was invited by the black market to participate in a medicine refining conference. Clang! A gong sounded. The first elimination round began. The president quickly explained to Feng Jiu beside him. The first level doesn't require going up to compete. Medicine masters present the level and category of their pills. High enough is fine. After the judge's careful consideration, finally, only 30 of the 120 medicine masters remained. Afterwards, the president introduced her biggest competitor. The Nebula Academy's pharmacist is a Tier 3 Grand Medicine Master. Brother Ghost Doctor just needs to do your best. Losing to a Tier 3 Medicine Master isn't shameful. Feng Jiu was determined to win. "We haven't competed yet. How do you know I'll lose?" The gong sounded again. The 30 winning medicine masters slowly walked towards the competition stage. Just then, a large hand appeared behind Feng Jiu, almost pushing her to the ground. Wondering who was so blind, Feng Jiu turned back abruptly. Her figure rushed towards the man like the wind. Then a scream was heard. The man was knocked flying directly. This scene happened to be seen by the uncle in the stands. This person hides very deeply. Who could his true face be? At this time, the examiner took out a prescription. The first 10 to get the medicinal ingredients enter the next round. Everyone crowded together, fighting to grab medicinal ingredients. The Nebula Academy's medicine master and Feng Jiu both looked calm. No surprise, with such a simple competition, they passed in the end. The final competition. The higher the grade of the potion mixed on the spot, and the rarer it is, the winner. Feng Jiu channeled mystic energy. Various medicinal ingredients rotated quickly in her palm. Soon, a bottle of crystal-clear spirit medicine appeared in her palm. Even the judges were incredulous, seeing such a beautiful color. Feng Jiu introduced the spirit medicine's effects to the judge teachers. As long as you take this spirit medicine, escape speed can increase by 10 times. Several judges were shocked with mouths wide open. This potion is not simple. It can save lives at critical moments. The contestant on the side looked disdainful. Absurd. I've been refining medicine for so long, and I've never heard of a spirit medicine that can increase speed. In terms of glibness, no one can beat Feng Jiu. No wonder you are so old and still just a Tier 3 medicine master. Your level is just SOSO. At this time, an old man interrupted their argument. This bottle of potion is indeed a Tier 3 high-grade potion. The man was instantly shocked. You didn't see wrong, right? The old man's face was gloomy. Are you questioning my appraisal ability? The man looked disbelief. Impossible. How could I lose to a youth? Hearing the news of the Tier 3 spirit medicine, the black market president laughed to the sky. I really didn't expect we could win a championship this year. Just then, a group of men in black wearing masks rushed into the arena. Everyone shouted, "Run quickly." It's the people from Hell's Palace. Even Feng Jiu called Lung Shuang in panic. Run fast. Run down the mountain. Suddenly, Feng Jiu was knocked unconscious. She was carried on the shoulder by a man in black from Hell's Palace. Before the uncle could step forward, whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. Lung Shuang quickly asked the president for help. They also promised to inquire about Feng Jiu's whereabouts. The men in black from Hell's Palace arrived at a residence. They clasped their fists respectfully. A silver-haired man appeared. Watch the person well. Take back to Hell's Palace tomorrow. The mask-wearing, bewitching, beautiful man actually had a pair of Sharingan eyes. It was a notorious Hell's Palace lord. He ordered his subordinates to strictly guard the captured medicine master. Take Feng Jiu back to Hell's Palace tomorrow. A group of subordinates were secretly happy about returning to the sect. Unexpectedly, a staff member ran over, shouting the news that Feng Jiu was escaping. Before he could run close, the man in black had already rushed up with extreme speed. Feng Jiu's fists danced with the sound of wind. She beat several outer sect disciples back repeatedly. The young men grimaced in pain. Damn, what did this kid grow up eating? Strength is so great. The Lord watched the fierce fight on the roof, ordering calmly, take him down. Whoosh. Two men in black leaped onto the roof, emitting strong mystic energy from their bodies. It startled Feng Jiu too. Actually, Golden Core Stage 7 experts. She threw a fierce punch, only to be caught in his hand like a little chick. Her grimace of pain deepened instantly. She started complaining, damn it, bullying the few with the many is one thing, but twisting my arm too? She was then brought before the Hell's Lord. The moment she looked up, she saw the Lord's bewitching appearance. She immediately revealed a love-struck expression. What a sexy and tempting handsome man. Hearing these teasing words, the corners of the Lord's mouth curled into a faint smile. Sexy and tempting? Can I interpret that as you praising this Lord? Hearing this familiar voice, Feng Jiu revealed a puzzled expression. She tried hard to search the memories in her mind. Such a handsome man. If she had seen him, she definitely wouldn't have forgotten. The Lord casually tossed a few golden beans, sealing the spirit power within Feng Jiu's body. He also locked her inside a room. The next morning, they boarded an airship. Feng Jiu also walked out of the room, seeing the Lord drinking alone in a dashing manner. She walked up and poured herself a cup as well. She asked about his purpose in capturing her. The Lord revealed his most charming smile, yet spoke the harshest words. Aren't you afraid this Lord will kill you? Feng Jiu already knew in her heart that he definitely needed something from her and wouldn't harm her life. Seeing the exquisite pastries on the table, she took off her mask without hesitation. Little stars appeared in her eyes as she began to eat, disregardful of her image. Suddenly, she stopped her antics and stared straight at the handsome man in front of her. The Lord felt creeped out by this naked stare. Why is this kid so weird? Suddenly, the Lord's eyes sharpened, looking at the subordinates aside who were still in shock. He immediately released a powerful pressure. Do you have nothing better to do? The men respectfully prepared to leave. They didn't know their master could treat a person so gently. The silver-haired lord took Feng and finally returned to Hell's palace. He ordered the servants to take her down to change clothes and then send her to the medicine tower. A guard took out a set of clothes and urged her to change quickly. Feng shouted indignantly, "Get out! How can I change with you staring at me?" The man didn't know Feng was a girl. He stepped forward to tear at her clothes. A scream of molestation that pierced the sky echoed throughout Hell's palace. With a bang, several disciples burst into the room. Seeing the scene before them, the leading man couldn't help but tease. The man waved his big hand, ordering the disciples to forcibly change Feng clothes. Feng didn't care at all. "You want to strip me? Come up and try." This angered the man, who reached out his big hand to grab her. Feng casually blocked his arm and followed up with a palm strike directly to the man's chest. The powerful force sent him flying. Just then, the Lord arrived. The woman had been brought back to Hell's palace by the Lord. Because the guard didn't know she was a girl, he wanted to watch her change. The two came into conflict because of this. Subsequently, she was assigned to do chores and had to sleep in a large communal bunk. Unexpectedly, the Lord specifically asked about her. Hearing the guard's report, the hand that was writing paused instantly. His eyes shot out a bewitching red light, scaring the guard into kneeling and begging for mercy. The Lord emitted a strong, killing intent. "You have some nerve daring to make decisions on your own. You've been by this Lord's side for so many years. You know I dislike people who play smart the most." Meanwhile, Feng was chatting with a young lad about the situation in Hell's palace. She unreservedly said to the boy, "What kind of man is this Hell's Lord exactly?" Just as she turned around, the Lord was standing right behind her. Looking at such a bewitching, handsome man, Feng instantly revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "So it's the Lord. Haven't seen you for a few days. Seems you've gotten more handsome." The Lord ignored her teasing and took her to the floor where the pharmacists were. He wanted Feng to help develop a medicine that could suppress the cold poison. She immediately fell into deep thought. Uncle Lin has the Millennium cold poison. Why does the Hell's Lord also want to cure cold poison? She immediately spread her arms and acted like a diva. "Haven't checked the pulse, haven't seen the patient. How can I mix it?" The Lord told her to familiarize herself with the surroundings first. Just as he turned to leave, Feng grabbed his clothes. "You guys capture me to help, yet you make me squeeze into a communal bunk with others. Isn't that a bit excessive?" The Lord indifferently ordered the guard behind him arrange a separate small courtyard for him. Then he left alone. Feng stealthily followed him. "Lord, you wouldn't happen to be waiting for me, right?" The Lord glanced back at her coldly. "Here, don't go too far in anything. Otherwise, this Lord will deal with you." Watching his receding back, Feng was also full of confusion. Why does this Hell's Lord give way to her at every turn? Arriving at the medicine library on the 3rd floor, seeing the dazzling array of precious herbs, little stars instantly appeared in her eyes. The scar removal medicine can finally be concocted. The old man guarding the herbs watched Feng picking various herbs into a basket like she was shopping for vegetables at a market. The old man hurriedly asked about their use. Feng started spouting nonsense. "The Lord wants to develop a cold poison antidote. I need to take these back to research." Hearing Feng solemn bluffing, the old man was immediately won over. "If you need anything in the future, just ask." Feng beamed and patted his shoulder. "You really are a good person." The old man handed the prescription Feng took to the Lord. Unexpectedly, he waved his hand. "If he wants it, give it to him." Then he came to Feng door. Hearing the clanging sounds inside, his curiosity was piqued. What is being done here? Because Feng was too focused, she didn't notice the Lord's arrival. "Taking my medicine just to make this ghost stuff?" The sudden voice scared Feng out of her wits. "Getting scared like this? You must have done too many guilty deeds." Feng quickly patted her thumping little heart and complained, "Why are you here instead of sleeping?" At this moment, the Lord's eyes sharpened, staring tightly at Feng who had taken off her mask. His heart was already making waves. "So it's him, the little girl from the 9 entrapment woods. Last time the cold poison flared up, it was also he who saved me. This Hell's Lord is undoubtedly that uncle." She was just looking for a spirit medicine to restore her appearance. But by a twist of fate, she was captured by a group of men in black and brought to Hell's palace, required to refine an antidote to suppress cold poison. Seeing the dazzling array of precious herbs, she instantly felt hope for restoring her looks. After a burst of clanging activity, she made a mask and applied it to her face. Looking at the bright moonlight, she secretly thought, "The scars on my face have have faded a lot. In a while, they will completely disappear. It's also time to refine the spirit medicine for the Lord to suppress the cold poison. Suddenly, the spatial ring on her hand emitted a strong light. With a whoosh, Feng entered the small world inside the ring. She wanted to take some of the little brat's phoenix blood as a medicinal primer, but seeing the little brat still sound asleep with no sign of waking up, she had to go back to her room to cultivate. Just then, the old man guarding the herbs came to find Feng, telling her the news that the Lord was injured, and dragging her to help treat him. At this moment, Feng was full of doubts. The Lord has powerful cultivation. Is there anyone who can hurt him? The old man was defeated by her ignorance. The master went to the Poison Valley to steal the Heavenly Heart Flame Lotus. The Poison Valley Lord is a super powerhouse. No matter how high the master's cultivation is, it's hard to avoid injury. The two pushed open the Lord's door and saw a guard applying medicine to him. His disheveled appearance instantly made Feng Zhou's eyes widen. He shouted in anger, "Get out!" The Lord pushed out a palm full of mystic energy, throwing her directly out the door. With a bang, the door closed. Feng still couldn't resist the temptation of the handsome man and peeked through the crack of the door. Accidentally, she pushed the door open. The Lord lying on the bed instantly roared, "Shadow One, throw him out for me." No surprise, after Feng was thrown out again, she stood under the moonlight thinking quietly. What is the relationship between the uncle and the Hell's Lord? At this time, the old man from the medicine tower walked over. Feng hurriedly asked who the Lord stole the fire lotus for. The old man stroked his beard with a grin and mysteriously dodged the question. Just as Feng felt sleepy and prepared to return to her room to rest, a hand landed on her shoulder. It turned out to be the Lord's guard, notifying her to stay and take care of the Lord. Feng had to push the door and enter again. The scene before her made her eyes widen again. The Lord, with a bewitching look, asked her to help him change into clean clothes. Feng felt like an erupting volcano inside. "Why didn't you ask Shadow One to change you just now?" The Lord glared at her fiercely. Feng immediately became like a frosted eggplant. Just now she was ogling him like a fangirl, but at the critical moment, she got nervous inside, slowly pulling down the Lord's outer robe, revealing his sturdy chest. Feng swallowed her saliva, her face blushing. Immediately, her lecherous nature was revealed again. She tore off his upper garment, revealing the Lord's steel-like 8-pack abs. This scene stimulated Feng so much she drooled all over the floor. The Lord said to her indifferently, "Just changing clothes? Can it make you this excited?" Feng spun around, a stream of nose blood splattering out. Damn, too tempting. Then she wanted to pull down his pants, but was stopped in time by the Lord. The volcano in her heart was ignited again. Just a little bit more. Just a tiny bit more. She actually fell in love on Children's Day. She even copied others by going onto the roof to remove tiles, peeping at the Lord's every move. She saw two women kneeling before him. The Lord was looking at the woman in the red dress, which instantly reminded him of Feng Inexplicable anger ignited in his heart. "Who allowed you to wear red?" The woman was scared and crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Unexpectedly, Feng saw all of this. This stinky man really doesn't know how to treat beauty. The Lord ignored the woman's weeping and ordered her to wipe his hair. He pulled the white-clad woman into his arms, revealing a face full of doubt. "Why does it feel different?" The woman leaned on his shoulder seductively. Seeing this, Feng on the roof was extremely excited. It's starting. It's starting." With a scream of pain, the Lord instantly flew into a rage. "Who allowed you to lean on this Lord?" Just then, Feng who was watching the show on the roof, accidentally crushed a tile, making a noise. The Lord waved his hand casually, shooting a beam of mystic energy at the roof. Feng screamed as she fell down. Fortunately, the Lord caught her in his arms. Perhaps this was the feeling he wanted? Feng looked awkward. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Instead, the Lord revealed a faint smile. "What were you doing on the roof if you're fine?" This question made Feng at a loss. She made up a brainless excuse about admiring the moon to brush it off. Suddenly, the Lord's bewitching pupils dilated. He saw a cut on her arm. He hurriedly ordered Shadow One to get medicine and carried Feng into the bedroom. The two sat on the bed in silence. Feng was made nervous by this awkward atmosphere. She stood up to leave, but the Lord grabbed her waist, pulling Feng into his embrace. Shadow One brought the golden sur medicine. The Lord gently bandaged her wound. She ungratefully complained, "Your bandaging technique is really ugly." The Lord ignored her complaint. "When you plan to remove the stuff on your face?" Feng Jiu touched her cheek, thinking, "In a few more days, my peerless beauty will be restored." Just thinking about it was exciting. Seeing her shy look, the Lord hugged her tightly in his arms again. Feng Jiu shamelessly asked the Lord, "What does it feel like to hug?" The Lord's large hand inadvertently touched a hint of softness. Feng Jiu immediately lost her cool. Her mouth opened wide in shock. With a whoosh, she jumped more than 3 meters away, hands tightly protecting her chest. "Lord, I'm only 15. I can't withstand your ravaging." Feng Jiu quickly threatened to find him 2 girls and left in a hurry. Back in her room, Feng Jiu couldn't sleep for a long time. She felt that if she stayed any longer, something would happen. The thought of running away instantly filled her mind. Late at night, she went alone to soak in the hot spring. Just as she was enjoying the bathing culture of the great Northeast, feeling comfortable all over, unexpectedly, the Lord also appeared by the hot spring. "Coming to soak in the hot spring without calling this Lord? You came alone." Hearing the voice, Feng Jiu shouted, "Who?" The woman was enjoying the scrubbing culture of the great Northeast, but unexpectedly the Lord wanted to soak in the hot spring at this time. Seeing Feng Jiu here too, he immediately complained, "You didn't call this Lord when you came to bathe. You came secretly alone." Then, ignoring Feng Jiu's objection, he started taking off his clothes, revealing an excellent physique. Feng Jiu immediately lost her cool. "What are you doing?" This brainless question stumped the Lord. "Soaking in the hot spring, of course." He remained expressionless. Could it be that men bathing together matters? Feng Jiu immediately got angry. "It matters a lot." Just like that, the two soaked in the hot spring silently for a while. At this moment, Feng Jiu blushed and glanced at the Lord, as if she saw something that stung her eyes. She quickly covered her eyes. "Wow, damn, a big bird swimming in the water." At this moment, the Lord broke the deadlock. "Is this Lord's figure very great?" Feng Jiu quickly turned her back to indicate it wasn't much. Unexpectedly, the Lord stood up with a splash, wanting to get closer to let her see clearly. Feng Jiu was scared into exploding instantly. "Your figure is great, very buff, okay? This bathing culture isn't complete without scrubbing." The Lord lay on the bank, demanding Feng Jiu give him a premium scrub. She had to grab a towel, dip it in water, and start scrubbing vigorously. She was incredibly conflicted inside. What kind of sickness do I have? Bathing with him is one thing, but also scrubbing his back? After a bout of skin-grinding exercise, Feng Jiu was unhappy. "My hands are scrub raw. You've enjoyed enough, right?" The Lord had to let her leave first. Just as she turned around, his eyes narrowed. Seeing Feng Jiu soaking wet, he couldn't bear it. He draped his outer robe over her. Watching Feng Jiu leave in a huff, the corner of the Lord's mouth curled into a smile. What he absolutely didn't expect was Feng Jiu secretly sneaked into the medicine library and stole an extremely precious millennium ginseng. Having succeeded, Feng Jiu was very satisfied, smiling from ear to ear. Just as the Lord finished washing up and was preparing to rest, the old man guarding the medicine burst in, reporting the news that Feng Jiu stole the ginseng and ran away. The Lord's bewitching pupils instantly constricted. He summoned Shadow One and Grey Wolf to search together, not forgetting to instruct them. "If you find him, do not use force or hurt him." Meanwhile, Feng Jiu finally escaped from Hell's Palace. Her triumph lasted less than 3 seconds. Suddenly, she lost her footing and fell off the cliff with a whoosh. Staggering to her feet, she revealed a bewildered expression. "Who am I? Where am I?" Before she took a few steps, a teleportation array suddenly lit up under her feet, sending her directly to a strange place. She saw a fat man and a thin man gasping for breath under a big tree ahead. Feng Jiu immediately walked up carelessly. "Two handsome guys, may I ask?" Before she finished speaking, the fatty, like a bird startled by a bowstring, grabbed the skinny guy beside him and bolted into the distance. Feng Jiu followed closely behind the two, shouting, "Handsome guys, don't run. I'm just asking for directions." Feng Jiu's persistence exhausted the two of them. The fatty was already streaming tears. "What does this person do? Why so persistent? Chase us all the way." Not long after, the weak skinny guy was staggering from exhaustion. The fatty pulled up the skinny guy again, running while crying bitterly. Feng Jiu was sweating. "I just wanted to ask for directions." "What the hell are you running for?" Hearing this, the two instantly stopped, faces full of bewilderment. Asking for directions? Where is Feng Jiu teleported to? Do you know to what extent a person can be unlucky? The woman just escaped from the devil's den and was teleported to an unknown place. Finally met two people to ask for directions and scare them away. Finally catching up to them, she learned from them that she had mistakenly entered a training field. One must have the experienced jade token made by the academy head and kill enough prey to get out. Subsequently, the fatty tossed out a jade token and gave it to Feng Jiao. Just then, four disciples dressed in red appeared. The duo was instantly shocked, thinking, "Why is it you again?" Seeing the people who suddenly appeared, countless question marks appeared in Feng Jiao's mind. The leading man didn't take her seriously either. He just wanted to rob the duo of their treasures. Scared, the two trembled all over, wanting to hand over all their property so the group would spare their lives. Hearing their words, the red-clad disciples immediately mocked them. "Even if we kill you, all your things will be ours anyway." The woman among them looked playful. "If you want to live, kill each other. The survivor can live." This made Feng Jiao and the other two feel disgusted. The fatty stepped forward, opening his arms to block in front of Feng Jiao. "Little Jiao, run for your life quickly." Feng Jiao was also greatly surprised. This fatty is actually quite nice. Just then, "Fatty, I'm sorry." With a shout, the skinny guy took a dagger and attacked the fatty. He was pulled aside by Feng Jiao. Seeing he failed to kill the fatty, he gritted his teeth and stabbed again. Feng Jiao kicked him directly in the face, telling the skinny guy that even if he killed the fatty, these people wouldn't let him go. The skinny guy instantly turned angry from shame and wanted to attack Feng Jiao. She immediately pretended to be pitiful. The next second, the crisp sound of breaking bones was heard. Then another palm strike knocked out several front teeth. She grabbed his arm, and the crisp sound rang out again. The skinny guy's wrist was also broken. Feng Jiao revealed a harmless expression. "Why kill me? Although I'm a rookie, killing me isn't that easy." The skinny guy, wearing a mask of pain, hurriedly begged for mercy. The fatty beside him also started to plead for him, but Feng Jiao didn't care at all. "For those who want to kill me, I generally don't hold back." Saying that, she grabbed the skinny guy's neck, instantly sending him to the west. The fatty watched Feng Jiao's clean and efficient moves, mouth wide open in shock. Is this really a rookie? The red-clad disciples were scared into chaos and wanted to run. Feng Jiao looked calm. "You want to leave?" The leading man hurriedly fawned. "Brother, we are willing to hand over all the property we obtain. Hope you can let us go." Saying that, a pile of bags was thrown on the ground with a clatter. At this time, the fatty roared angrily. "There are still two most precious beast crystals in your clothes." The man instantly gritted his teeth, taking out the beast crystals from his clothes, secretly thinking, "Damn fatty, just you wait." In the end, Feng Jiao still let them go. Immediately, she started a great acting performance, sitting on the ground, scared this baby to death. Then, with a satisfied face, she started loading the loot into her spatial ring. She didn't expect to have so many unexpected gains. The woman accidentally stepped on a teleportation array and was sent to a strange trial ground. She learned about her current situation from the two people in front of her, just as they were searching for prey in the jungle to gain points and leave this place. The heroine Feng Jiao suddenly looked serious. Such strong spiritual fluctuation. She immediately turned her head and told the fatty to wait for her here. She rushed into the jungle alone at high speed. Seeing not far away, three people were mocking a man. Are those sex blind? Actually sending Xianghua, the left protector of Tianyuan Palace, in as a villain. Feng Jiao, hiding behind a big tree, also heard their conversation. Just then, one of them suddenly rushed at the man. The man, Xianghua, narrowed his eyes. As a sword light flashed past, a spray of blood dripped onto the ground. The man looked at his injured palm and knew he was outmatched. He called his companions to kill him together. Three men rushed towards Xianghua. Feng Jiao took out 3 poison needles. With an incredibly tricky angle, she shot them at the three. Without surprise, they were hit directly. In that split second of pause, Xianghua instantly spotted the opening and released a magnificent S-slash. The three were directly killed with a slash to the throat. Afterwards, he walked towards Feng Jiao, cupping his hands to express gratitude. Feng Jiao glanced at Xianghua indifferently. "You are a villain?" The man waved his big hand heroically. "How many righteous people don't have blood on their hands? Some are even more like villains than us." Later, the fatty finally caught up. Seeing Feng Jiao looting a corpse, he was instantly shocked. "Did you kill this person?" Feng Jiu hurriedly explained, "That person has already left." Suddenly, on this corpse, she found an egg with patterns. Feng Jiu also revealed a face full of confusion. "What kind of egg is this? Why does it have patterns?" The fatty also pondered for a while. Why would there be a magical beast egg here? Just then, a rustling sound came from behind. A giant snake, 100 meters long, rose up like a human. Feng Jiu's eyes widened instantly, shouting that this was a 7th-rank giant python. "Run!" But Fatty was already scared out of his wits, trembling and unable to take a step. Feng Jiu looked back at Fatty, who was still standing there. She pulled him up and ran like crazy. A human-beast chase began. Fatty cried for his parents, shouting, "It's catching up." The giant python opened its bloody mouth. It bit directly onto Fatty's pants. Feng Jiu quickly turned back and told him to throw the bird egg at the giant python. With a whoosh, the bird egg was thrown in a perfect parabola. With a crack, the egg shattered. Feng Jiu immediately flew into a rage. "Fatty, you idiot!" Seeing its snake egg broken, the giant python instantly went into a frenzy. It sped toward the two of them. Feng Jiu grabbed Fatty's arm and said, "Go." She threw him directly 100 meters away. How would she resolve this crisis on her own? This was a patterned ostrich egg that Feng Jiu had accidentally picked up. What she never expected was, it attracted a 7th-rank giant python. She dragged Fatty and ran without looking back, but they were eventually caught up. Fatty quickly threw the ostrich egg out. Unexpectedly, it smashed directly onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Feng Jiu was instantly furious. "Fatty, you bastard!" Seeing its child die miserably, the giant python instantly fell into madness. Seeing this, Feng Jiu directly threw Fatty out. She faced the crazy giant python alone. Feng Jiu jumped up, dodging the giant python's sweep by a hair's breadth. Just as she landed and hadn't stood firm, the giant python opened its bloody mouth and pounced again. Feng Jiu dodged the fatal blow again, but unexpectedly, the giant python wrapped around her. Seeing Feng Jiu about to suffocate, Fatty arrived in time, gathering all his mystic energy. He charged indomitably at the giant python. Before he could react, he was knocked flying. Feng Jiu struggled frantically, her eyes glowing red. She lowered her head and bit fiercely into the giant python's body. The spurting blood poured directly into Feng Jiu's stomach. The giant python roared in pain. It released its tail and whipped at Feng Jiu. She took the opportunity to hug the giant python's barrel-like waist. With a flurry of maneuvers, she landed steadily. With a clang, she unsheathed her dagger. She unleashed a phantom sword dance, slashing at the giant python. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in bloody marks. Feng Jiu used all her strength and stabbed fiercely into its vital 7-inch spot. Finally, she defeated the giant python. Then, due to exhaustion, she laughed and lay down on the grass. After resting for a moment, with a ripping sound, she opened a huge cut on the giant python's body. She groped around inside its body and took out a green magic crystal. Looking at the treasure in her hand, Feng Jiu was full of joy. Heavens, a 7th-rank magical beast. This is a full 1,000 experience points. Then with a wave of her small hand, the giant python's corpse emitted a blue light. It was collected directly into her spatial ring. The blood all over Feng Jiu's body made her feel very uncomfortable. Fatty quickly told her there was a water source nearby to wash up. Feng Jiu soaked in the lake and took off the mask on her face. She washed the medicinal paste off her face with clear water. The face that was originally full of scars was finally restored at this moment. Fatty called for Feng Jiu to come roast by the fire. The moment he turned his head, his eyes widened. How was this the dirty young lad from before? She had turned into a graceful beauty. Seeing Fatty blushing, heart beating fast and dazed, Feng Jiu patted Fatty's shoulder. "My experience points are full. I can leave by crushing the jade token." Fatty looked sincere. "I hope we can meet again in the future." Feng Jiu threw him a bottle of Millennium Spirit medicine, hoping he could leave safely. After leaving here, she crushed the jade token. A golden light surrounded her body, and her figure disappeared with it. When Feng Jiu opened her eyes again, she was surrounded by people from various academies. Feng Jiu quickly explained that she had intruded by mistake. Just then, her heart beat violently. Her eyes also glowed with golden light. Feng Jiu quickly sat cross-legged to circulate her energy, her whole body shrouded in golden light. Several academy teachers also felt the giant python's blood energy. Everyone was surprised. That giant python's blood energy is something even a foundation establishment cultivator would explode from drinking. At this time, Feng Jiu endured the severe pain in her body and actually advanced under everyone's gaze. A woman accidentally picked up an ostrich egg, attracting a 7th-rank giant python. In a critical moment, she bit into the giant python's body. The blood poured directly into her stomach. After a life-and-death bloody battle, she finally defeated the giant python. She crushed the jade token and left the trial ground. Teachers from various academies surrounded her. Feng Jiu quickly explained she had intruded by mistake. Just then, her heart beat violently. She quickly sat cross-legged and circulated the heaven-rank cultivation method. Her whole body emitted a strong golden light. Enduring the pain in her body, the mystic energy inside her circulated crazily. Finally, she advanced. But Feng Jiu still did not wake up from her meditation. Until 3 days later, the golden light around her body slowly turned red. A powerful shock wave rushed into the sky. She finally slowly woke up from her meditation. She quickly cupped her fists to the surrounding academy teachers. "Thank you, seniors, for protecting this junior." Then a group of people surrounded her, wanting her to join their sects. She quickly waved her hand. "Thanks to the seniors for thinking highly of this junior. I have no intention of joining a sect for the time being." Then she bowed to the elder of Nebula Academy. "This junior is waiting for the Nebula Academy recruitment fair to sign up." The white-haired elder laughed instantly. He took out a jade token from his chest. He happily handed it to Feng Jiu. "Take this token to sign up in a few days. You can enter Nebula Academy directly without assessment." Then, after bidding farewell to the old man, she left in a hurry. Feng Jiu looked at the distant mountains, worrying about how to cross them. At this moment, a man riding a white horse appeared, preaching to the white horse, "If you don't listen, I'll beat you." Unexpectedly, the white horse was even more violent. It reared up directly. With a bang, the man was thrown off the horse. Seeing this funny scene, Feng Jiu made a sarcastic remark from the side. "This horse is so fat, and it walks backwards. Truly excellent." The man also noticed Feng Jiu. He stood up and pulled the reins. "Who are you?" Feng Jiu ignored him and instead sized up the white horse. Her small hand patted the horse's, but directly. The horse showed a wronged expression and licked Feng Jiu's face. Feng Jiu was speechless. "Damn, I touch you once and you flirt back?" She learned from the man that this white horse was a pervert. Because it had horns on its head, it was called a dragon horse. It was so fat because it was lazy and gluttonous. Hearing its owner evaluate it like this, the dragon horse roared at the sky. Feng Jiu widened her eyes in curiosity. This dragon horse is quite spiritual. She simply bid farewell to the man. She ran down the mountain like the wind. The man and the dragon horse also prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, before the man could mount, Old White chased after Feng Jiu down the mountain. Seeing the white horse chasing her, Feng Jiu hated being followed the most. She sped up again. This chase bumped the man so much he lost half his life. No matter what he said, the white horse followed closely behind Feng Jiu. It left him speechless. "Control your white horse. Don't follow me anymore." Then Feng Jiu came to an end, thinking she could get rid of the white horse's tailing. Unexpectedly, the white horse followed behind her again. Feng Jiu was covered in black lines by this shameless operation. She slammed the table fiercely and shouted frantically, "It's not my horse." This white horse was not only lecherous, but also learned to peek through windows. This shameless operation made Feng Jiu spit out a mouthful of old wine. Fortunately, the horse's owner found them. The man pulled the reins desperately, but the horse remained indifferent. "I'm so angry, I'm definitely going to sell it." Hearing the news that the owner wanted to sell the horse, Feng Jiu wanted to buy it. "Anyway, you can't tame it, and it just happens to like me." Old White seemed to understand their conversation and let out a roar at the sky. The man scratched the back of his head, indicating he didn't really mean to sell it. But seeing Old White's look of fondness for Feng Jiu, he readily agreed. "Since you like Old White so much, I can give him to you." Feng Jiu called the waiter to add a set of tableware, then poured a full cup of old wine. Feng Jiu raised the wine glass with a sincere face. "Come, I toast you." The man also drank it all in one go. After the two simply introduced themselves, the man quickly instructed Feng Jiao, actually, Old White is easy to raise. Just prepare 10 caddies of fish and shrimp for every meal. Feng Jiao spat out the old wine she had just drunk. This guy doesn't eat grass, but eats meat? With black lines all over her head, she lay on the table. No wonder it's full of fat. Then the two simply bid farewell and left in a hurry. Feng Jiao took Old White to Six Path City. She heard passers-by discussing, this ghost doctor's potion is even more powerful than immortal pills. The outsiders who came in the past 2 days are all here for the ghost doctor. At this time, Hell's Lord, who got the news, also arrived here. Listening to his subordinate report news of Feng Jiao, the ghost doctor in Six Path City is most likely a fake. Hell's Lord looked cold. Since it's a fake, find a chance to expose him. The subordinate invited Hell's Lord to view the night scenery of Six Path City. At this time, Feng Jiao was eating in the night market, slurping noodles with a satisfied face. Boss, give me a bowl of oil-splash noodles. Suddenly, a familiar voice scared Feng Jiao so much she sprayed her rice. Looking up, she saw Hell's Lord sitting beside her. The scene was awkward for a moment. Feng Jiao quickly covered her face. They aren't here to catch me, are they? Then she put her hand down again. He hasn't seen my restored face. What am I afraid of? Then she started eating heavily again. When paying the bill, she didn't forget to look back at Hell's Lord. Pay for this Lord's bill too. Then she turned and left. Looking at Feng Jiao's retreating back, Hell's Lord seemed to realize something. His face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. Damn it, this woman dared to fool me. Monstrous anger ignited in his heart. He picked up 2 subordinates and ordered them to catch her. Feng Jiao's charming eyes glowed red. Go find that person for this lord right now. Feng Jiao, hiding under a table, looked puzzled. Strange, how exactly did he recognize me? A night passed, and the 2 subordinates still hadn't found Feng Jiao. The corner of Hell's Lord's mouth curled into a wicked smile. No need to search. This lord has a way to make her appear herself. The woman had experienced various adventures. Her cultivation skyrocketed, and she became a great spirit master. But to charge into the foundation establishment stage, she must refine a foundation establishment pill. So Feng Jiao came to the treasure pavilion, wanting to buy an alchemy furnace. But she never expected the price of the alchemy furnace to be ridiculously expensive. After some calculation, Feng Jiao sighed, good heavens, I can't afford it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit her. She thought of a good idea. She spent 80 coins to buy a dilapidated book on weapon refining, preparing to make an alchemy furnace herself. Just as she walked out of the treasure pavilion, full of joy, Uncle passed by in front of her. Feng Jiao was startled instantly. She quickly blushed and shouted, Uncle. Little did she know, Uncle was Hell's Lord deliberately luring her into the bait. He even pretended to be puzzled and asked her, You're the ghost doctor? Your face. Feng Jiao revealed a brilliant smile. My face was cured long ago. Then the two came to a restaurant. Feng Jiao told Uncle the news that people from Hell's Palace were looking for her. She also started complaining about Hell's Lord with a helpless face. Hearing Feng Jiao say he was like a lingering spirit, Uncle rolled his eyes instantly. I heard Hell's Lord is very mysterious. Have you seen him? Feng Jiao had no guard up at all. You don't say. He looks quite okay. Then Uncle's eyes became gentle. I see that Hell's Lord didn't treat you badly. Hearing Uncle's words, Feng Jiao's face darkened. The more she looked, the more Uncle and Hell's Lord looked alike. She tentatively touched Uncle's beard. Unexpectedly, he stopped her with his fan. Feng Jiao rubbed the back of her hand, which was hit red. She wanted Uncle to take her to buy some refining materials. Then Uncle took her to 100 Treasure Tower. Feng Jiao pointed at an alchemy furnace and asked the shopkeeper for the price, learning that a 4th-grade furnace cost over 400,000 gold coins. Good heavens, so expensive, can't afford it. She still planned to buy some refining materials. Uncle saw her stingy look. He had the shopkeeper take out a 1st-grade furnace. Feng Jiao immediately showed a fawning expression. She leaned close to Uncle. We are so familiar. Lend me some money. Uncle directly hugged her waist. Borrowing requires interest. Feng Jiao blushed and became shy. Her jade hand pushed against his chest. This familiar feeling immediately made her wake up. She started a great acting performance. Pretending to have a stomachache and needing the toilet, she ran away in a flash. After a while, Uncle went to the toilet and found it empty. Veins instantly popped out. This damn woman dared to deceive this lord. At this time, Feng Jiao patted her small heart. Unexpectedly, Uncle is Hell's Lord. Luckily, I discovered in time and slipped away early. She quickly ran to the inn, wanting to go back to the black market to find Lung Shuang first. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. She found that Old White in the stable was missing, replaced by a fine horse. She asked the shopkeeper with a worried face, "Where's the waiter?" Learning the news that the waiter resigned this morning, Feng Jio's face darkened. The shopkeeper quickly bowed and apologized, offering to take her to find the waiter. Could she successfully retrieve the spirit beast Old White? The woman's spirit beast was secretly swapped. Learning from the shopkeeper that it was the inn's waiter, Heir Dan, who did the good deed, she took him to find the waiter. Feng Jio went up with a flying kick, kicking him until he spat out a mouthful of blood. She stepped on him fiercely, interrogating him for news of spirit beast Old White. Unexpectedly, the waiter wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin, still playing dumb. With a swish, a tragic scream cut through the sky. A dagger pierced through his palm. Feng Jio pulled out the dagger and continued to ask indifferently, "Where's my mount?" The waiter cried bitterly, "Sold it to Yiyan Tower." Feng Jio quickly turned back and asked the shopkeeper, "What is that place?" The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and went up to add 2 kicks. Yiyan Tower is a place where noble children in the city shoot and kill spirit beasts. Feng Jio burned with rage. She stepped on his injured palm. With a crisp crack, she broke his arm. The severe pain made him faint directly. The shopkeeper quickly took Feng Jio to Yiyan Tower. At this time, Old White was in the dueling arena, fighting to the death with a man. Old White reared up like a human and threw the man directly. Then he rushed up again with a ferocious face, wretchedly pressing the man under him. Just as the man pulled out a precious sword to end Old White's life, Feng Jio took out a silver needle. With a whoosh, she shot at the man. The man instantly screamed, Who ambushed me?" Feng Jio, in a red dress, floated down from the stands. She hooked her finger at Old White behind her. Old White ran over happily. He rubbed Feng Jio's cheek with joy. Here appears a dashing man in white. This spirit beast belongs to Yiyan Tower. You cannot take it away, young master. The man who was just ambushed also popped his head out. Right, this young master hasn't tamed it yet. Feng Jio's mouth curled into a smile. Are you sure it wasn't Old White taming you just now? Hearing the laughter of the onlookers in the stands, the man's face turned black instantly. He gathered his whole body's mystic energy and shouted, "You are presumptuous." The next second, Feng Jio raised her 1.8-meter long leg and kicked him flying. The man spat blood and collapsed on the ground. He looked at Feng Jio with gritted teeth. The man in white felt that Feng Jio's background was not simple, so he wanted to invite her down to chat. Unexpectedly, the man released wind blades again. Feng Jio saw Old White behind her and couldn't dodge, otherwise Old White would die. She could only channel her mystic energy to take it head-on. With a few whooshes, Feng Jio's sleeves were instantly torn. She laughed instead of getting angry, making the man flush red and stand dazed. Feng Jio moved with extreme speed and choked the man's neck. The man instantly revealed 2 rows of white teeth. You didn't ask around? Who doesn't know our Liu family? Feng Jio was not scared by him. She applied force again, choking the man until his eyes rolled back. Feng Jio's face was terribly gloomy. Someone who hurts my face is already a dead man. How do you want to die? At this time, several black shadows leaped down from the stands. Several guards rushed at Feng Jio. She directly used the man as a shield. The Liu family young master was slashed in the chest by his own guard. Feng Jio executed a flying kick, easily killing a few minions. Little Jio choked the man's neck again. Following her flurry of operations, bursts of painful howls came. The man instantly collapsed on the ground in a weird posture. Feng Jio patted the dust off her hands, called Old White, and was about to leave. At this time, the man in white blocked her way. You can't go. If you go, we can't explain it. Thick killing intent appeared in Feng Jio's eyes. Just when a man was at a loss, a voice broke the deadlock. Who dares to hurt my Liu family descendants? This lecherous, stupid donkey turned out to be transformed from a white dragon. To tame it, the man suffered inhumane abuse from Feng Jio. His whole body's meridians were destroyed. Just then, with a loud boom, a peerless expert appeared through the air. Seeing his nephew crippled, he glared angrily. Who dared to cripple my Liu family's people? Seeing Feng Jio and the dragon horse in front of him, he was certain it must be this person. He shouted sternly with a serious face, "It was you." Feng Jio assumed a posture of it's this old lady. So what? The man couldn't tolerate this. He secretly gathered mystic energy, which wandered in his hands like electric current. Feng Jio quickly told the white horse to hide aside. She saw the man grabbing directly at her face. Feng Jiu dodged the attack with a flash. She instantly pulled out her close-fitting dagger. Then, with a flash step, she appeared behind the man. She swung a sword strike lightly. A spray of blood instantly splashed from the man's arm. Holding his injured arm, he said ruthlessly, "Ignorant youngster, I think you're tired of living." Feng Jiu's face was full of mockery. "I think you're the one tired of living." Saying that, she used her extremely fast movement technique and rushed up again. Another bloody light appeared on the man's shoulder. His cheek was also cut. The man touched his injured cheek. It was a humiliating shame. He instantly fell into madness. "I want you dead." He gathered all his mystic energy in his hands, wanting to kill Feng Jiu in one blow. But Feng Jiu felt no pressure at all, still standing there calmly. The man still used his previous 3 tricks. Feng Jiu lowered her body and dodged again. Then she circled behind him and jumped high. By the time the man reacted, it was too late. A bloody light sprayed from his neck. He fell straight down. Little did she know, a man wearing a mask on the stand was looking at Feng Jiu with a wicked smile. This person is actually the fake ghost doctor. And Feng Jiu shouted arrogantly, "Is there anyone else who wants to stop this young master? You can stand out." At this time in the Liu family, a guard hurriedly reported the news that the 3rd elder's life lamp had extinguished. The family head was shocked instantly. How is that possible? The guard looked anxious. It really extinguished. The eldest young master's life lamp is also flickering. Learning that the young master went to Yuyun Tower, the family head hurried out. Just as Feng Jiu was about to leave with Old White, the Liu family group appeared silently. The family head questioned the Yuyun Tower master violently. "Who killed my family's 3rd elder?" The tower master said indifferently to Feng Jiu, "This young master, please give the Liu family head an explanation." Feng Jiu waved her hand indifferently. "So what if I killed him?" This extremely arrogant attitude shocked the Liu family members into standing still. Then a scream broke the silence. The family head looked at his son's ear, which was twisted out of human shape. Instantly, red light appeared in his eyes. His whole person was in a frenzied state. "Arrogant youngster, give me your life." He gathered all his mystic energy and rushed fiercely at Feng Jiu. The explosive sound of fists colliding rang out constantly. After a few rounds, Feng Jiu retreated 2 steps. The Liu family head's heart also churned. "This young man can actually block my attacks." He drew a lightning-clad precious saber directly from his waist. "It seems I underestimated you." The man, because his son was crippled and the elder killed, got completely lost his reason. He rushed towards Feng Jiu. The 2 fought for unknown rounds. Finally, they separated. Feeling Feng Jiu was not nervous, the Liu family head pulled out his ancestral precious saber from his waist. The moment he held it in his hand, a powerful electric current wandered back and forth on the blade. Feng Jiu saw the Liu family head take out a magic weapon. With a swish, a short dagger was drawn. The Liu family head laughed at this action. "Ignorant brat, you want to fight me with a short dagger? I like to see what qualifies you." Before he finished speaking, Feng Jiu used a movement technique fast to the extreme, arriving right in front of him. Holding the dagger with both hands, she slashed viciously upward. Caught off guard, the Liu family head could only raise his arm to block. A flash of sword light passed, and his arm was sliced right off, flying through the air. The intense pain made him drop to his knees. Feng Jiu remained calm and breezy. "A short dagger is enough to deal with you." The Liu family head felt utterly humiliated. He roared, "Kill him for me." The accompanying guards immediately lunged at Feng Jiu. Just then, a voice stopped them. It was the city lord bringing a fake ghost doctor. Feng Jiu looked back. Seeing the lecherous look on this fake ghost doctor's face, she thought, he definitely has some unsavory habits. The Liu family had hurriedly asked the city lord, "Is this Lord Ghost Doctor?" The fake ghost doctor shamelessly admitted it. Feng Jiu immediately chuckled. The fake ghost doctor ignored Feng Jiu's laughter and said, "How about you follow me? I can guarantee your life will be safe." Meanwhile, at the Hell Palace, a guard anxiously reported to Hell's Lord something happened to Ghost Doctor. Someone wants to kill him. Hell's Lord shot out of his room and urgently asked what was happening. From the guard, he learned that Feng Jiu killed the Liu family's 3rd elder, and the Liu family wanted to execute him. Hell's Lord turned quickly and ran toward Yuyun Tower. At this moment, the fake ghost doctor leaned close to Feng Jiu. "Since you are willing." Before he could finish, his large hand was already reaching for Feng Jiu's waist. Feng Jiu suddenly pulled out her dagger. Before anyone could react, she slashed down at the fake ghost doctor. 2 eyeballs fell to the ground. 2 lines of blood flowed from the fake ghost doctor's empty sockets. He roared loudly in pain. He picked up a sword to stab Feng Jiao, but she kicked him in the waist. He fell flat on his face, eating dirt. Feng Jiao stepped on his head. Aren't you the ghost doctor? Is this all the ability you have? She then channeled her thick mystic energy. She threw him into the air. With a loud boom, a massive explosion left not even his bones remaining. Hell's Lord had already arrived at the scene, watching as a spectator. Truly worthy of the woman I have my eye on. Seeing Feng Jiao acting so ruthlessly, the Liu family's remaining elders lunged at her again. In a flash of lightning, all 3 had their throats slit by a single blade. Just as Feng Jiao walked toward the last guard, the Liu family head, face gloomy, launched a sneak attack from behind with his precious saber. Feng Jiao hurriedly turned to block, but the guard also slashed at her at the same time. Feng Jiao instantly fell into grave danger. To the side, Hell's Lord's face became terrifyingly dark. His whole body emitted a powerful pressure, hovering on the edge of an eruption. The man was burning with rage simply because the woman he chose was ambushed by enemies. Fortunately, Feng Jiao's skills were exceptional. She narrowly dodged the fatal blow, turned, and kicked the Liu family head's arm. The intense pain made him drop the saber. Feng Jiao instantly turned back. With another flash of movement, she arrived in front of the last guard. The guard didn't even have time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the deadly dagger pierced him. With a thud, he spat blood and fell straight down. Behind her, the Liu family head laughed in extreme anger. To force my Liu family to this point, you are indeed amazing. Then, he crushed a jade tablet. As a beam of light descended from the sky, he shouted loudly, "Cloud-swallowing beast." At that moment, the stone lion at the gate of the Liu family compound began to crack. A servant hurriedly reported to the old master that the family head was fighting someone. The old master instantly went into a frenzy. That unfilial son wants to destroy my century-old foundation. As he stepped out the gate, the stone lion had already turned into the cloud-swallowing beast. With a flash of light, the cloud-swallowing beast vanished. Hell's Lord saw that the Liu family head had summoned such a fierce creature and turned to intercept it. Half an hour passed. Feng Jiao waited speechlessly. This clan guarding holy beast is too slow. She grabbed the Liu family head by the neck. Didn't you call for backup? Why hasn't the cloud-swallowing beast arrived? Just then, the Liu family's old master knelt down with a thud. This old man apologizes to the young master. At this point, the Liu family head didn't know what happened to the beast. Seeing his aged father kneeling and begging for mercy, tears flowed from his eyes. "Father, what have I done?" Just then, the black market chief and Lung Shuang arrived at the Liu family. Hope reignited in the family head's heart. If the black market people avenged the ghost doctor, the Liu family might be saved. Feng Jiao looked at him calmly. "Do you think they can kill me?" Without waiting for an answer, Feng Jiao snapped his neck. The black market chief didn't know what had happened here yet and smiled, asking about the ghost doctor's whereabouts. Upon hearing the news that the ghost doctor was killed, the chief became confused. This young master killed the ghost doctor? Just then, Lung Shuang interrupted his doubts. "Master." The two happily held hands. The crowd finally realized that the real ghost doctor was the young master before them. Just as they were about to leave, Feng Jiao's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she turned her head quickly. She saw a few familiar figures. Hell's Lord ignored her, turning and leaving with his 2 subordinates. Back at the inn, Feng Jiao asked Lung Shuang if she saw a holy beast on the way. Hearing Lung Shuang's denial, Feng Jiao fell into deep thought, his figure appearing in her mind. Late at night, Feng Jiao was fast asleep. A figure quietly stepped into her room. That's right, he came. Hell's Lord came. The woman was immersed in her dreams. A man's figure appeared silently. Suddenly, the candle lit up. A voice came from behind the bed curtains. "Hell's Lord, why are you here instead of sleeping in the middle of the night?" Hell's Lord was also surprised. "How did you know I was coming?" Seeing the beauty before him, giant waves surged in Hell's Lord's calm heart. He pinned Feng Jiao directly onto the bed. Seeing Hell's Lord so close, Feng Jiao was also surprised inside. Is this really the uncle? Why is he so shameless? She hurriedly pushed against his chest. It really doesn't look good for 2 men to be like this. Seeing Hell's Lord stand up, Feng Jiao let out a long breath. Then, Hell's Lord shoved a fluffy pet into Feng Jiao's arms. Seeing this fluffy little cutie looking full of grievance, Feng Jiao's maternal instincts instantly overflowed. Where did such a cute little dog come from? So pretty. Hell's Lord ignored her, turned around with a dark face. and jumped out the window, returning the way he came. Feng Jiu stroked the cutie in her hand and gave a name, Little Ball. The next day, the black market chief sent gifts to Feng Jiu: a deep-sea red jade coral, which can calm the mind and spirit; a heavenly silkworm snow robe, which can withstand a blow from a nascent soul cultivator; and a luxurious flying magical artifact. Feng Jiu accepted the gifts without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hell's Lord was sulking. Behind him, two people were whispering gossip, thinking their master sent the wrong things. Unexpectedly, Hell's Lord heard them. He appeared behind them with a dark face. He asked directly what would be appropriate to send. The guard went straight to the point. He likes money. Send him some magical artifacts or spirit treasures. Hell's Lord left in a hurry. At this time, Feng Jiu was concocting a bottle of pills. She planned to give it to Hell's Lord as a return gift. Just then, Grey Wolf rushed in with a whoosh. He took out a dagger and a Bagui universe bag. Feng Jiu immediately revealed her money-grubbing nature. Grey Wolf quickly told her that these were priceless treasures. Saying that, he turned to leave. Feng Jiu immediately threw the bottle of pills to him. Give this to your master. It can suppress the cold poison. That night, after Feng Jiu fell asleep, Hell's Lord appeared by her bed again. He scared Feng Jiu into shrinking into the corner. Scared me to death. Why are you here again? Hell's Lord asked seriously. I came to ask if there are any dietary restrictions for this spirit medicine. Feng Jiu instantly spat out a mouthful of cold tea. Hell's Lord coughed lightly. This Lord came to thank you. Feng Jiu hurriedly waved her hand. I made the medicine for you, so we're even now. Hell's Lord instantly got annoyed. You want to avoid having any relationship with me that badly? Why would I want a relationship with you? Hearing Feng Jiu's answer left Hell's Lord speechless. Furious, he clenched his fists, stood up, and left again in a huff. You absolutely cannot imagine how big this little cutie's appetite is. A mouthful of small steel teeth can bite through the starry sky. It is the famous cloud-swallowing beast. Yet Hell's Lord unhesitatingly threw it to Feng Jiu to raise as a puppy. But Feng Jiu didn't appreciate it. The next day, she left without saying goodbye. Hell's Lord had even specially changed into new clothes. But seeing Feng Jiu's empty room, his face instantly turned black. He had his subordinates call the black market chief to ask about Feng Jiu's whereabouts. Learning that she had already left, Hell's Lord disappeared in a flash of anger. Just as he was about to go find Feng Jiu, two subordinates blocked his path and handed him an urgent letter from the ancient capital. Seeing the two big words return quickly on the letter, he had no choice but to take the two and return to the ancient capital. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang were leisurely riding horses home. On the way, they found a large household and wanted to stay there for the night. A child playing at the door saw the strangers arrive and hurriedly called out to his parents. Father, mother, two people are here. A noble woman walked out of the house. Learning that Feng Jiu and her companion wanted to stay the night, she showed a hesitant expression. The child saw his mother's hesitation and pulled on her, begging, let them stay. Yang Yang likes the pretty big brother. The noble woman patted the child's head and had no choice but to agree. Watching the woman's back, Feng Jiu suddenly felt something was wrong. This woman wasn't an ordinary village woman. Why would she appear here? The child poured him a cup of tea with a look of admiration. He showed an excited expression. Big brother is the best-looking person Yang Yang has ever seen. Seeing the child was so sensible, Feng Jiu took out a night-luminescent pearl and handed it to him. Yang Yang happily showed it off to his parents. Big brother gave me a bead that glows. Immediately, the woman walked out with a plate of food. Yang Yang, full of disappointment, returned the pearl to Feng Jiu. Mother says this is very expensive. Yang Yang cannot accept it. Finally, under Feng Jiu's persuasion, the woman bowed slightly and accepted the night-luminescent pearl. Night soon fell. Feng Jiu felt that something was about to happen. She quickly asked about Yang Yang's family situation. She learned that the child's grandparents were in poor health and lived next door, and his father had been beaten by bad people and was bedridden. Then the woman passed over a few side dishes, attending to the two of them. Feng Jiu called Lung Shuang to eat together. Although this family is a bit strange, they have no ill intent toward us. After the meal, Feng Jiu sat on the bed and began to cultivate. With a bang, the window was blown open by a strong wind. Then came an arrogant laugh. Feng Jiu suddenly opened her eyes. She said to Lung Shuang, "That's not the woman's voice. It's none of our business. Don't go out." Outside, a Taoist holding a whisk was hovering in the air. He looked coldly at the two elderly people in front of him. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Since this Taoist has met you, I must collect you. The two elders looked helpless. We didn't harm anyone when we were alive, yet we died bearing grievances. Even after death, we haven't harmed a single passerby. As they spoke, sharp claws extended from their fingers. They rushed at the Taoist. "Even if our souls are scattered, we will kill you." Inside the room, Feng Jiao and Lung Shuang finally realized the strangeness of this family. They were all ghosts. This 3-year-old child was actually raised by ghosts. At night, they were discovered by a Taoist. He waved his whisk to capture the grandparents. But the two elders were full of helplessness. They harmed no one in life, but died with grievances. They harmed no one in death, yet he still wouldn't let them go. The old man's fingers grew sharp claws. He would kill him even at the cost of his soul dissipating. Feng Jiao heard their conversation and learned the strange nature of this family. Lung Shuang showed a puzzled expression. How can ghosts raise a child? Ripples appeared in Feng Jiao's calm heart. They probably stayed for the child. But humans and ghosts have different paths. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. The child's mother walked in holding Yang Yang. Feng Jiao hurriedly went to meet her. "Madam, what are you doing?" Weeping bitterly, the woman explained the sequence of events. It turned out the Taoist outside was after Yang Yang. Since birth, he carried a spirit bead in his abdomen, but that spirit bead couldn't be taken out. This old Taoist wanted to refine him into a human pill to increase his own cultivation. A sanctimonious figure of the orthodox path, blinded by greed. He killed all 99 members of their family, leaving only Yang Yang, a single child. Mentioning this tragic fate again, the woman was on the verge of collapse. "Please help us." She knelt down with a thud. "I begged the young master to take the child and leave, so he can grow up safely." Hearing Feng Jiao ask Lung Shuang to take the child, the woman shed tears of relief. She then hurriedly urged the two to flee through the back door. But she turned back without hesitation to face the unbeatable enemy. Just then, a scream came from outside. Feng Jiao told Lung Shuang to watch Yang Yang, and she went out alone. She saw the Taoist holding the whisk, casting powerful spells while hovering in the air. Feng Jiao shot 3 silver needles directly at him. The old Taoist's face changed drastically. He waved the whisk in his hand to block them. He attacked Feng Jiao again. "You little brat, associating with ghosts. You deserve to die." Feng Jiao dodged with ease. "You use killing moves right from the start. Do you take me for a wandering ghost?" The old Taoist said arrogantly with a dark face. "So what if I kill you?" Yang Yang's father hurriedly urged him to take his child and run for his life. But Feng Jiao didn't care at all. Along the way, everyone who wanted to kill me ended up killed by me. Hearing Feng Jiao's boasting, the old Taoist revealed a mocking expression. "You think you can kill me? I'm afraid you." Before he finished, the man's expression changed. Feng Jiao, holding the blue-edged sword, stabbed fiercely into the Taoist's heart. With just one strike, she easily killed him. "I like to see if you can still be arrogant now." Yang Yang's family was stunned on the spot by this sudden turn of events. They hurriedly knelt on the ground to thank him for saving their lives. Feng Jiao asked them the question in her heart. How did they maintain their forms without their souls scattering? It turned out that 2 years ago, a master asked for a cup of water. Seeing Yang Yang was still in swaddling clothes, he gave them a piece of soul wood to nourish their souls. He repeatedly instructed them not to harm people. They originally intended to entrust Yang Yang to him, but the master said a noble person would come to help. Feng Jiao was full of curiosity. There is such a master in this world who could divine the future. The woman was reluctant to part with Yang Yang, but she steeled her heart to let Feng Jiao take him away. After all, humans and ghosts have different paths. Feng Jiao rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. She recalled that the secret manual left by her master contained a cultivation method for ghosts. She decided to take Yang Yang's whole family away from here. Then she took out the flying artifact and took them back to Cloudy Moon City. Feng Jiao changed into fresh women's clothing and took Yang Yang back to Cloudy Moon City, ordering Lung Shuang to buy some snacks for Yang Yang. The two arrived in front of a small stall. Yang Yang was full of curiosity about the place. He hadn't seen many of these things. They each ordered a bowl of sliced noodles. After eating, they prepared to continue their journey. Just then, a man looked over. He was instantly attracted by her heavenly beauty. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu noticed and turned her head sharply. Their eyes met. Feng Jiu pretended not to care, thinking to herself, someone is watching me. His eyes instantly lit up. The man couldn't help but praise, what beautiful eyes. At this moment, Feng Jiu heard passers-by talking. That girl in black is quite pretty. Pity she ran into that pair of siblings. Feng Jiu quickly called to Yang Yang. The two hurriedly went to find Lang Xuan. She was dusting off her hands. A pair of siblings were already lying on the ground. Seeing Feng Jiu walking over with a smile, the three of them hurriedly left. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was following them. Lang Xuan suddenly sensed something unusual and told Feng Jiu that someone was tracking them. Feng Jiu revealed a mischievous smile. I like to see how long he can squat there. Half an hour later, the man and an elder still hadn't left. Suddenly, they felt a strange sensation in their bodies. Then, the two figures fell from high above. Hearing the loud noise, Feng Jiu wasn't surprised at all. She turned back and warned the two, "You'd better not follow us again. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The man, covered in dirt, was speechless. He could only watch helplessly as they swaggered away. Hearing the accompanying elder's evaluation of Feng Jiu, the man drew his sword with a shing. Such an outstanding woman is truly unforgettable. I must have this woman. He decided to return to the Green Gallop Kingdom and send people to investigate Feng Jiu's identity. Finally, the group returned to Cloudy Moon City. Passers-by saw Feng Jiu's restored appearance and revealed infatuated expressions. Outside the Feng Manor gate, the old master and her father were welcoming Feng Jiu home. Feng Jiu rode Old White all the way and finally arrived home. Her grandfather and father exchanged pleasantries with her. The sudden appearance of Yang Yang shocked her father. Where did this child come from? Yang Yang hid behind Feng Jiu and timidly called out, "Grandpa, Uncle." This made the two old men extremely happy. Little stars appeared in their eyes, just as Feng Jiu was about to enter the house. Murong Yishuan, hearing the news of her return, rushed over. The two went to tea house. They spoke about her father going to the ruler to annul the engagement. Feng Jiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "We are not suitable. There's no point in dragging it out. I am Feng Jiu, also Feng Qingge, but I am no longer the Feng Qingge who is infatuated with you." Murong Yishuan put down his teacup and muttered, "I agreed to withdraw the marriage, but I want to get to know you again, to pursue you." After Feng Jiu tactfully rejected him, she turned and left. When she returned home, Guan Shilin excitedly stood up. "Little Jiu." The family exchanged greetings for a while. Feng Jiu then gave each of them a gift. Red jade coral, 10,000-year spirit wine, Bagua magical artifacts, priceless treasures one after another, making everyone unable to put them down. That night, the family had a rare reunion. They started a gourmet feast to celebrate Feng Jiu's return. What kind of pill requires so many heavenly treasures to refine? Raging pill fire burned inside the alchemy furnace. Not long after, Feng Jiu came out covered in soot. Her hair exploded into instant noodles. Looking at the messy fragments on the ground, Feng Jiu sighed lightly. What a waste. Then she covered the alchemy furnace with patches to repair it a second time and began refining again. She secretly resolved, "I must not fail this time." Finally, the alchemy furnace emitted a strong medicinal fragrance and began to vibrate violently. Suddenly, she stopped channeling her energy and shouted, "Oh no!" Unsurprisingly, it exploded again. Feng Jiu looked at the rolling smoke from the roof and rejoiced. "Good thing I dodged fast enough this time." But thinking of the wasted heavenly treasures, her heart ached. Crooked thoughts rose in her mind again. Next time, I must swindle all of Hell's Lord's medicinal herbs. Then she began the third refinement. In a flash, 3 days passed. Her grandfather and father came worriedly to find Feng Jiu, but were blocked outside by Lang Xuan. The old master had to instruct her, "When little Jiu comes out, you must tell us." Just then, rolling black smoke poured out from the room again. Feng Jiu instantly felt something was wrong. Smoke was rising everywhere in the room. She stared blankly at the hole blasted in the roof, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Pile formation attract lightning. The father and son outside were also shocked. The pill is formed. Feng Jiu also entered the final moment of collecting the pill. The pill in the furnace emitted a flickering light, but her heart could not remain calm for a long time. Such a big commotion will definitely alert all directions. The old master also knew the danger involved. He shouted loudly, "Feng Shao, guard the main gate. Anyone who dares to trespass kill without mercy. All the guards of the Feng Manor faced the enemy as if it were a great war. Immediately after, a thicker bolt of lightning struck down again. Outside the Feng Manor gate, various forces had already gathered, wanting to see what was happening. Just then, an imposing figure appeared. It was actually the ruler coming in person. He knocked lightly on the Feng Manor gate. From inside came Feng Zhao's voice. "Who is knocking?" The ruler looked serious. "Feng Zhao, open the door." Feng Zhao stood behind the door, holding a large saber. "Forgive this subject for not obeying." The ruler was instantly furious. "Do you know what you are saying?" Meanwhile, Feng Zhao poured out 3 golden pills from the furnace. The joy in her heart was written all over her face. Her first attempt at alchemy was actually a success. Moreover, they were 5-pattern golden pills. She quickly walked out of the room. The old master outside the door told her that the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning had attracted many clan heads. Even a ruler had come. He feared her father alone wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Feng Zhao took out the 5-pattern golden pills. Even the old master was stunned. Feng Zhao mischievously instructed her grandfather to keep his mouth shut even if the ruler asked. The heavy gates of the Feng Manor creaked open. The old master welcomed the ruler in and quickly apologized. The ruler didn't even look him in the eye and walked into the manor, huffing with anger. He immediately questioned Feng Zhao. "Speak, what was with those 3 bolts of heavenly lightning?" But her father could only remain silent. The ruler had had enough today. "Why can't you say it?" He slammed the table fiercely. "That was lightning that only a martial emperor level could attract. Shouldn't your Feng Manor give me an explanation?" Just then, Feng Zhao appeared dressed in women's clothing. "I wonder what explanation the ruler wants." He looked violent. "Tell this ruler the truth. Who attracted the heavenly lightning?" Feng Zhao cupped her fists, her eyes slightly narrowing. "Just because this lightning fell in our Feng Manor, we have to give an explanation?" Her father and the old master were shocked by Feng Zhao's domineering attitude, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the ruler's face was pitch black. "Your Feng family is very good." The ruler stood up and brushed past Feng Zhao. She didn't forget to add, "Farewell, ruler." Having angered the ruler, what kind of wrath would they face? This woman was someone who would challenge the heavens, the earth, and the air. Even the ruler of a country was rendered speechless by her. But having offended the ruler, what consequences would she bear? That day, Murong Yishuan and her father were chatting. The prime minister came to the Feng Manor with an imperial edict to marry Feng Zhao off to Green Gallop country. Her father, Feng Zhao, immediately had veins popping on his forehead. "The prime minister has made a wasted trip today. My daughter is not at home." The prime minister's face instantly turned black. He said sinisterly, "This is a good thing that many people can't even dream of. Even if it's just a side consort, it is a supreme honor." Feng Zhao immediately exploded. "Bullshit. My Feng Zhao's pearl in the palm becoming a side consort is a supreme honor? If it's such a good thing, why don't you send your own daughter?" The prime minister wiped the spit from his face, revealing a look of disdain. "This marriage concerns the peace of 2 countries. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. If your daughter isn't home, it's the same if you accept the edict." Feng Zhao grabbed him by the collar and lifted him high above his head. He threw him out viciously. "Get the hell out." Then, rubbing his fists, he walked towards the prime minister again with a wicked grin. "If you dare come again, I'll break your dog legs." Scared, the prime minister shouted, "You brute. I will definitely report you to the ruler." Saying that, he slipped away. Meanwhile, in the palace, the ruler was furious. "Good, you Feng Zhao." He immediately called 2 guards. He angrily ordered Feng Zhao to be thrown into the sky prison. At this time, the prime minister stood up. "Ruler, quell your anger. Arresting him rashly will only cause unrest in the Feng Manor's forces. The crown prince of Green Gallop country is about to arrive. Feng Zhao definitely won't dare to refuse the marriage." The ruler also knew that if they refused the marriage, the Feng Manor would face destruction. At this time, Feng Zhao was focused on refining pills in the Peach Blossom Ridge. Not long after, a pill rose into the air. Just then, Long Shuang walked over and told her that the ruler, without the old master's permission, had betrothed her to the prince of Green Gallop country as a side consort. The master also threw the prime minister, who came to deliver the edict, out the door. Feng Zhao blew on her small hands, looking admiring. "That does sound like my dad's style." But Lung Shuang continued anxiously. Since the edict wasn't accepted, the ruler directly titled you Princess Qingming to be the side consort of the Green Gallop Crown Prince. Feng Jiu didn't care at all. Is he so sure I'll listen to him? Don't let him lose face when the time comes. She turned back to her room and instructed Lung Shuang that she was going into seclusion. With a whoosh, she transported into the small world inside her spatial ring. She sat cross-legged in a dense forest and continued refining pills. Meanwhile, her father, Feng Xiao, was leisurely riding Old White, wandering around. Hearing the news that he would get extra meals, Old White ran out of the city in a flash. But Feng Xiao didn't know that a crisis was quietly waiting for him. A man riding a white horse with horns for a stroll attracted the jealousy of a group of people. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Feng Xiao immediately became alert. Which friend is it? You might as well come out and meet. With a whoosh, an arrow shot toward him rapidly. Fortunately, Feng Xiao had already sensed it and dodged it easily. Immediately after, a sky full of arrows attacked him. With a dazzling swing of his blade, all the arrows fell to the ground with a clatter. Feng Xiao's face became grave. Several black shadows instantly surrounded him. The leader, a masked man, gently waved his arm, and a large group of men in black rushed forward. Feng Xiao channeled his mystical energy. The entire blade ignited with raging fire. He swung a fierce strike with all his might. A sheet of flame instantly pounced on the attacking men in black. Feng Xiao pulled the reins and shouted, "Old White, let's go, Dragon Horse." With a roar, he wanted to use the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Unexpectedly, the leading masked man pounced rapidly. He struck a palm on his back. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell directly from the horse's back. Feng Xiao looked at the group of people in front of him and slowly sat up. He took something out from his chest. One of the men in black sensed something wrong. Kill him, but it was a step too late. Feng Xiao threw a firework into the sky. Magnificent fireworks instantly bloomed in the high altitude. The Feng family guards saw the signal, and their faces changed drastically. General Feng must be in trouble. Countless cultivators saw the signal released by Feng Xiao and rushed towards the outskirts. The Feng Manor's guards were also ready and set off to rescue him. Meanwhile, the weak Feng Xiao backed against a big tree. Seeing the group of assassins about to pounce, Old White extended a sexy hoof and kicked the masked man fiercely in the chest. Old White wasn't an ordinary white horse. A kick filled with mystical energy knocked him out directly. Old White pulled a long face, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, scaring the men in black from acting rashly. Feng Xiao quickly swallowed a pill. A powerful mystical energy instantly filled his whole body. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. He completely changed from his sluggish state and swung his broadsword again. Several men in black were instantly knocked flying. One of the men in black ordered the crowd, "No retreating allowed. Kill him." Feng Zhao's body was covered in raging flames. He took a fierce step forward, and the ground cracked violently. With a flash of blade light, sprays of blood splashed. Just then, an arrow broke through the air. It instantly cut into Feng Zhao's arm. The masked man shouted, "All back down." He then pointed a large hand. Feng Xiao instantly felt a powerful pressure. This pressure is the martial Dao peak. Another large mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. The strongest masked man appeared behind him with speed, almost leaving afterimages. A powerful palm hit his back fiercely. Seeing Feng Xiao about to die tragically, Old White instantly went into a frenzy. He rammed the masked man, flying directly. Another assassin shouted, "Beast." Unexpectedly, Old White had developed a new skill. He farted right at him. The assassin wandered in the thick stench. Within a few seconds, he foamed at the mouth and fell. Feng Xiao quickly climbed onto the horse's back. "Old White, go quickly!" Seeing that they were about to escape. Unexpectedly, a man in black had no martial ethics and shot an arrow at Feng Zhao's back. He fell straight onto the horse's back. The man was ambushed by a group simply because he was too charming. Although his own strength was great, he couldn't withstand the advantage of numbers. He was shot by a poisoned arrow. The old master arrived with the Feng guards like the wind and lightning. He saw his dying son on Old White's back. He was shocked. Several guards helped him down and found poison on the arrow in his back. They quickly fed him a bowl of antidote. The old master's eyes were sharp. He arranged for a few people to search the forest for clues, then left with Feng Xiao. At this time, Feng Jiu suddenly woke up from her meditation. She felt restless, as if something bad was going to happen. Just then, Leng Shuang came to report. Something happened at home. Feng Jiu immediately knew it was bad. She called out to Leng Shuang to follow later. With a whoosh, she rushed into a teleportation array and headed home. Feng Xiao was seriously injured, and even the doctors were helpless. The old master could only pray silently that Feng Jiu would return soon. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Feng Jiu finally returned. She coldly ordered the guards, "Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach." Seeing her grandfather's worried look, she quickly comforted him. Then she took out silver needles to treat her father. Guan Shilin stepped forward to hold the broken arrow shaft. With a whoosh, little Jiu pulled out the dagger and removed the bloody broken arrowhead. She sprinkled her self-made wound medicine and fed him a top-grade pill. After doing all this, Feng Jiu breathed a long sigh of relief. Just then, a servant knocked on the door to report. The black market sent life-saving medicine. The third prince is also outside. Should we let him in? The old master extended his arm to stop Feng Jiu from speaking. Let him go back first. The manor has no time to entertain guests right now. He then turned to Feng Jiu and said, "Your father was assassinated. This matter is suspicious. You shouldn't show your face for now." Feng Jiu understood and agreed. Murong Yishuan quickly returned to the palace and reported to the ruler that the black market, entrusted by the ghost doctor, wanted to befriend the Feng family and sent life-saving medicine to Feng Xiao. The ruler was shocked. Could it be Feng Xiao didn't die? He then patted Murong Yishuan's shoulder. "It seems I have to make a trip personally, otherwise I can't be at ease." But Murong Yishuan stopped the ruler. Given the current situation, it isn't appropriate. The ruler instantly understood his meaning. If he went to the black market now, people would be suspicious. He then told Murong Yishuan to pick a few medicinal herbs and send them to the Feng Manor. Murong Yishuan also had a trace of suspicion in his heart. I hope this guess is wrong. At night, the old master and the others analyzed the current situation. Feng Jiu held the old master's hand. "Grandfather, don't forget, since ancient times, rulers have always been heartless. And our Feng Manor is now attracting too much attention and overshadowing the master." The old master thought for a while and decided to resign from his generalship once Feng Xiao woke up. Back then, the Feng family fought to the death to protect the Murong family, allowing them to successfully ascend the throne. The ancestors also left a last word. If a rift appears between the Feng and Murong families, hand over power, resign, and retire to the fields. Feng Jiu was furious. "If he wants to kill us, do we just let him slaughter us?" Grandfather looked helpless. "If we retreat again and again, and he still won't let it go, then there's no need to consider old feelings. I just hope our guess is wrong." Looking at Feng Zhao's weak body, he murmured weakly, "If he really wants to put us to death, that would be too chilling." The heroine's father was ambushed by villains because he was too handsome and his life hung by a thread. Fortunately, Feng Jiu fed him a pill that could bring the dead back to life. After her careful care, Father Feng Xiao slowly woke up amidst painful coughing. Seeing his father and daughter beside him, he called out softly. The old master clenched his fist to encourage him. "Don't talk. Rest well." Feng Jiu quickly told her grandfather, "Now that Daddy is awake, he'll be fine. He'll be able to get out of bed in a month." Meanwhile, in the palace, two people were reporting to the ruler. "Feng Xiao took a palm strike from each of us. I used 70% of my power. Even if he's not dead, he's as good as dead." The ruler beamed with joy. "You two have worked hard these past 2 days." The two also coveted Feng Jiu's spirit beast, Old White, thinking that the Feng Manor would definitely be in chaos and would have no energy to protect a horse. The ruler shamelessly promised, "When there's a chance, I will definitely give that horse to you too." At this time, in the Feng Manor, a servant shouted frantically, "The Feng Manor's collateral branch has come to visit the family head." The old master quickly asked which branch. Hearing it was the second granduncle's branch, and that he had come in person, the old master was furious. "This pack of ungrateful wolves, send them away from me." Feng Jiu immediately volunteered to meet them. She politely cupped her fists. "Qingge greets second granduncle and the uncles." The leading second granduncle said, somewhat angrily, "Why is it you? Where's your grandfather?" Feng Jiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Grandfather's health can't take it. I'm managing the Feng Manor's affairs in passing." Immediately, the second granduncle started pointing fingers. "We are all blood relatives. The Feng Manor cannot be without a master for a day. We plan to recommend your cousin to take charge." Hearing this, Feng Jiu, who had just picked up a teacup, smash! She smashed the cup on the table. "Our Feng Manor is perfectly fine. We don't need a cousin to take charge." The second granduncle slammed the table fiercely. "Is this how you speak to your elders? Just a junior daring to talk back to an elder?" Feng Jiu covered her mouth as if she had heard a huge joke. "You really overestimate yourselves." The elders were stunned by Feng Jiu. They opened their mouths in shock. The second granduncle stood up abruptly. "Call your grandfather out. I want to see how he disciplines a junior." Feng Jiu ignored their scolding. "There's a training field in the manor. I like to see how much strength you have. If you can beat me, I will hand over the Feng Manor's power with both hands." The group arrived at the training field. A wretched-looking man revealed a lecherous smile. "Sister, to avoid bullying the small, I'll take you on." Feng Jiu looked disdainful. "You won't do." These extremely insulting words instantly angered the man. "You won't know if I can do it until you try." Feng Jiu picked up a wooden stick and let him choose a weapon. Unexpectedly, the man reached out his claws directly. He said shamelessly, "No need for weapons." With a wretched face, he grabbed at Feng Jiu. She dodged the groping hand with a flash. Whack! A stick hit the pig trotter. The man was in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Before he could recover, he saw the wooden stick sweeping towards him, hitting him directly in the crotch. With a bang, he flew out. Vaguely, one could hear the echo of eggs breaking. The watching Feng guards tightened their legs. "This woman is terrifying." The man's father saw his son being beaten and roared in anger and embarrassment. "You have such a cruel heart. Do you want to end his line?" Feng Jiu kept that disdainful expression. "Do you really think our Feng Manor is easy to bully just because my dad fell?" Cousin immediately exploded with rage. "Today, let me discipline you on behalf of your father." The man reached out his claws with a wretched look, grabbing at his niece. Unexpectedly, he was hit by her stick in the crotch. The sound of eggs breaking was instantly heard. Unexpectedly, after beating the young one, the old one came. His father pounced on Feng Jiu with the same move. Seeing a palm about to hit her shoulder, Feng Jiu grabbed the attacking move. She easily twisted her uncle's arm behind his back. With a bang, he was slammed fiercely onto the ground. Feng Jiu unhesitatingly stepped her jade leg onto her uncle's body, a cold sneer curling up the corner of her mouth. With a light grunt, she threw him out directly. The second granduncle saw his powerful son spitting blood and opened his mouth wide in shock. He quickly called everyone to leave, taking his son and grandson to flee in disgrace. "Stop!" Feng Jiu shouted sternly, scaring the second granduncle into trembling. Her expression was cold as she issued a final warning to the second granduncle. "If there's a next time, I don't mind making your second branch disappear completely." At this time, applause rang out from the onlookers. The Feng guards revealed fawning expressions. "Eldest miss, may you reign for thousands of generations." Domineering. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu ignored the two directly, turned around, and left. This was somewhere in Green Gallop country. Hell's Lord was looking at a painting, missing someone. Finally, a subordinate reported news about the ghost doctor. The subordinate handed over a letter. Seeing the content, Hell's Lord's face changed slightly. "She has a marriage contract?" Just as he was about to explode, the subordinate quickly reported the news that the engagement was dissolved. He also carefully mentioned Feng Jiu's identity. "The ghost doctor turns out to be a woman. Such an outstanding woman. If the master isn't by her side, I'm afraid she'll be snatched away by others." Hell's Lord instantly changed from his rage. "Do you think this lord will lose to other men?" Then, the subordinate started teaching tricks to pursue girls. In the end, it comes down to one word: clingy. Hell's Lord thought about it with black lines on his forehead, then dismissed him. Stroking Feng Jiu's portrait, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. "Little thing, you can't run away." Far away in Glory Sun country, Feng Jiu sneezed. "Could it be someone is thinking of me?" At this time, Guan Shilin came excitedly to tell her, "My big mansion is ready. Moving in 3 days." He took Feng Jiu to see the official residence he had established himself. Meanwhile, his original family was holding a family meeting. A white-haired clan elder looked gloomy. "We can't underestimate this kid. His power is still small, but if he grows up and has the Feng Manor support, I'm afraid he won't be lower than us." 3 days later, at the Guanxilin Manor, crackling firecrackers sounded outside the door. Many prestigious family heads came to congratulate. Just as Feng Jiao and Guanxilin were whispering that all the invited guests had arrived and they were about to go back inside, the third prince arrived uninvited. "Congratulations on young Master Guan's housewarming. I want to beg a cup of wine. I wonder if I'm welcome?" Guanxilin quickly went up to welcome him. Unexpectedly, Murong Yishuan stopped Feng Jiao again, speaking of the ruler's bestowed marriage. Feng Jiao turned her head away nonchalantly. "Regarding my marriage, except for myself, no one can make decisions for me." The third prince felt a burst of loneliness in his heart. "We can't go back after all. What should I do with you?" At this time, in order to support her brother, Feng Jiao asked people from the black market to send a congratulatory gift in the name of the ghost doctor. The surrounding guests saw this scene and secretly made calculations in their hearts. "This Guanxilin has friendship with the ghost doctor. If we can build some relationship, it would be good." Afterwards, Feng Jiao returned home. Her grandfather found her. Tomorrow, grandfather plans to go to the palace to hand over power and resign. Seeing Feng Jiao wanted to accompany him, the old master waved his hand, intending to go alone. Would he be able to successfully hand over power? A woman put on green contact lenses, emitting a faint light. Calls rang out one after another, attracting her towards the depths of the jungle. Just then, a voice interrupted her progress. Little Phoenix shouted anxiously, "Stupid woman, you can't go any further." Little did it know, Feng Jiao wasn't bewitched at all, but the phone guard accompanying her was just ahead. She couldn't sit by and ignore it. Walking further, many ghost fires appeared, floating in the air. With the guidance of the ghost fires, she soon found a group of cultivators lying scattered on the ground. Among them was the accompanying phone guard, Luo Yu. But a woman in red was still calling out, "Come over here quickly. Come this way." A man with 6 bloody scars on his face looked at Feng Jiao. He saw that she ignored the red-dressed woman's charm and walked straight towards Luo Yu. "Since you're here, then stay." A strange voice came from the mouth of the man next to her. A huge demon phantom roared and pounced towards Feng Jiao. She pulled Luo Yu up, narrowly dodging the green long snake. Luo Yu instantly woke up from charm. Seeing the evil man in the distance, he was shocked. "Huh? What ghost is that?" Feng Jiao also shouted nervously. "A man-eating ghost. Why aren't you running?" The evil man directly fired an energy wave, pouncing towards the two from the ground. Countless black hands instantly extended from under their feet, grabbing their ankles. Luo Yu opened his mouth wide in horror. "Eldest miss, save me." Feng Jiao had to brace herself and channel her mystical energy. A ball of fire instantly exploded around her, destroying these ghost hands. She quickly turned back and said to Luo Yu, "Let's go quickly." An old woman and a bald man looked at her with faces full of hope. "Help! Save us!" Feng Jiao strode away without hesitation. "Golden core cultivators begging me for help? Are you kidding?" With a swish, a red figure blocked her path. It was the evil red-dressed woman from just now. "Gulme, come over quickly." This charm technique mesmerized Luo Yu again. Feng Jiao unceremoniously slapped him on the forehead. "What are you dazing off for? Want to stay and play with her?" Seeing the actions of the two, the woman also froze on the spot. Immediately, a large hand grabbed at Luo Yu. Feng Jiao kicked him over directly, dodging the blow. With a whoosh, she drew the blue-edged sword. A fierce sword strike swung out. The woman barely dodged it and returned to the man's side. Scarface had a look of surprise. "Heaven is really helping me. It's actually the ancient divine sword, Blue Edge." At this time, the two were trapped by a barrier. It turned out that after the old master returned from the palace, he learned that the ruler didn't make things difficult for the Feng family. He planned to go to the 9-volt forest to pick herbs for his son. Just entering the depths of the 9-volt forest, he let Luo Yu go gather some firewood. But after cultivating for half an hour, he felt something was wrong. Why hadn't Luo Yu returned for so long? Just then, bursts of calling came from the depths of the jungle. That was what led to the scene just now. Could they successfully escape this calamity? A seductive ghost relied on a refined skeleton to bewitch countless strong men. Call after call bewitched the top phone guard, Luo Yu. The evil cultivator behind the ghost was even more powerful. Even Feng Jiu was trapped in the barrier. She cut her own palm with the sword, smearing hot blood on the blue-edged sword's body. A powerful ancient pressure burst forth. It made the confronting ghost feel lingering fear. Feng Jiu directly used the evil breaker sword technique. With a crack, she slashed at the ghost's beautiful face. The remnant body was burned to ashes by the scorching sword glare. Luoyu immediately showed excitement. Eldest Miss, beautiful work. Immediately after, he was knocked flying by a strike. The blood scar man's body was surrounded by countless skulls. Shining my ass. Talk more, and I'll smash your mouth. Feng Jiu also felt things were bad. She helped Luoyu up. Idiot, run quickly. But a powerful barrier blocked their path. Feng Jiu held the ancient blue edge. Break for me. With a loud boom, the barrier shattered instantly. The Bloodscar Man was full of violence, ruining my life's blood, disturbing my vitality. I want you to die a horrible death. Blood Soul Array, rise. Saying this, he swooped down towards the two from the air. Feng Jiu hurriedly fled. Seeing she was about to be caught, she grabbed Luoyu by the shoulder, used the primordial power in her body, and threw him out directly. She coldly issued a command to him. Don't come over, run. A blood-red magic array appeared beneath Feng Jiu's feet. Seeing this, Luoyu could only run towards the perimeter with tears in his eyes. Eldest Miss, wait for me. Gloomy, ghostly energy filled Feng Jiu's body. The golden core cultivators who were previously bewildered gathered around. Little friend, we will lend you a hand. We are willing to contribute to resist this strong enemy together. Feng Jiu nodded solemnly. It's going to be difficult. Little Fire Phoenix, it's all up to you. A pressure from ancient times radiated from her body. The mark on her forehead emitted a faint light. Feng Jiu floated in the air, holding the blue-edged divine sword. The Bloodscar Man shouted loudly, Yellow-mouthed child, take your life. Feng Jiu did not show weakness, old ghost. One blue and one yellow. Two beams of light collided violently. A loud bang, and the sky exploded with flying debris. The strong impact rushed Feng Jiu back 100 meters. Seeing Feng Jiu defeated, several golden core cultivators flew directly into the air, surrounding the Bloodscar Man. But he didn't care at all. Previously half dead from being absorbed by my array, and now you still have the strength to attack? He then summoned several skulls, truly overestimating yourselves. The array under his feet started again. Several cultivators felt something was wrong and called out to Feng Jiu, little friend, run quickly. Feng Jiu swallowed a spirit pill. Her exhausted mystical power instantly became abundant. The ancient blue edge pointed straight at the evil cultivator, unleashing an incomparably powerful move. Blue Dragon out to sea. Roaring, it rushed towards the Bloodscar Man, opening its mouth to swallow him. Unexpectedly, the man was incredibly tough. He directly pried open the blue dragon's bloody mouth. Feng Jiu took advantage of the gap while the man was resisting, fumbled in her bosom. Took out a few bottles of spirit pills for recovering mystical power and threw them to the golden core cultivators. The Bloodscar Man gnashed his teeth and launched another attack. Feng Jiu had just turned her head and hadn't had time to react. A powerful energy wave bombarded her chest. The Bloodscar Man looked at the falling Feng Jiu and snorted lightly. Just relying on you. You want to break my blood soul array? The enemy encountered this time is too powerful. How will Feng Jiu lead everyone to break out? The woman encountered the strongest rival in her life. Even using her strongest ultimate skill, Blue Dragon out to sea, failed to defeat the man. Instead, she was knocked flying by the Bloodscar Man's move. The golden core cultivators, having received the pills, quickly surrounded the man. Taking advantage of this gap, Feng Jiu hurriedly asked Little Fire Phoenix. She learned from the little brat's mouth that she could only defeat him by destroying the array first. Feng Jiu stood up, preparing to go break the array alone. Immediately, she sprinted towards the magic array. But just as she stepped into the array, two ghost hands appeared under her feet, grabbing her ankles. They moved up her legs and bound her limbs. Just then, Luoyu returned. Eldest Miss, watch out. He took out a few homemade grenades, shouted, Miss, get away, and threw them toward the magic array. Feng Jiu's brain short-circuited for a moment. Just because of instinct, a violent explosion occurred at the location of the magic array. But she never expected that one grenade rolled towards the golden core cultivators. It exploded right there, blasting several of them away directly. Finally, Cracks appeared in the magic array. But the cultivators were not happy. Covered in dirt, they roared at Luo Yu. Stinky brat, can't you throw accurately? Facing the fire-breathing eyes of the golden core cultivators, Luo Yu touched his head. Saw thee. Feng Jiu helplessly grabbed his arm. You exit the array first, leave the rest to me. She then shouted to the cultivators, for fellow Taoists, keep him busy. Wait for me to destroy the array eye. The Bloodscar man threw out a huge skull. Don't think about succeeding. Facing the incoming huge skull, Feng Jiu leaped high and threw a grenade. The formation was finally broken. The Bloodscar man was also affected, spurting a mouthful of fresh blood. The 4 golden core cultivators took the opportunity to attack, joining forces to strike a palm. They slapped him fiercely against a big tree. Mouthfuls of fresh blood spewed out. The Bloodscar man's veins popped out immediately. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Screams came from his mouth, and the man's body emitted a strange aura. Feng Jiu was shocked. Black smoke pounced towards her face. The Bloodscar man instantly became arrogant, laughing proudly. Feng Jiu's face was gloomy. She gave a low shout. Divine Soul, Phoenix Flame. Her whole body erupted with raging flames. With a chirp, a huge phoenix phantom swooped down from high above. The Bloodscar man's surroundings instantly ignited with ancient phoenix flames. Amidst screams of exhaustion, he was burned to ashes. Only a hairpin fell down. Luo Yu quickly rushed to Feng Jiu. But at this time, she had run out of oil and the lamp was drying up. The person in front of her had become a blur. Dizzy, she fell onto Luo Yu's body. The several golden core cultivators also gathered around. Seeing this, Luo Yu immediately became nervous. What are you doing? Just as he was holding Feng Jiu to leave, he was stopped by these cultivators. The blood on the man's scar flowed forever. That only because he cultivated an incomparably evil technique. In order to kill him and remove a harm for the people, Feng Jiu borrowed the powerful strength of the ancient fire phoenix and burned him to ashes. Also because her body was overdrawn, she fainted. Meanwhile, at the Feng Manor, a man in black appeared on the roof. He used hidden weapons to knock down 2 guards. The old master heard the noise outside and immediately opened his eyes. He sat up and shouted, "Who?" Just as he was about to call for help, he was knocked unconscious by a blow. The man in black carried the old master and was about to flee the Feng Manor. Just then, his figure paused instantly. Looking back, it was actually Old White. Its eyes emitted a faint light, biting firmly onto his clothes. The man in black slapped it directly, knocking it unconscious. At this time, Feng Jiu finally woke up. Several golden core cultivators cupped their hands, thanking Feng Jiu for saving their lives, and wanted to acknowledge her as their master. After thinking for a while, Feng Jiu said, "Are you truly willing to acknowledge me as master? My subordinates are absolutely not allowed to be two-faced. If one day you betray me, even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will execute you." Finally, she accepted the few powerful cultivators. With such powerful assistance, Feng Jiu quickly gathered the medicinal herbs. Looking at the full harvest, she let out a long breath. Meanwhile, the Feng Manor was in a mess because of the old master's disappearance. At this time, a phone guard came to report. "People from the ruler have come to visit. We try to stop them, but they still refuse to leave. Their purpose turns out to be Old White." Feng Zhao's mouth dropped open in shock. Outside the door, 2 men were exceptionally arrogant and domineering, threatening to see the eldest miss. Just then, the 3rd Prince Murong Yishuan appeared. "You 2 aren't guarding the ruler. What are you doing making trouble at the Feng Manor?" The phone guard quickly responded. 2 seniors want to force their way into the Feng Manor and want to exchange items for the Mrs. Spirit Beast. I wonder if it's the ruler's meaning or the 2's meaning. The 2 old men were furious. Impudent. Murong Yishuan looked calm. The Feng Manor is a protector family. Even if they hand over power and resign, no one is allowed to bully the Feng Manor in the slightest. The 2 old men had to leave dejectedly. Even the 3rd prince couldn't figure out what his father wanted to do. The next morning, Feng Jiu brought the few golden core cultivators to the Peach Blossom Ridge. After settling them down, Lung Shuang ran over and hurriedly reported the news of the old master disappearing in the middle of the night. Feng Jiu immediately became nervous. Receiving the news, she hurriedly rushed back home. Hearing the news of Feng Jiu's return, Guan Shilin quickly supported Feng Xiao out of the room. Without much pleasantry, the 3 talked about the old master's disappearance. Guan Shilin said to her, Old White was knocked unconscious. After waking up, there was a piece of clothing fragment in its mouth. We're searching based on the clue. Feng Jiu thought for a while. Someone who can abduct grandfather has extraordinary strength. She then asked Guan Shilin to hand over the investigation to the black market. After a simple arrangement, she went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Feng Jiu took Old White out for a walk. Guan Shilin instructed her with a worried face to come back early. She then mounted the horse, preparing to set off. At this time, with a whoosh, little ball flew high up. It landed on Old White's head with incomparable precision. One person and two beasts galloped towards the suburbs. Feng Jiu's heart was clear as a mirror. Since you want Old White, let's see if you can take it. Soon, they arrived at a small river in the suburbs. A cold light flashed from the big tree behind. Just then, an arrow broke through the air at extreme speed. The fish is about to take the bait. The woman has a face capable of toppling cities and countries, yet she was shot at by a group of masked men. Feng Jiu had already noticed and dodged easily. Immediately, she threw 3 silver needles. A man in black was hit directly in the forehead. With a thud, he fell straight down. Watching a group of masked men surround her, Feng Jiu remained calm. Who are you? The 2 familiar masked men sneered. Naturally, people who kill you. Little did they know, Feng Jiu did this on purpose. I just stepped out of the Feng Manor gate and hooked you guys over. Then she released her mystical power. A surge of red energy set her off, making her look even more graceful. The 2 masked old men immediately felt something was wrong. This isn't mystical power, but spiritual energy. There's someone else. 4 golden core experts appeared. The masked men looked suspicious. You a boudoir miss, how can you have such schemes? Your father didn't die, did he? Feng Jiu directly drew the divine sword blue edge and slashed down fiercely. The masked man was cut in half on the spot. The accompanying old man looked terrified, dropped his mask, and started kneeling to beg for mercy. No, don't kill me. Blue edge. The sword pointed straight at the old man's throat. Feng Jiu looked cold. If my father wasn't lucky, he would have died at your hands long ago. The old man instantly deflated like a ball. We were also obeying the ruler's orders to kill General Feng. We were forced to. Feng Jiu immediately understood. So all this was the ruler's doing. But when asking about her grandfather's whereabouts, the old man knew nothing. Feng Jiu held blue edge and swept across. Blood splattered on the spot immediately. Afterwards, she ordered the men to return to Peach Blossom Ridge. Meanwhile, in the palace, a eunuch was reporting to the ruler with an anxious face. Ruler, the life lamps of those 2 martial ancestors have gone out. He couldn't believe it for a long time. Whose life lamps went out? He kicked the elderly eunuch down. They are experts at the peak of martial ancestor. Who can kill them? Send people to investigate immediately. The next day, a huge flying ship slowly landed in the palace. The Prince of Green Gallop Country. He has arrived. He looked down at Morongbo. You are the ruler of Sun Glory Country? At this time, Feng Jiu heard Lung Shuang's report. The information on the Green Gallop Crown Prince had been found. Feng Jiu took the handed letter. Inside, the Crown Prince's information appeared impressively. Just then, the steward reported the news from the palace again. The palace sent word, asking you to dress up and attend the welcome banquet for the Green Gallop Crown Prince. Feng Jiu immediately revealed a wicked smile. Several phone guards looked surprised. Are you really going to the banquet? Feng Jiu waved her hand indifferently. Where do I have that leisure time? I am Busu. At the banquet, Green Gallop Crown Prince Nye Tung kept sighing. Seeing his appearance, the ruler was also speechless. He quickly asked the eunuch behind him, Is Feng Jiu here? The elderly eunuch was also helpless. The Feng Manor doesn't let anyone in. Feng Jiu doesn't intend to come at all. The ruler was furious. Bang! He slammed the table. That Feng Jiu, is she rebelling? Nye Tung's face. Dot was gloomy as he said lightly, Is my side consort's name something you can call casually? The ruler also became nervous. The Feng family disobeyed the decree. This sovereign thinks. Before he finished speaking, Nye Tung stood up directly, turned around, and waved his hand. No need. This prince will go pick her up personally. At this time, Hell's Lord was warming himself by a fire in the forest. He immediately asked the 2 subordinates beside him about news of the ghost doctor. Grey Wolf reported solemnly. The Green Galacrown Prince arrived in Sun Glory Country and wants to take the Ghost Doctor as a side consort. Hell's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Can he stop the ruler's bestowed marriage in time? The man learned the news that his beloved woman was bestowed a marriage by the ruler. Putting down everything in his hands, he was about to go stop it. He spurred his horse all the way, not daring to stop at all. Meanwhile, in the Feng Manor, two men in black sneaked in secretly. Unexpectedly, they fell into the trap set by Feng Jiao. At this time, she was drinking small wine with her big brother. Hearing the noise, she revealed a confident expression. The fish has taken a bait. Then a servant came to report, we caught two assassins who climbed over the wall. It turned out to be Green Gallop Prince Nietong. Feng Jiao didn't care about his identity at all. You looked for me twice. This taste isn't pleasant, right? Nietong was lifted lightly and struggled angrily. I am the Green Gallop Crown Prince. Release me quickly. Feng Jiao immediately shouted loudly. Last time you secretly followed me. This time you dare to climb the wall and break into my home and even impersonate the Green Gallop Crown Prince. Hearing this, Nietong was speechless. What? Feng Jiao squatted down, revealing a saintly smile. Dealing with a lecher like you, the best way is to destroy the root. Nietong was so scared his eyes rolled back. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. She spoke again. Recently, I have tired hands, so you can escape this fate. She snapped her fingers and called two lackeys. They directly put a sack over his head. Crackle and rattle, a burst of beating. Subsequently, Feng Jiao ordered her subordinates to send this person impersonating the Green Gallop Crown Prince to the palace and hand him to the ruler. Guan Shilin asked Feng Jiao with a puzzled face, is this person really not the Green Gallop Crown Prince? Hearing her affirmative answer, Guan Shilin's head was full of black lines, and he rolled his eyes. Feng Jiao quickly comforted him for a while. In the palace, the ruler also heard the subordinates report. The Feng Manor sent over a person pretending to be the Green Gallop Crown Prince. The ruler looked anxious. Where's the person? Quickly untie him. Saying this, he walked out personally. Nietong untied the binding ropes himself. The surrounding guards panicked. Men, the assassin has escaped. They immediately pointed long spears at Nietong. Fortunately, the ruler arrived in time and shouted, impudent, stop immediately. Nietong turned his cheek, which had been beaten, into a pig's head. The ruler's mouth dropped open in shock. Who dared to injure the crown prince like this? What exactly happened? Explain clearly to this sovereign. Learning from the accompanying subordinates that they trespassed into Feng Manor at night and were caught as assassins. The ruler was furious. Outrageous. Go arrest the person who beat the crown prince at Feng Manor. While Feng Jiao was leisurely bathing, Feng Wei transmitted the news that the imperial guards had surrounded the Feng Manor. She cleanly changed into a red dress. Opening the door, she greeted the dumbfounded Feng Wei. Let's go take a look. Outside the Feng Manor gate, it was already blocked tightly by a large number of imperial guards. The moment Feng Jiao appeared valiantly, blushes appeared on the faces of all the imperial guards, loudly praising, so beautiful. Feng Jiao stood with one hand on her hip, without the slightest fear in her heart. What? Want to make a move in front of my Feng Manor? The leading imperial guard quickly cupped his fists. We are under orders to arrest the person who beat the Green Gallop Crown Prince. Feng Jiao pretended to know nothing. Beat the Green Gallop Crown Prince? When did that happen? The man's face turned black. Hand over the person quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Saying this, he was about to draw the long sword at his waist. Just then, the top few Feng guards stepped forward, surrounding Feng Jiao. Who gave you the right to surround the Feng Manor? Seeing the appearance of the Feng guards, the imperial guards panicked. Do you want to rebel? With a swish, a dagger plunged into the leading imperial guard's palm. He fell to the ground, wailing in pain. The Feng guard revealed a gentle smile. This is the consequence of disrespecting my master. At this time in the air, two experts riding the wind appeared. Hand over the person to this old man. Even if you hand him over, your people beat our prince, so it won't end just like this. Even if you are our prince's side consort. Feng Jiao immediately revealed a mocking expression. What did I agree to be your prince's side consort? Among them, the black-haired expert said self-righteously, to become our prince's woman is a blessing you cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Feng Jiao seemed to hear a huge joke, laughing until she trembled. The leading imperial guard wanted to continue persuading, but unexpectedly was grabbed by the neck by Feng Jiao. She lifted him high above her head. I don't like saying the same words twice. After the Imperial Guard leader struggled with his legs for a while, he was thrown out directly, dying on the spot. Feng Jiu faced thousands of troops, yet could remain fearless in the face of danger. She even grabbed the Imperial Guard leader by the neck, uttering extremely arrogant words. After the man struggled for a while, he was thrown out on the spot, a show of strength. The experts high in the sky were furious. Not afraid, just because someone died, everyone attack. Both sides began to draw swords and bend bows. Just then, a loud roar broke the deadlock. "I'll see who dares to hit." A trembling old man with a cane walked over with staggering steps. "Phone girl, your grandfather isn't here. I'll protect you. With this old man here, no one dares to hurt you." Seeing that someone protected her at a life-and-death moment, Fengju looked at the old man with a gratified face. And expressed thanks. The two experts from Green Gallop Country looked angry. "Let's see if you have the ability." A powerful light wave was sent out casually. The old man looked solemn and assumed a horse stance. Raging flames appeared on his fists. Using the strength to suck milk, he blasted towards the incoming powerful energy. Fengju looked at the old man in front of her, feeling deeply touched. So this is the feeling of being protected. With a bang, the old man vomited blood directly and was defeated. The white-haired old man instantly became arrogant. "If you don't have the ability, don't try to be a hero." The old man spent his life in the army. He had never been looked down upon like this. He assumed the horse stance again, wanting to use his life's unique learning to prove himself. Fengjiu seized the opportunity to flick a silver needle. "Go!" Once again, they collided fiercely, but the white-haired man only then discovered the incoming shadow. He was directly blown away by the shockwave. The old man looked at his hands, unable to believe it for a long time. "I actually knocked a golden core cultivator flying?" Fengjiu hurriedly flattered him with a smile. "Grandpa, you are too amazing." This flattery made the old man elated. It seems this old man is still strong in his old age. The black-haired man quickly asked the white-haired man, "How come you can't even beat him?" The white-haired man just wanted to speak when a large mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. The black-clothed man quickly supported him and left dejectedly. But how could the Green Gallop Crown Prince let it go? The next day, a team of people dressed in red, amidst the sound of gongs and drums, carried an 8-carrier sedan chair towards the Feng Manor. At this time, Fengjiu was still sleeping soundly under the covers. The crackling sound of firecrackers woke her up instantly. Furious, she roared, "So noisy." Just then, Lung Shuang broke in. "Master, it's bad. The Green Gallop Crown Prince is preparing to forcefully marry Master." Fengjiu quickly got up to change clothes. Amidst complaints, she changed into red clothes and walked out of the room. Seeing Luo Yu also coming up, she said to him, "Bring your explosive barrel. Let's play a little game." The wedding procession also arrived outside the Feng Manor. The servants held wooden sticks and blocked them. The leading man was furious. "Make way." Releasing a powerful pressure, he instantly made these servants vomit blood, but they still stuck to their posts. Absolutely. Just as the old man rushed towards them, preparing to fight, he was interrupted by a sharp shout. "Stop!" That's right. Fengjiu and her group came out, a woman away from home, encountering a rogue several times stronger than herself. How to protect herself, even if he has an incomparably powerful background. Even the ruler has to be respectful to him by 3 points. Facing the man's violent behavior of forcibly taking a concubine, Fengjiu decided she would not be at anyone's mercy. She wanted to use her own way to fight against the evil forces. Fengjiu calmed her fluctuating heart and shouted, "All Feng guards, retreat." She then called out to Luo Yu and Lung Shuang. The two threw out 2 grenades. The expert opposite didn't care. "Just this little thing wants to hurt me?" Before he finished speaking, the group from Green Gallop Country was shrouded in smoke and dust. Is this trying to have a sumptuous barbecue? Finally, the smoke cleared. The figures of the Green Gallop Crown Prince and a peerless expert appeared. The gray-haired old man pointed a big hand at Feng Qingge. Fengjiu's face was solemn. Actually a nascent soul cultivator. Does she have no choice from the beginning and can only become this stranger's plaything? The gray-haired old man immediately gathered thick mystical power. With a boom, a huge palm grabbed towards Fengjiu. Accompanied by a shout, "Who dares to be presumptuous?" a stalwart figure stood in front of her. Not girls help girls, but her boyfriend has arrived. A casual wave of his hand directly repelled the nascent soul expert. Fengjiu, standing behind Hell's Lord, had a look of shock on her face. "Why is he here?" Hell's Lord revealed a wicked and charming smile. Why wouldn't this lord know? My woman's home is here. The gray-clad expert was incredibly shocked inside. He couldn't see through this person's strength at all. I wonder what relationship your honor has with Miss Feng. Hell's Lord ignored his inquiry and turned back to ask Feng Jiao, what do you say our relationship is? Her face flushed red, and she began a great acting performance. Sorry, do we know each other? This made Hell's Lord break out in a cold sweat. When you peeked at me bathing in the middle of the night, why didn't you say you didn't know me? When you hugged this lord's neck and wouldn't let go, why didn't you say you didn't know me? Sentence after sentence of unbearable words made Feng Jiao's face and ears turn red. She quickly tried to stall with an awkward expression. Oh, so what is Hell's Lord, sir? This lowly one was blind and didn't recognize you. The green Gala Crown Prince was also incredibly shocked seeing the two flirting. Hell's Lord? Is this person really Hell's Lord? Why would Feng Jiao know him? Hell's Lord's face was calm as he indifferently spoke arrogant words. You've been forced to your front door, and you still don't know to announce this lord's name? Do you think I'm offering my support for nothing? She covered her red lips in a daze. This arrogance is going to pierce the sky. Feng Jiao climbed the pole when she saw it. She gently pulled Hell's Lord's sleeve, revealing a pitiful look. That nascent soul bullied people, and that crown prince jumped out inexplicably, wanting to take me as a concubine. The eyes of these two emitted an evil light. Their singing and harmony scared the gray-clad old man so much he collapsed to the ground. Then, Hell's Lord grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high above his head. You are the one who bullied my woman? A miserable howl resounded through the sky. A nascent soul was directly forced out by him. He elegantly loosened his fingers. He didn't even look at him straight. With a swoosh, ball rushed out, brushing past his body. It swallowed the floating nascent soul in one bite. Then it burped. Its huge body rubbed against Feng Jiao. This is too strong, isn't it? One bite per nascent soul. The green Gallop Crown Prince's mouth fell open in shock, seeing the gray-clad man die miserably. Hell's Lord took out a handkerchief, wiped his soiled hand, and casually waved. A blast of blazing mystic energy was thrown out. It directly bombarded the Crown Prince. How arrogant the beginning was, how miserable the ending is. Hell's Lord issued a final warning to him. Get the hell out of Sun Glory's borders. If you dare come again, this lord will definitely destroy your green Gallop country. Perhaps justice might be late, but it is never absent. Who would have thought that the man in front of them simply choked the old man's neck and squeezed out a nascent soul? The onlookers were so shocked, their mouths hung open. That was a nascent soul, learning from Feng Jiao that he used his status as a nascent soul cultivator to bully the weak. Hell's Lord then staged a domineering protection of his wife. A casual strike, directly sent the Crown Prince who tried to steal his woman flying. He even released bold words. If you dare come again, this lord will definitely destroy your green Gallop country. Destroy the vines. The leading group fled in panic. This domineering figure won the unanimous admiration of the Feng family servants. Hell's Lord looked at Feng Jiao with a smile, thinking she would be like this. When he opened his arms to accept a hug, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Flocks of crows flew overhead cawing. Two guards quickly stepped forward to comfort him, suppressing the burning fire in his heart. Hell's Lord's face instantly returned to its usual coldness. This lord is tired. He didn't treat himself as an outsider and walked straight into the foam manor. Luo Yu quickly welcomed him. Hell's Lord spoke bold words without hesitation. I'm going to her boudoir to rest. Luo Yu acted like a fence-sitter. Your relationship with our master is extraordinary. Others can't, but your honor certainly can. At this time, Feng Jiao found her father, Feng Xiao. She asked about his future plans. Feng Zhao's face was gloomy. Since the ruler refuses to let it go, I won't be polite with him either. After leaving, Luo Yu quickly reported to her, that man called Hell's Lord is in your courtyard. Feng Jiu froze on the spot. Oh no, I actually forgot about him. She hurriedly returned to her courtyard and asked Shadow One at the door, why did you guys run to Sun Glory for no reason? Hearing that Hell's Lord dropped everything and came upon learning that the green Gallop Crown Prince was forcing a marriage, she felt the pressure double. Just then, Hell's Lord's scolding came from the room. If there is something, can't you come in and ask this lord? Scared, Feng Jiu darkened her face and wanted to run away. Hell's Lord suddenly appeared behind her and said gloomily, why don't you come in? Afraid I'll eat you? Feng Jiu smiled awkwardly and spoke nonsense. How could that be? I just didn't want to disturb your rest. Hell's Lord was just about to invite her inside when Feng Jiu said with a face full of hypocrisy, "The weather is so nice. Chatting the yard isn't bad either." As soon as she spoke, the heavens started to pour water. Feng Jiu broke out in a cold sweat. Hell's Lord grabbed her hand and walked towards the room. Feng Jiu looked reluctant. In broad daylight, a lone man and woman in a room isn't very good. Hell's Lord instantly turned back. Don't worry. If your reputation is ruined, this Lord will be responsible. With a bang, the door closed. He pinned her against the wall. A cabinet. Feng Jiu instantly became nervous. Damn, why close the door in broad daylight? Hell's Lord revealed a wicked smile. He picked her up and threw her directly onto the bed. Such close contact. Both their hearts were pounding wildly. Hell's Lord slowly leaned closer again. He directly kissed her red lips. At this moment, the two enemies finally came together. The happy moment was short-lived. Feng Jiu returned to her original devilish form and bit down hard. Hell's Lord, this straight man of steel, was still confused. Is she responding to me? Feng Jiu immediately cried out in pain. My waist. It hurts to death. Playing pounce at your age? My old waist is broken. Hell's Lord's previous arrogance vanished. He gently rubbed her injured waist. The two at the door were listening enthusiastically. Grey Wolf pointed inside proudly. Master is master. He acts so fast. The steel straight man learned plots from little storybooks. Playing the pouncing game. This simple and crude operation accidentally injured Feng Jiu's waist. Hell's Lord gently applied medicine for her, but his technique was really not great. It hurt little Jiu so much she trembled. Hell's Lord even got shy and reached out to touch Feng Jiu's shoulder. This annoyed the girl. All right, stop rubbing. Hell's Lord took this chance to try and change her clothes. Under Feng Jiu's fierce glare, she kicked him out. He walked out of the room, looking disappointed. He wanted to go see his future father-in-law. Grey Wolf looked at the stiff-faced Hell's Lord and didn't forget to advise, Master, it's just the father-in-law. Don't be nervous. Feng Xiao was also full of joy seeing Hell's Lord arrive. He clasped his hands and revealed a face full of humble smiles. This junior has always wanted to visit. Only today did I have a chance. If there are any shortcomings, I hope Uncle Feng won't blame me. Feng Xiao smiled, but was incredibly shocked inside. What a peerlessly handsome and noble man. This Feng Xiao was also one for gossip, asking about how they met and got to know each other. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu changed into a red dress. She handed Lung Shuang a bottle of spirit medicine. Just then, Shadow One appeared quietly. Ghost Doctor, are there any orders? This lowly one will do it immediately. Feng Jiu revealed a gentle smile. Free labor delivered to the door, might as well use it. She leaned into Shadow One's ear, and the two whispered and planned. A conspiracy. She patted Shadow One's shoulder. Brother, no problem. Believe in yourself. This fool even struck a cool pose. He went to execute the mission smugly. In the Imperial Palace, a black shadow dropped from the roof. It was Shadow One executing the mission. He opened the window of the ruler's bedchamber. He flipped inside and arrived before the ruler's bed. He opened the bottle of spirit medicine and sprinkled the powder on the ruler's head. The next morning, all the hair on the ruler's body had fallen off. Several summoned royal doctors were helpless. It might be that you are worried about the country and people. Rest for a few days, and you will gradually recover. The ruler kicked him directly. You bunch of trash. Can't you see? I am aging every moment. Didn't you see my cultivation dispersing bit by bit? The royal doctor pouted his swollen cheek. Ruler, why not issue an imperial notice to find the ghost doctor? They can surely diagnose the ruler's symptoms. This made Morong Bo even more furious. Get out. All of you get out. He began to think quietly alone. It's impossible for something to happen for no reason. Let me think. Suddenly his eyes widened. It must be the Feng Manor. At this time, Feng Jiu gathered all the Feng guards. She shouted loudly, I need you all to recognize your master once again. Swear by heaven and earth. All the Feng guards knelt down and issued a grand oath to follow the master in this life, never to betray. Feng Jiu used a certain secret technique to form a contract. A red cloud appeared in the sky. It poured into everyone's body. Even the top few Feng guards looked at their palms, not daring to believe it for a long time. This is actually mystic energy. The increase in the Feng guard strength was also preparation for the upcoming great battle. The mark on the woman's forehead suddenly lit up. A powerful ancient pressure surrounded her body. A huge image also appeared in the sky. Countless red lights entered the phone guards' bodies. Only then did they discover it was mystic energy. What was more jaw-dropping was yet to come. Lung Shuang's brother brought a basket of spirit medicine and gave it to Luo Yu to distribute. Feng Jiu revealed a mischievous expression. These are advancement pills. Everyone gets one. My other identity is the ghost doctor. The disclosure of her identity also surprised the phone guards greatly. We vow to follow the master to the death. Unexpectedly, the sensational things she did were all seen by Hell's Lord. Just as Feng Jiu was returning to the Feng Manor alone, Hell's Lord had been waiting on the side for a long time. She immediately trotted over cheerfully. Lord Yin, why have you come here? Learning he came for a walk, she quickly wanted to use the chance to slip away. Hell's Lord's face instantly turned black. He grabbed her back. This lord has been here for a while. Won't you accompany this lord for a walk? Feng Jiu awkwardly wanted to continue stalling when she heard Hell's Lord's threat. Dare to make an excuse to this lord and see. She quickly flashed a fake smile at him. I'll go back and change clothes to accompany you out. After returning home, something laughable happened again. Hell's Lord sat in the front hall, seeing no sign of her for a long time. He asked Shadow One behind him, why is she taking so long? The subordinate pretended to understand and comforted him, don't be anxious. The longer a woman dresses up, the more she values the master. Hearing this, Hell's Lord fell into deep thought. The teacup in his hand was crushed. Is she really dressing up for me? Shadow One smugly showed off to Grey Wolf. How about it? I'm sharp, right? What he got in return was the word idiot. Finally, Feng Jiu appeared. She had changed into men's clothing, a complete playboy. She smugly asked Hell's Lord, does this outfit look good? It left him speechless for a while. As long as you think it looks good. After going out, something even more speechless happened. The two walked on the street, attracting the exclamations of countless young girls. Feng Jiu took him to a roadside stall. She ordered a few small dishes. The scene was incredibly harmonious. Feng Jiu ate the familiar taste, her heart incredibly satisfied. Hell's Lord noticed a grain of rice on the corner of her mouth. He reached out and wiped it for her. Seeing that this ruthless man also had such a tender side, Feng Jiu's calm heart rippled slightly. A blush appeared on her face. It must be said she had strong self-control. She lowered her head and continued to gorge herself. Half an hour later, the food on the plate was swept clean by her. At this time, Lung Shuang appeared. Master, everything is arranged. Then she slapped the table heroically. After eating and drinking our fill, it's time to take our Hell's Lord to have some fun. When Hell's Lord saw the place they arrived at, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Feng Jiu, this woman with nerves of steel, actually brought him to the 100-flower brothel. She didn't know how dangerous such an action was. Hell's Lord, please. Hell's Lord was even more speechless, already walking on the edge of an explosion. Feng Jiu turned back and said to Shadow One, don't panic. There's still a main event. Several dressed-up beauties surrounded the two of them. Seeing the vulgar rouge and powder in front of him, Hell's Lord's face was blacker than charcoal. This is the main event you spoke of? He flung Feng Jiu's hand away. With an angry snort, he coldly turned and left. Feng Jiu looked at her hand that was flung away, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She returned to the manor lonely, lying alone on the bed, falling into memories. The woman actually took her boyfriend to a brothel. Being surrounded by a group of women of the night made Hell's Lord's face instantly turn black. Feng Jiu was still courting death, her face full of excitement. Hell's Lord, please. Sensing Feng Jiu's stubbornness, Hell's Lord's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He flung her hand away and left huffily. Feng Jiu looked at her flung-away hand, feeling an inexplicable loss in her heart. She felt she didn't deserve this affection. Returning home, she fell into deep memories. Before transmigrating, as the sect leader of the hidden sect, she yearned for the life of an ordinary person. To assassinate a target, she disguised herself as a student to approach a student. And Feng Jiu fell in love because of this. Unexpectedly, the man didn't die by her hand, but was still killed at home by others. Seeing Hell's Lord's appearance, that always reminded Feng Jiu of him. However, Hell's Lord displayed his clinginess to the fullest. Late at night, he secretly sneaked into her boudoir again, looking at her gently. Heard you're in a bad mood. I came to drink with you. The two sat around the table. Feng Jiu looked at the wine cup with disdain. Such a small cup isn't satisfying. Saying that, she wanted to drink straight from the bottle. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Hell's Lord. Feng Jiu's face blushed slightly. Can you not take advantage of me? Even a hand is a woman's hand. Hell's Lord's lips curled into a smile, and he agreed dotingly. At this time, two subordinates walked in with food. A scary scene was about to unfold. Hell's Lord poured her a full large bowl of spirit wine. Feng Jiu downed it without hesitation. She praised loudly, "Indeed, it is top-quality spirit wine." Changing her decadent state from just now, she happily held out the empty bowl. "Don't worry, I won't mess around even if I'm drunk." Hearing this, little stars appeared in Hell's Lord's eyes. Watching her down another bowl, she licked her lips, wanting more. This made Hell's Lord freeze on the spot. "What are you dazing for holding the wine? Pour it for this old lady." Bowl after bowl of spirit wine went down. Hell's Lord began to worry with concern. "You're drunk." Feng Jiu made that signature gesture again. Pull again. Not long after, her attention finally focused on the man in front of her. She laughed and pounced into his arms, starting to speak bold words. "Actually, you are handsome and cool. I've coveted your beauty for a long time." She started to play around on Hell's Lord's body. "How can you be so good-looking?" Suddenly, she sat up, feeling something strange beneath her, and wanted to turn and flee. Hell's Lord was instantly flustered and grabbed her hand. "Don't move." Feng Jiu hugged his neck with both hands again. "Do you want to kiss me?" How could Hell's Lord endure this? "You tease me first." He picked Feng Jiu up and walked towards the bedroom. She poked the uncle's chest muscles with a satisfied face. The next second, she began to struggle frantically. Suddenly, her mouth bulged. With a retch, she vomited on Hell's Lord's chest. She even revealed an innocent look. "Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in." A roar from Feng Jiu pierced the sky. The next morning, Feng Jiu walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. She felt incredibly comfortable all over. State isn't bad. Seeing Hell's Lord looking at her coldly, she turned to run in fright. Hell's Lord said casually, "What? You hugged and held me last night, and today you don't know me?" Feng Jiu covered her little heart that was pounding wildly. Last night was too embarrassing. A few days passed calmly. Little did she know the Imperial Palace had already exploded. What awaited her was another fierce battle. The bald head in front was actually the ruler of a country. Just because he did too many guilty things, he lost all his body hair overnight. After his deep deliberation, he felt it must be the Phoenix playing tricks. Immediately, he shouted, "Men, surround the Feng Manor tonight." A terrifying smile appeared on the ruler's emaciated face. "Capture both Feng Xiao and Feng Jiu. I don't believe they won't hand over the antidote." A large number of Imperial guards swarmed towards the Feng Manor. Little did they know Feng Jiu already knew. A great battle was unavoidable. Hell's Lord wanted to domineeringly protect his wife again. Unexpectedly, he was refused by Feng Jiu. "Morombo is just a useless person now. As for his army, who can compare to our Feng guards? After handling this matter, I'll treat you to wine." Saying that, she turned around. With a light tap, thus she glided towards the Feng Manor gate. By this time, a large number of Imperial guards had already surrounded the outside. Feng Jiu didn't have a trace of timidity in her heart. What a big formation. She was still in that red dress, but the ugly scars on her face were long gone. Just then, a large sedan chair was carried out. Feng Jiu jumped down from the roof. She clasped her hands. "The ruler's visit brings light to my humble Feng Manor. If I don't open the main gate, it would be hard to express the gratitude in my heart." Then she clapped her hands. The Feng guards, carrying a murderous aura, rushed out of the manor in an orderly manner. The powerful momentum suppressed the Imperial guards, making them tremble with fear. The ruler pulled open the curtain on the sedan chair. "You have such guts. Don't think I don't know what you did to this ruler. You knew long ago that I ordered the ambush on Feng Xiao, so you poisoned me. It's a pity I didn't kill him back then. No matter what, your Feng Manor will be destroyed today." Feng Jiu waved her small hand righteously. "My Feng Manor has been loyal for generations, guarding the territory of Sun Glory Country. But you are fatuous and cruel, killing the loyal." Then she pointed her small hand at Morombo. "Since you admitted to what you did back then, you shouldn't sit on this throne anymore." Then she issued a final ultimatum to all the Imperial guards. "All soldiers who put down their weapons can be spared from death. Otherwise, I will ensure your army of 1,000,000 is completely destroyed here." The Feng guards followed with a loud shout. "Submit to the Feng family. Be spared from death." All the Imperial guards were shaking in fear from the powerful momentum. "Murong borord madli, no retreaten. I'll kill whoever retreats." Sounds of clang weapons dropping rang out. All the imperial guards were subdued. They knelt on the ground and issued an oath. We are willing to submit to the Feng family. Seeing the situation was lost, Murongbo stood up with a face full of disbelief. Unsteady and staggering, he mumbled, "How could it be? Such a big blow." He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood directly. Trembling, he pointed at the phoenix. "Kill her for me." Feng Jiu looked calm, with no intention of dodging. Facing the attacking top experts, she remained indifferent, seeing the sharp blades about to pierce her face. Countless lightning bolts flashed instantly. Several people were killed in one move. Feng Jiu's 4 golden core experts appeared. Old Man Gung watched the battle from a distant roof. This little girl was actually hiding golden core cultivators. Sun Glory Country's ruler is afraid going to change. Just then, dense lightning appeared in the sky. With a boom, it struck the roof of the Feng Manor. Murongbo immediately let out a wicked laugh. Your Feng Manor bullies the master and dominates power. Even the heavens can't stand it. Feng Jiu looked back and heard a hearty laugh. Yes, Dad has advanced. The Feng Manor's main gate slowly opened. Feng Shao appeared, carrying an aura that looked down on heaven and earth. The ruler lost all his body hair, but wanted to destroy the phoenix, simply because he suspected it was Feng Jiu's doing. What he didn't expect was the Imperial Guards surrendered en masse under the Feng Guard's power. Feng Shao even broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, stepping into the realm of a martial emperor. His whole body was shrouded in a red, auspicious cloud. Old Man Gung in the distance looked happy seeing this. This Feng Shao not only broke through to become a martial emperor, but is also someone favored by the heavens. The ruler also revealed a look of shock. How is it possible? How could Feng Shao have the blessing of rosy clouds? I am the one loved by the heavens. He didn't know what he was about to face. Feng Xiao, wrapped in a dominating aura, shouted loudly, "Murongbo." My Feng family retreated again and again, but you tried to exterminate us time after time. Bullying my Feng family, bullying my daughter. You truly deserve to die. He grabbed the green dragon crescent blade and pounced. A shining blade beam flashed past, ruthlessly bombarding Murongbo's body. Even the hard marble wall cracked. This bald head is undoubtedly dead today. In his dying moments, he didn't forget to curse Feng Shao. Why aren't you dead yet? Feng Shao stood with righteousness. You made my daughter do things, forcibly occupied my Feng Manor's power. I won't die even if you die. Following the bald head's miserable scream, Murongbo was wrong. Wrong at every step. Fresh red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A dynasty finally came to an end. The era belonging to the Feng family is about to begin. Feng Jiu strode forward. Murongbo is dead. Listen up, other disciples of the Murong family. As long as you behave and don't make enemies of my Feng family will absolutely not harm a hair on your heads. From today onwards, the Feng family head, Feng Shao, will take over everything in Sun Glory Country. All the imperial guards present knelt and kowtowed to the ruler. Long live the ruler! Long live, long live. 3 days later, Feng Shao successfully ascended the throne. The new dynasty was named the Phoenix Dynasty. Hello everyone, I am your Boo Air Bao Bao. Because this comic failed to secure post-production, I feel I can't continue updating it for the time being. I'm saying sorry to everyone here. Next, I will update a more exciting, refreshing comic. Please look forward to it.